Chapter 901. Li Zixuan didn't have any grudges against the Imperial College. At most, some people in the Imperial College didn't like him. He didn't take these things to heart. Back then, when he had angrily resigned, it had not been to deliberately target Kang Ningda. On the contrary, when he had been teaching at the Imperial College, Kang Ningda had taken good care of him. In the end, he had just been a little dissatisfied with the Imperial College, where Confucianism was prevalent. Besides, it had been so long. He only wanted to do well at Yanhuang College. How could he have the time to care about these small grudges? Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, come in and have a seat. Mo Zhong, serve the tea. Mo Zhong welcomed Su Hongji and Lu Hongyuan in. Li Zixuan hurriedly stood up and greeted them warmly. Su Hongji cupped his hands and said sincerely, "Yamacho, this is my teacher. He has something to ask you. I hope you won't mind." "Hey. Mr. Su, you're too serious. This is the first time I've met Dr. Lu. There's no such thing as past grudges. Come in and have a seat." "Dr. Lu, please." Li Zixuan interrupted Su Hongji without waiting for him to finish. Lu Hongyuan looked at Li Zixuan appreciatively and followed Li Zixuan inside. He smiled and said, "Marquis Yong and is so young, but you have such a big heart. No wonder you can build up such a big business in just a few months." They sat down one after another. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Dr. Lu, you're too kind. You've been working hard at the Imperial College for decades, teaching and educating people. You're the role model of my generation." Li Zixuan knew that Lu Hongyuan was Su Hongji's teacher. He also investigated Lu Hongyuan's past deeds. He was a respectable teacher of the people. Seeing Li Zixuan's kind face without any displeasure, Su Hongji, who was still worried, was relieved. Lu Hongyuan said, "Haha. Forget it, forget it. That's all in the past. Don't mention it again. Today, this old man has come to find the Marquis of Yong, and because I have a request." The old man had been teaching for his entire life, but he did not put on any airs at all. His attitude was also quite humble. He was completely different from those rotten scholars. Li Zixuan admired him in his heart, but he quickly said, "Old mister, you're too kind. If you have something to ask, just say it. There's no need to talk about asking for it. Isn't this too much for this junior?" When Lu Hongyuan heard Li Zixuan's reply, he didn't bother to be courteous. His pale old face was now flushed red. He was probably very excited at this moment. "A few days ago, I saw the needle toss game that Marquis Yong and made. Out of curiosity, I also made a similar game at the School of Mathematics. I'm sure Marquis Yong and has already heard of the results. To be able to accurately calculate the 6th decimal point of the ancestral rate in my lifetime, this old man is naturally excited, but..." Speaking of this, the old man paused for a moment. Li Zixuan cooperated and asked, "But what?" "Professor Lu, there's no harm in saying it directly." Lu Hongyuan nodded and continued, "But no matter how much I thought about it, I still couldn't figure out how to calculate the ancestral rate through a simple needle toss game. This seems like child's play." This old man thought about it for 4 whole days and still couldn't figure it out. "Thus, I shamelessly came here to ask Marquis Yong and for advice. I hope you don't blame this old man for coming uninvited." So it was for the needle toss experiment. After hearing this, Li Zixuan finally understood why the old man came. However, he couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny. To be troubled over a question for 4 whole days, this was really a stubborn old man. Actually, regarding the theory behind the needle toss experiment, many teachers from Yanhuang College, including Su Hongji, had come to ask him. However, he didn't say anything. He wanted to let the teachers from the college slowly find the answer themselves. Now that the old man came all the way here just for this, Li Zixuan couldn't continue to keep him in suspense. Since Professor Lu wants to know the theory behind this game, then this junior will explain it today. If there are any mistakes, I hope the two of you can point them out." Li Zixuan said politely. Then, He took out a pencil from the pencil box on his desk and a piece of white paper. He began to explain as he drew. Let's assume that there is an iron wire bent into a circle. Its diameter is exactly the distance between the parallel lines that I drew on the paper when I was doing the needle toss game. We will use d to represent this distance. It can be imagined that for such a circle, no matter how it is thrown, there will be 2 points of intersection with the parallel lines. Thus, if the circle is thrown n times, then the total number of intersection points must be 2n. Cough cough, the people of Tang Dynasty didn't understand English, let alone the pronunciation of the English alphabet. Thus, when Li Zixuan set the unknown variables, he used Hanyu pinyin to read it so that others wouldn't understand. To make it easier to read, there will be no additional labels for the letters. Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji both nodded thoughtfully. Both of them had learned Li Zixuan's new mathematics and had read about equations in the textbooks, so they could understand Li Zixuan's method of setting the unknown variables. Li Zixuan continued, let's now imagine that the circle is straightened, then the length of the iron wire is pi d. Oh, right, I usually like to use pi to represent the ancestral rate. After the circle was straightened, the situation of such an iron wire intersecting with parallel lines when it was thrown down was obviously more complicated than that of a circle. There might be 4 points of intersection, 3 points of intersection, 2 points of intersection, 1 point of intersection, or even no intersection at all. Since the length of a circle and a straight line are both pi d, according to the principle of equal opportunity, when they are thrown a large number of times and are equal, the total number of intersection points between the two and a set of parallel lines is approximately the same. That is to say, when a wire of length pi d is thrown n times, the total number of intersection points between the wire and a set of parallel lines should be approximately 2n. Now let's talk about the case of the iron wire length L. When the number of throws n increases, the total number of intersection points of the iron wire with the parallel lines, m, should be proportional to the length L, thus, m equals kl, where k is the coefficient of proportionality. In order to find k, we only need to note that for the special case of L equals pi d, we have m equals 2n. Thus, we get k equals 2n pi d. Substituting the former formula, we get m is almost equal to 2ln pi d, and thus pi is almost equal to 2ln dm. When the length of the line is half the distance between the parallel lines, the above formula can be written as pi is almost equal to nm. These are the two needle throwing games we did before. There were some beyond the scope of the knowledge, so Li Zixuan forgot to explain. He didn't care whether they could understand or not, he just said it all. Sure enough, Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji both frowned. The two silently digested the information. After a while, Lu Hongyuan asked, I have something I don't understand. What is the principle of equal opportunity? Chapter 902. In the office. When Li Zixuan heard Lu Hongyuan ask about the principle of equal opportunity, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This problem was too complicated to explain. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know where to start, so he could only say, Dr. Lu, this so-called equal opportunity, I can't explain it to you at the moment. In the future, another field of mathematics will be derived, called probability theory and mathematical statistics. After you finish reading that book, you will roughly understand what equal opportunity is. In addition, when mathematics is developed to a higher level, the same result can be derived through pure mathematics. That method is more complicated, so I won't take it out. In fact, the Buffon needle throwing problem could be completely proved using pure mathematics. Two mathematical abstractions were used in the middle. First, let the needle rotate around a point on the basic unit segment. Through definite integration, the ratio of the two areas was obtained. Then, let the needle translate on the basic unit segment. Using definite integration, the ratio of the two volumes was obtained. Finally, the relationship between the probability of the fine needle pressing the line and pi was obtained. However, this process required knowledge of trigonometric functions and calculus, so it would be more troublesome to explain. But then again, when a person reached a high level in mathematics, they wouldn't use such a stupid method like the needle throwing experiment to find pi. because trigonometric functions and infinite series methods could be used to obtain a more accurate pi. According to records, in 1706, the British mathematician Melchin used the formula, pi equals 16 arctan, 15, for arctan, 1239, to calculate the value of pi, which broke through the 100-digit decimal mark. The value of arctanks could be calculated through the Taylor series. At this time, Lu Hongyuan couldn't help but be shocked. Listening to Li Zixuan's words, the new mathematics that everyone thought was very advanced was only in the beginning stage. In the future, there would be a whole set of advanced theories, and other knowledge would be derived. How old is Li Zixuan this year? How can there be such a terrifying amount of knowledge in his brain? Is he going to establish his own school of mathematics and become a founding figure in the field of mathematics? At this moment, Lu Hongyuan didn't care about the equal opportunity principle anymore. His heart was only filled with horror. He looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at a monster. Gulp. Su Hongji was stunned for a while and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. When he first met Li Zixuan, when he was checking the accounts of the shop, he wanted to give Li Zixuan some pointers. Only today did he realize that he was not on the same level as Li Zixuan. The difference between them could be described as heaven and earth. Yamacho, have you mastered the advanced level of mathematics? Su Hongji came back to his senses and asked tentatively. Li Zixuan tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, 70 to 80%. Back then, I wasn't interested in learning mathematics, so I only learned about 70 to 80% of it. What he said was the truth. When he was in high school and university, his math grades were not outstanding. At most, he was considered excellent. He could not be compared to those straight-A students who could get full marks every time. However, in this life, his spiritual power was so strong that if he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to compete with the top students in his class. Pfft! Su Hongji and Lu Hongyuan nearly vomited blood. Firstly, they were depressed. Depressed that Li Zixuan had only learned 70 to 80%, yet he was still able to hang and beat the two of them. Secondly, they were angry. Angry that Li Zixuan had the conditions to learn such knowledge, yet he didn't study it properly. What a waste. Then, with Duke Yong-an's current proficiency in mathematics, can you calculate the ancestral rate to more than 7 decimal places? After struggling for a long time, Lu Hongyuan asked this question. He mainly wanted to see if advanced mathematics was really as powerful as Li Zixuan said. He didn't want to make things difficult for him. Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. Now he could act tough again. In his previous life, he had especially memorized this thing to act tough, but until his accidental death, no one had given him a chance to act tough. Now, old Lu was simply here to deliver a pillow to him. Haha. Of course. In my spare time, I've calculated a few times. Now, I'll share it with the two of you. Please listen carefully. Li Zixuan chuckled and stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. Then, he began to act tough. 3 points, 4 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 points. Lu Hongyuan was just casually probing, but once Li Zixuan opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye, Li Zixuan had memorized 8 decimal places, 9 decimal places, 10 decimal places. This had already exceeded the accuracy of Zhu Chongji's Zhu rate, but Li Zishuan still didn't stop. 37510, 5829, 74944. As they listened, Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji felt that something was wrong. Although Li Zishuan spoke very quickly, they could tell that Li Zishuan seemed to be reciting according to some kind of rhythm. That's right, rhythm. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other. They suspected that Li Zishuan was just randomly reciting. 3, 4, 8, 2, 5, 3, 4, 2, 1, 7, 6, 7, 9. Phew, alright, this junior will only remember the first 100 names for now. You two gentlemen can record them down for future verification. There is absolutely no mistake in the first 100 names. I, Li Zishuan, guarantee with my own integrity. After reciting for a while, Li Zishuan finally stopped. He let out a sigh and said to the two people in front of him. The reason why he could memorize the first 100 digits of pi in his previous life was mainly because he used an opportunistic method. First, imagine a drunkard drinking in a mountain temple and dying in a ravine, a pot of wine in a temple on the peak. 3, 14159, air, low, 26. 3 pots of wine are not enough for me. 535897, wine kill, 932. Unkillable, 384, Lululu, 626. It's fine if you die, 43383, air's abandoned ravine, 279. Then, imagine the mood of the deceased's father after learning that his son had died, I love my son, 502, it's sad enough to die in vain, 884191, leaving him to the ravine, 69,399. Then imagine the scene of the deceased's father going to the ravine to look for his son. My back hurts when the mountain turns, 37510, I'm afraid you'll be frozen for a long time, 58209, long sad Cece, 74,944. Then, the scene of the father finding his son in the ravine and saving him, and the son realizing his mistake and turning back. I save my son, 592, the cave turns, 307, it's not good to stay, 816. The 4 neighbors are happy, 406, heir's not happy, 286, heir dotes on father for a long time, 20,899. Father Lu, doesn't understand, 86,280. Think thrice, 348. Sun Wu, 25. Think thrice and be reluctant, 34211, wife waits for a long time, 70,679. Just like that, wouldn't the first 100 digits of pi be easy to memorize? I'm just asking you guys if you're 6 or not. Su Hongji and Lu Hongyuan didn't know if they should slip away or not, but when they heard Li Zishuan make such a solemn guarantee, their faces became solemn. This was because Li Zishuan had never used his personality to guarantee anything. This was basically equivalent to swearing to the heavens. Ancient people didn't know the saying, I use my personality to guarantee. Then, the solemn expression on their faces turned into horror. If what Li Zishuan said was true, it would be too scary. The ancestral rate was 100 digits after the decimal point. This Li Zishuan was going to break through the heavens of the mathematics world. Seeing the shock on their faces, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a little proud. He finally had a chance to show off. However, Su Hongji's next sentence caused his face to darken. Ahem, Yamacho, can you say it again? We can write it down. Chapter 903. After sending Lu Hongyuan and Su Hongji off, Li Zishuan packed up his things and went home. Li Zishuan made a copy of pi and gave it to Su Hongji. Although no one could verify the accuracy of pi except him, Li Zishuan believed that there would be students in Yanhuang College who could calculate pi to so many digits in less than 5 years. He had just told Lu Hongyuan the same thing. The old man was very excited and said that he hoped that he could live until that day. Li Zishuan was silent after hearing this. He wanted to invite Lu Hongyuan to Yanhuang College, but now he only hoped that Lu Hongyuan could retire from the School of Mathematics as soon as possible so that he could go home and enjoy his old age. The old man should teach and educate people all his life. He should have a happy old age. Young master. Oh. Uncle Wang, you're here. Li Zishuan saw Wang Zhong when he got home. He quickly walked over and greeted him with a smile. They sat down. Wang Zhong knew that Li Zishuan didn't like to beat around the bush, so he said directly, Young master, you asked me to buy grain and build a granary. With the help of the college's engineering team, the granary has been mostly repaired. It's at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. The granary door is locked with a special lock made by Mr. Mo. This is the key, please keep it well. Then he handed over a key. Li Zishuan took it and smiled gently. Uncle Wang, thank you for your hard work. Not at all, not at all. Wang Zhong replied and said, Young master, with the help of the Chamber of Commerce, we have bought nearly 400,000 don of grain. The granary is full, and this amount is more than enough. We can't buy any more. Besides, it's said that the imperial court has started to buy the surplus grain on the market. They bought more than we did. Because of this, the price of grain, which had dropped to 2 coins a bushel, is now going to rise again. If we buy more, I'm afraid that it will cause the price of grain in Chang'an to skyrocket. It'll be bad if the emperor blames us, 400,000 don. Hearing this number, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be shocked. It was true that he had asked Wang Zhong to buy a large amount of food, but he didn't expect Wang Zhong to be able to buy so much food. This was a bit beyond his expectations. It was mainly because he underestimated the ability of the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Wang, give a batch of grain to the winery to make wine. First, increase the production of Drunken Immortal, and second, let them produce a batch of alcohol reserves. We will need it in the near future. After thinking, Li Zishuan gave his order. Logically speaking, 400,000 dan of grain was truly too much. Even if the Great Tang had been caught off guard by the plague of locusts, this amount of grain would have been enough to last 100,000 people for several months. Moreover, the Great Tang had long since made preparations. Not only were the people raising chickens in large numbers, the imperial court had also stockpiled several million dan of grain. Li Zishuan felt that his family really did have a bit too much grain. It was better to use it to make wine. Based on the current financial situation of the imperial court, after the locust plague next year, Li Er might launch an attack on the Turkic Khaganate ahead of time. There would be many casualties in the war between countries. If he stored more alcohol, he could ensure that more of the injured would not die from infection. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wang Zhong's face turned red. He realized that he had accidentally bought too much grain. He quickly nodded and said, Yes, young master. This old man will arrange it right away. The next day, when it was almost noon, Li Zishuan brought him to the Hejin County King's manor to look for Li Shaogong. What surprised him was that the county king's mansion had already begun the renovation of the old house. The houses on the left side of the prince's mansion had all been demolished. Some workers were digging the foundation. Li Zishuan had seen many of these workers before. Well, they were all from the academy's construction team. From the looks of it, Li Shaogong wanted to imitate the style of the Cloud Mountain courtyard and build a similar courtyard in his prince's mansion. This was because he had already asked Li Zishuan for the Cloud Mountain courtyard's blueprints and a lot of cement. This old man really did not know how to make himself suffer. Once he had something good, he would immediately bring it to his house. Your Highness, about the regulations of the shipping department, I have already drafted them. Would you like to take a look? The butler brought Li Shaogong to the back room. Li Shaogong was drinking tea in the room. It seemed that he had just finished the morning assembly and had not even taken off his court robes. Hey! You brat! If I had known that you were done, would have brought you to the morning assembly. Now I have to make another trip. Someone, prepare the carriage. Li Shaogong said helplessly as he beat his legs. The servant beside him quickly agreed and then went to prepare a horse for Li Shaogong. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, Your Highness, don't you want to take a look first? Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, No need. What is there for me to be worried about? At most, I will take a look from the carriage. He had always been self-aware. He knew that in terms of overall planning, Li Zixuan's ideas were definitely better than his. Yanhuang College was a good example. He had never casually interfered in areas that he was not good at. Just like when he brought Li Jing to destroy Shaoxian, he had never interfered in the military deployment and command. He had left it all to Li Jing. You could say that he was leeching, but since ancient times, there had been many superiors who liked to give orders to their subordinates in areas that they were not good at. In the end, it led to the situation becoming worse and worse. Sometimes, leeching was also an advantage. The two of them arrived at the palace in a carriage. After reporting, they were brought to Ganlu Hall. Li Er was there working hard to read the memorials. Your Majesty, Li Zixuan has already drafted the regulations for the Department of Shipping. Please take a look. After greeting each other, Li Xiaogong stepped forward and cupped his hands. This was his second advantage. He had never fought with his subordinates for credit, unlike some leaders in modern times. They were clearly not the ones who did it, but they insisted on putting gold on their faces. Oh. So fast. Zhao Song, quickly present it. Li Er's expression lit up as he hurriedly said. Zhao Song took the thick stack of documents from Li Xiaogong and handed it to Li Er. Li Er opened it and saw that it was organized and structured. It looked very comfortable. He could not help but secretly praise Li Zixuan. Once he was serious about something, there was nothing to say. Putting away these complicated thoughts, Li Er calmed down and began to study seriously. As the ruler of a country, he could not think of things as simply as Li Xiaogong. He had to think of a comprehensive plan. After about half an hour, Li Zixuan's legs were a little sore from standing. Li Er finally raised his head and said, "Not bad, not bad. This regulation is well written. Especially this Department of Inspection, it is very necessary. But why are there curved plows and cement in the list of prohibited goods?" Li Zixuan stepped forward and explained, "Your Majesty, what I am thinking is that in the future, all the advanced farming tools and tools of Tang Empire must be prohibited from being exported to the outside world. We must sell flashy things like colored glass and divine mirror. Only in this way can Tang Empire always remain advanced and strong. Otherwise, once the technology is leaked, we may nurture an opponent that can threaten us." Chapter 904. Li Zixuan was instilling the concept of technology protection into Li Er. There was no other way around it. The ancient people were deeply influenced by Confucianism and were extremely generous to the people of other countries. They couldn't wait to share the best things in their country with others. This could be seen from the generous gifts that neighboring countries gave to the great Tang dynasty. More importantly, with the development of Yanhuang College in the future, there would be more and more academic results. Academic results could be transformed into advanced industrial technology. At that time, there would be an endless stream of high-tech products that involved agriculture, the military, and daily life. If these products were to fall into the hands of other countries, not only would there be the risk of imitation, there would also be technology leakage. In Li Zixuan's view, it wasn't that all industrial products were prohibited from being sold. It was those low-tech and easily imitated industrial products that had to be banned. For example, the moment things like the curved plow and compass were leaked, it wouldn't take long for them to be imitated. By the time Great Tang developed a more technologically advanced replacement, they could sell the products that were previously eliminated to maintain their leading position. For example, they could create a tractor in the future to replace the curved plow and sell the surplus curved plow in the country. If there was a better replacement in the future, they could also sell the tractor because it wouldn't be easy for others to imitate it. What kind of person was Li Zixuan? He instantly understood what Li Zixuan meant. After pondering for a moment, he said, "What you said makes sense. We can sell ordinary products, but we can't sell anything that harms the interests of Great Tang. This constitution isn't bad. We'll follow the constitution of the Bureau of Shipping." After which, he looked at Li Xiaogong and instructed, "Xiaogong, you should quickly establish the Bureau of Shipping. You can choose the officials from the hundreds of officials in the imperial court. After that, you will bring them south to Lingnan and set up the Bureau of Shipping in Guangzhou. You will set up branch offices in Qiongzhou, Chaozhou, Quanzhou, and Fuzhou. You will open these 5 ports to the public. In the future, the goods traded by the various countries in Nanyang will have to pass through these 5 ports. Otherwise, it will be considered smuggling. All smugglers, regardless of their identity, will be severely punished. When the time comes, the local officials will cooperate with you. Furthermore, I will instruct Feng'ang and Tan Dian to not cause you any trouble. In the 2nd month of the 1st year of Zhenguan, Li Er issued an imperial decree that the country was divided into 10 provinces and counties, namely Guanyi Dao, Hunan Dao, Hedong Dao, Hebei Dao, Shannan Dao, Longyu Dao, Huainan Dao, Jiangnan Dao, Jiannan Dao, and Lingnan Dao. The counties were abolished and replaced with provinces. Guangdong was part of the Lingnan circuit. Li Shaogong cupped his fists and said solemnly, "This subject obeys the decree." Li Erzwang seemed to be a little worried and said, "Lingnan is not like other places. The situation is extremely complicated. I allow you to bring 3,000 elites. In an emergency, you have the right to act first and report later. You must ensure the normal operation of the Department of Shipping. At the same time, you must maintain the stability of Lingnan." The last sentence had a deeper meaning. Li Shaogong and Li Zishuan both narrowed their eyes at the same time. They secretly thought that even though Feng'ang had sent his son to Cheng, and as a hostage, Li Er still did not let down his guard against Lingnan. "Yes, Your Majesty." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as this subject is in Lingnan, the Department of Shipping will definitely operate as usual. Lingnan will definitely not fall into chaos." Li Shaogong cupped his fists and said solemnly, I believe you. All right, you can go back to your work." Li Erzwang nodded and waved his hand. Only then did the two of them take their leave. "Your Highness, what kind of person is Feng'ang?" Leaving the palace, Li Zishuan asked Li Shaogong as they sat on the "Don't touch me" of the royal prince's mansion. Li Shaogong frowned and thought for a while before answering, "Feng'ang. He is a capable and ambitious person." Without waiting for Li Zishuan to ask, Li Shaogong continued, "In the previous dynasty, Feng'ang started as a small county magistrate and went all the way to the right Wuwei Grand General. Although he had the support of his ancestors, his ability to lead troops and fight wars was unquestionable. After the previous dynasty was destroyed, Feng'ang led the army back to Lingnan. In just a few years, he unified hundreds of tribes and occupied thousands of li. His ability is naturally evident. Then why does Your Highness say that he is an ambitious person?" Li Zishuan asked. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong's face turned cold. He said, "In the 1st year of Wuda, the Tang Empire was founded. Emperor Gaozu and the current His Majesty conquered the east and the west, gradually purging the rebellious forces in the Tang Empire. Of course, there were also many forces that chose to submit to the Tang Empire. But Feng'ang did not. It was not until the 5th year of Wuda that the Tang Empire and the Eastern Turks fought a war. The Turks retreated and the situation in the Tang Empire became clear. Only then did Feng'ang offer up his territory and submit to the imperial court. If he is not ambitious, then what is?" In 617 AD, Li Yuan raised his army in Taiyuan. Like many other warlords, he chose to ally with the Turks. A year later, Li Yuan ascended the throne in Cheng and founded the country as Tang. The Tang Empire regime quickly stood out among the warlords. Their conflict with the Turks deepened day by day, and they began to turn from allies to enemies. In the 5th year of Wuda, a famine broke out in the Turks. At that time, Li Yuan wanted to free himself to deal with his most powerful opponent, Lu Haida, so he took the initiative to send large amounts of gold, silver and treasures to Xieli Khan, requesting peace. Xieli Khan was in a difficult situation because of the famine, but he was happy to push the boat along with the current. The two countries promised to marry and mend their relationship. Li Yuan took advantage of the temporary peace with the Turks to launch an all-out attack on his opponent, Lu Haida. On the 26th day of the 3rd month, Li Shimin defeated Lu Haida. Lu Haida's 20,000 elite troops were almost wiped out. He only took 200 or so people to escape and seek refuge with the Turks. Shili Khan seemed to have woken up from a dream. He tore apart the peace treaty with the Tang Empire and sent out tens of thousands of troops. Together with the exiled Lu Haida, he launched an attack on the Tang Empire. Li Yuan urgently ordered Crown Prince Li Jianqing to go out of Zhuozhou. Qin Wang Li Shimin went out of Qinzhou to resist the two Turks' armies. In addition, he dispatched Yunzhou Zhongguan Guozai to Yunzhong to ambush Shili Khan's main forces. Zhuowei General Duan Dicao went to Xiazhou to cut off the Turks' retreat route. Both sides fought and suffered casualties. However, because at that time the Tang Empire had not completely unified China, Li Yuan tried his best to avoid large-scale conflict with the Turks, so much so that he did not hesitate to sacrifice part of his interests to restrain Shili Khan. Finally the Turks withdrew their troops, giving the Tang Empire a very precious opportunity to breathe. It was also in this year that Lingnan chief Feng'ang entered the imperial court and expressed his willingness to submit to the Tang Empire. Li Yuan divided his original territory into Gao, Luo, Chun, Bai, Ya, Zhai, Lin, and Zhen, 8 prefectures. He appointed Feng'ang as Shangzhugua, Gao Zhou's Zhongguan, and conferred him the title of Duke of Yu. He appointed his son Feng Zhidai as the governor of Chunzhou. Inside the carriage, Li Zishuan was silent for half a day. Then he cupped his fists and said, "If it is really as Wang Ye said, then Wang Ye must be careful in everything in Lingnan." Li Shaogong laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha. Don't worry, he, Feng'ang, won't dare to touch this prince. If he does, then the imperial court will have a reason to send troops to Lingnan." At the end of his words, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 905. Li Zishuan would not be able to help with this. The next step was for Li Shaogong to select suitable officials to fill up this newly established department. Although he knew most of the big shots in the imperial court, it was useless if he was not familiar with them. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. This kind of thing had to be left to Li Shaogong, the old fox, in the imperial court. He still had a lot of things to do. On the FIFA side, Ma Zhou was also very efficient. Now, the team of the FIFA headquarters had been set up. More than 30 young scholars had just joined and were learning the football management regulations, written by Li Zishuan under Ma Zhou's organization. They would be assessed in a week. Li Zishuan planned to wait until this group of people had finished their training before selecting some of them to set up local FIFA branches. The Great Tang had 10 daos, and he was only planning to set up a FIFA branch in each one, not every province. After all, the Great Tang had more than 300 provinces. How could he find so many people? In addition, because of Li Zishuan's wonderful engineering enlightenment class, Yanhuang College had become famous. Every weekend, students from other places would come to visit. Li Zishuan did not refuse any of them. The two places that most students visited were Guanghua Building and the sports field. There was a huge globe downstairs in Guanghua Building. On it, the location of each province and county of the Tang Empire was marked in detail. The other countries were not marked in detail, but from this globe, it could be seen that the Tang Empire's territory was very small compared to the whole world. This surprised many people. Before Li Zishuan, everyone thought that the Tang Empire was the center of the world. But, the reality was not like that. Of course, there were people who doubted the authenticity of the globe. But when there were doubts, there would be Yanhuang College students next to them who would take out the college's geography textbook and debate with them. After a period of time, many people accepted Li Zishuan's Earth theory. The sports department of the academy already had a batch of soccer balls for the academy students to rent for free. Therefore, there were several soccer teams formed by the students in the academy. However, there was only one field, and Li Tai and the other rich second generations could not occupy it every day. In the end, the soccer teams discussed with each other and decided that they could use whatever field they wanted on weekdays, but on weekends, they had to take turns. Therefore, there were football matches on the sports field every weekend. Most of the students who came to visit Yanhuang College liked to come here to watch the fun. Correspondingly, more and more people began to feel the charm of football. Most of these people wanted to buy a football when they went back, but when they saw the high price and the long line outside the strange interest pavilion every day, they dismissed the idea. Since I can't afford it, I'll rent it. Although it cost 100 copper coins to rent a soccer ball for a day, it was still acceptable for several people to share the cost of a dozen copper coins. Therefore, the football rental business of the Football Association became popular. The more than 300 soccer balls in the warehouse could be rented out every day, and they could earn dozens of copper coins in a day. Although this was a small amount of money to Lisa Schwann, this small amount of money was more than the monthly profit of some restaurants and shops. It really made many people envious. Phew. The matters of the Academy, the Department of Municipal Imports, and the Football Association have finally come to an end. I can finally do my own things. Lisa Schwann sighed and sighed as he walked on the path of Yunshan. During this period, he was very busy for Yanhuang College, the Department of Municipal Imports, and the Football Association of Tang Empire. Now that these three departments were on the right track, he could free up his hands to do some interesting things. For example, supplying electricity to the Yunshan villa. This was something he had wanted to do for a long time. He was tired of the dim candlelight. He wanted to bring light to the dark night of the world. Ahem, he digressed. He just wanted to use a light bulb in his house. It was such a simple request, but there were many difficulties in it. However, Lisa Schwann was not afraid of difficulties. After all, now that he had rubber, he could use rubber-coated copper wire as an electric wire. It was more stable than the previous enameled wire. In this way, the medium and long-distance power transmission was guaranteed. Moreover, there was a small waterfall at the top of the west side of Yunshan Mountain. When the time came, he could put a hydroelectric generator under the waterfall and connect a wire back. Then, he could find a way to make a light bulb. Wouldn't he be able to achieve electric lighting? Although he did not have the metal tungsten needed to make the filament of the electric lamp, who said that only tungsten could be used to make the filament? Other conductive materials could be used to make it, but the lifespan was shorter. Lisa Schwann couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of having the opportunity to use the electric lamp in Tang Empire. When this guy returned home, he went straight to his study and ignored the outside world. He was only focused on electricity research. Your Majesty, bad news, bad news. Night fell, Ganlu Palace. A young eunuch suddenly ran in a panic, and said as he ran. Zhao Song, who was standing not far away from Li Er, glared at the young eunuch. He thought to himself that this guy really didn't know how to speak. What did he mean by, Your Majesty, bad news? Wasn't he cursing Li Er? Why are you in such a panic? Tell me quickly. Li Er didn't think much of it. He only frowned slightly and asked. The young eunuch hurriedly said, Your Majesty, His Highness King of Wei, His Highness King of Wei is seriously ill and can't get up. What? Qing Ke is ill? Li Er stared and suddenly stood up. He shouted at the young eunuch, Why is Qing Ke ill? Wasn't he fine in the morning? Why is he suddenly so ill and can't get up? Imperial physician? Where's the imperial physician? Why aren't you calling for the imperial physician? The young eunuch said with a sobbing tone, Your Majesty, we have already called for the imperial physician, but the imperial physician said, clang. At this moment, the sound of a porcelain plate falling to the ground came from the entrance of the palace. Li Er, who was upset, thought that some servant had accidentally broken the flower pot or something. He wanted to reprimand, but when he looked up, he was stunned and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Li Er quickly walked down and greeted the person at the entrance of the palace. He said, Maid Guanyin, what's wrong with Qing Ke? Tell me what's wrong with Qing Quebec. The person who came was Empress Zhongsun. Seeing that it was already late at night, she wanted to send some refreshments to Li Er, but who would have thought that just as she arrived, she would hear such shocking news? Her entire face instantly turned ghastly pale. At this moment, she couldn't care about being rude. As if she didn't see Li Er, she rushed to the young eunuch and asked with a hoarse voice. Yes, hoarse. As a mother, there was no news more shocking than this. Chapter 906. This afternoon, Prince Wei, young Master Zhang Sun, and young Master Cheng were playing football on the lawn outside Plum Village. After returning from the game, Prince Wei started vomiting and having diarrhea right after dinner. At first, the official of the Prince Wei's residence thought that the food was not clean, so he severely punished the steward of the kitchen. The medical officer of the Prince Wei's residence thought that Prince Wei had eaten something bad, so they prescribed a prescription to stop diarrhea. After Prince Wei took it, not only did His Highness's illness not get better, but it became even worse. Now, Prince Wei is about to vomit his bile and poop his intestines out. Li Er and his wife were worried about their son. Ignoring the fact that it was already late, the two of them left the palace. On the way to the Prince Wei's residence, the eunuch who came to report first had the chance to explain the details to Li Er. Li Er's face darkened as he asked, "What did the imperial physician say?" The young eunuch replying to your majesty, in a moment of desperation, the Wei Wangfu's official hurriedly went to invite old imperial physician Qin and old imperial physician Wang. However, after the two imperial physicians took His Highness's pulse, they said that His Highness the Prince of Wei is, Empress Zhang Sun asked anxiously, "What illness is my son suffering from? Tell me quickly." The eunuch trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, the two imperial physicians said that Prince Wei is suffering from cholera." Cholera? Even though Li Er and Empress Zhang Sun were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard these two words. After the shock, Empress Zhang Sun's face instantly turned pale. This was because those who contracted this illness were basically half a step into the gates of hell. Bastard. Qin Ke was originally fine, why would she suddenly have cholera? Investigate. Zhao Song. Bring people to investigate properly. Let's see if there is someone who is so daring as to poison my son. Focus on the food and water sources that Qin Ke has been eating recently. Although Li Er's heart was also very uncomfortable, he was still a man, so his expression was still considered calm. However, as an emperor, it was inevitable that he would have some persecution paranoia. He felt that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm his son. Therefore, he ordered with a gloomy face and a cold voice. "Yes, sir." At this juncture, Zhao Song did not dare to be careless. He responded and went to make the arrangements. "Dugu Xin. This general is here. Immediately send someone to invite all the imperial physicians in the Imperial Physician Bureau, regardless of whether they are asleep or not, to the Prince of Wei's mansion. As you command. Also, send someone to the Taibai mountain area and see if they can find Dr. Sun." After Li Er made some arrangements, he was still worried. He placed his hopes on Sun Simiao again. However, this old man was traveling the world with his disciple to save the living beings of the world. His whereabouts were erratic, so how could it be so easy to find him? Dugu Xian understood this as well. He pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and replying, "This general obeys." Li Tai had contracted such a life-threatening illness. Now that things had reached this point, as his subjects, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. They only hoped that they would not be implicated when the time came. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." A quarter of an hour later, Li Er and Empress Zhang Sun finally arrived at the Wei Prince's mansion. Ignoring the servant's salutes, Li Er directly asked with a sullen face, "Where is Qin Ke? Bring me there." "Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Wei is in the backyard." Sigh, Your Majesty, you and Her Majesty are of great value. You can't just go there like this." Officer Wu of the Wei Prince's mansion was halfway through his words when he saw that Li Er and Empress Zhang Sun were about to enter. He quickly stopped them. "Bastard! Get out of my way." Li Er was furious. Although cholera was contagious, it was only transmitted through food and water. Officer Wu was making a big fuss over nothing. Besides, even if there was a risk of him being infected, he had to go there at this time. The young man inside was his son. Therefore, at this moment, he did not care about the harmony between the monarch and his subjects. He directly pushed Officer Wu far away with one hand and then quickly walked to the backyard with Empress Jongsun. A large group of people behind hurriedly followed behind. When they arrived at the backyard, they saw that a side room was brightly lit. Without needing to ask, Li Er directly walked to that room. As soon as he got close to that room, he smelled a disgusting stench that almost suffocated him to death. But at this moment, his son was still on the verge of death. How could he have the time to complain about the stench? Empress Jongsun did not even frown as the husband and wife pushed the door and entered just like that. Since the two of them were already like this, how could the large group of people behind dare to complain about the stench and not enter? Therefore, one by one, they resisted the urge to vomit and all went in. Qingke, how are you? The first thing she saw was Li Tai lying on the bed with a pale face. Beside the bed was a wooden basin and a toilet bowl. The stench in the room came from these two things. Empress Jongsun saw that her son was weak and on the verge of death. She staggered 2 steps and walked over. She touched Li Tai's cheek and said sorrowfully. Hearing Empress Jongsun's voice, Li Tai opened his eyes with difficulty and said weakly, "Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother is here. You go out quickly. It stinks here. I'll be fine after resting for 2 days. Don't worry." Hearing him say that, Empress Jongsun, a strong woman of a generation, also felt grief from the bottom of her heart. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and immediately burst out. "Silly child, Imperial Mother is not afraid of the stench. Qingke, quickly tell Imperial Mother, how are you feeling now?" Li Tai forced a smile on his face, but it was a smile that was uglier than crying. Your son is fine. Mother Empress, you should leave quickly. Ugh. Quickly bring the wooden basin over." Seeing this, Elder Wu hurriedly roared at the maidservants beside the bed. The maidservants hurriedly picked up the wooden basin and brought it to Li Tai's side. Ugh. Li Tai hugged the wooden basin and began vomiting with heart-wrenching pain. However, Empress Jongsun could clearly see that Li Tai was vomiting no food at all, only yellow water. He must have already vomited everything in his stomach earlier. Seeing this scene, Empress Jongsun couldn't help but be heartbroken. Li Er also saw it, and his face was now darker than the bottom of a pot. He said gloomily, "Dugu Xian, where are the imperial physicians? Why aren't the imperial physicians here yet? Send someone to invite them again. Those who don't come, prepare to be sent to the borders." Dugu Xian had no choice but to quickly cup his fists and say, "Yes, Your Majesty." Coincidentally, at this moment, a group of soldiers entered the backyard. It was the Imperial Guards under Dugu Xian's command. Among the Imperial Guards, there were many people mixed in, and all of them were disheveled. They must have been caught directly from their beds. "Your Majesty, all the Imperial physicians from the Imperial Physician Bureau have been brought here." A deputy general jogged over and cupped his fists. Li Er nodded and walked around the general. He walked to the front of the Imperial physicians and said sternly, "Qingke is sick. You all go in immediately for a consultation. Those who can cure Qingke's illness will be heavily rewarded. If none of you can cure her, Chapter 907. In the Prince of Wei's residence. Li Er's cold snort was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, he was willing to become a tyrant for his beloved son. The Imperial physicians were dragged out of their beds. They were still full of resentment, but Li Er's words made everyone shudder. They quickly perked up and went in to see the doctor. "Your Majesty," at this moment, Zhao Song appeared out of nowhere. He went to Li Er's side and called out softly. Li Er nodded, and the two of them went to another side room. "Have you found out? Was there anyone who poisoned him?" Li Er put his hands behind his back and asked with murderous intent. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty, before you came, this old servant, along with Imperial Physician Wang and Imperial Physician Qin, inspected the food that Prince of Wei had for dinner. We did not find any abnormalities. We also checked the water source of the Prince of Wei's residence. We did not find any abnormalities. Li Er frowned and said unhappily, "Why would the green sparrows suddenly have cholera when it was perfectly fine?" Zhao Song continued, "Your Majesty, I heard from the servant who went out with Prince of Wei that Prince of Wei, Zhang Sun Chong, Qing Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the rest felt thirsty after playing football outside Plum Village. They drank from the Bar River beside Plum Village. I think the problem should be there." Li Er said in disbelief, "Then why was Qing Ke the only one?" Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Dugu Xian's hurried voice. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." Li Er could only wave his sleeves and say, "Come in." With a creak, Dugu Xian squeezed in from outside the door. Without waiting for Li Er to ask, Dugu Xian cupped his fists and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, this general has just received news that the young masters of the Qing clan, Yuchi clan, Zhang Sun clan, and Sun clan have all fallen seriously ill. Their illnesses are very similar to Prince Wei's. Now, the state dukes and Sun Shaoqing are all looking for imperial physicians to treat their young masters." Li Er's expression changed. What he said really came true. The current situation was obviously because the water in the Bar River was not clean, causing Li Tai and the rest to suffer from cholera at the same time. The situation had already escalated, and the situation had become even more severe. Li Er furrowed his brows and didn't say a word. At this time, the sound of a few people talking came from outside the room. Li Er flicked his sleeves and went out. He saw the imperial physicians standing in the courtyard, as if they were discussing something. Do the imperial physicians have a way to cure Qing Ke? Li Erlong walked over with large strides and asked straightforwardly. The imperial physicians who had been discussing among themselves immediately lowered their heads. The entire courtyard was silent. Li Er's face was getting darker and darker. He was about to explode when an old man walked out from the crowd. It was Dr. Qin from the Imperial Medical Department, who had accompanied Li Zishuan to attack Snake Spirit Mountain and tested the poison with his own body. Your Majesty, according to our joint diagnosis, His Royal Highness Duke of Wei's illness is cholera. It comes with a ferocious momentum and can empty a person's body in an extremely short period of time. According to the ancient books, there is no effective treatment method, so we are not confident that we can cure His Royal Highness Duke of Wei. All I can do is try my best to delay the onset of His Highness King Wei's illness so that His Highness King Wei can hold on for another 2 days. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. All the imperial physicians cast a grateful look at Dr. Qin and then bowed to Li Er. Li Er's eyes were cold and said coldly, Imperial physician Qin, is there really no way? There are still good elixirs in the palace's warehouse. Jin allows you to take them as you wish. As long as you can cure Qin Ke, Jin will give you whatever you want. Dr. Qin shook his head expressionlessly and said, His Highness's illness is not something that can be cured with medicine. Forgive me for being powerless. You. Li Er was furious, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. Your Majesty, please calm down. At this critical moment, Empress Zhangsun came out of the house. In less than an hour, Zhang Sun's face seemed to have aged a few years. She looked even more haggard. The tears on her face had not dried yet, and her eyes were red. God knows what kind of rough journey she had experienced during this period of time. When Li Er saw this, he couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. This woman was the devil of his life. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Qin and the others have done their best. Please don't punish them. Empress Zhangsun took her husband's hand and said softly. Li Er didn't say a word, he just nodded his head silently. In fact, how could he not understand that the chances of Li Tai's illness being cured were very small? So, he was just angry because he couldn't do anything. He was a dignified emperor, in charge of the fate of millions of people, but in the end, he couldn't save his son. How sad. Imperial Physician Qin, I will leave Qin Ke to you. You just do your best. If you can save him, that's the best. If you can't save him, this empress will not blame you. Empress Zhongsun looked at Dr. Qin and said in a kind tone. But when she said the last few words, her heart instantly collapsed, but she forced herself not to cry out. Dr. Qin had lived for a long time. He had already seen too much of the world. So, how could he not hear that Empress Zhongsun was pretending to be kind? They all said that doctors have the heart of a parent. This kind of scene, he also felt uncomfortable. Your Highness, don't worry. This old man will do his best to save Prince Wei. Dr. Qin solemnly cupped his hands, then picked up the medicine box and walked with Dr. Wang to Li Tai's room. Your Majesty, Dugu Xian wanted to say something but stopped. Li Er understood what he wanted to say and said, immediately choose 8 imperial physicians and escort them to Wuji, Jijia, Jingda, and Sun Fujia's houses. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately order the county magistrates to send out bailiffs and prohibit the people from drinking the water of Bar River. Li Er added another sentence. Now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer his family's matter. As an emperor, he could occasionally be emotional, but most of the time, he had to maintain his rationality. Yes, Your Majesty. Dugu Xian received the order and left. After a while, another soldier came to report, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Changle, and His Highness the King of Han request an audience. Hearing this, Li Er's heart finally warmed a little. He nodded and said, let them all in. It's good to see Qin Ke. As Li Er expected, the current situation had rapidly deteriorated and was becoming more and more intense. The houses of the Cheng, Zhongsun, Yuqi, and Sun families were all brightly lit tonight. The madams of the 4 families shed countless tears. Cheng and City at night suddenly had a trace of solemnity. What was more serious was that outside Cheng and City, many people were suffering tonight. Unfortunately, the number of people infected with cholera was increasing. Chapter 908. Li Zishuan, who was far away from the commotion, slept very soundly that night. This guy was designing the generator in the study and had used up a lot of brain cells. He also drew a lot of blueprints. He was a little tired and fell asleep on the table. Han Yushi was afraid that it would be cold at night and Li Zishuan would get sick from the cold. In fact, even if this guy was left to sleep outside for a night, he would not get sick, so she called Xiao He and Xiao Shi, and the 3 of them carried Li Zishuan into the bedroom together. Of course, Li Zishuan was conscious during this period. The sharp senses of a martial arts grandmaster were not just for show. However, his nose twitched and he knew who was next to him, so he allowed the 3 of them to move him in. After settling Li Zishuan down, Han Yushi returned to the study and carefully put away the blueprints that Li Zishuan drew. She put them in the small drawer of the desk. After locking it, she double-checked it before returning to the room with the key and lying down beside Li Zishuan. Although she couldn't understand those blueprints, the entire Li family, except for Lan, treated Li Zishuan's blueprints with the highest confidentiality standard. They were afraid that others would take advantage of it if it was leaked. Although Li Zishuan had said many times that there was no need to be so serious, the Li family's style of doing things had never changed. The night went by uneventfully. Li Zishuan, who was overworked, didn't even do any exercise in bed. He slept comfortably all the way until dawn. He was truly exhausted from yesterday. It was early in the morning, so little Zishuan was naturally in high spirits. Li Zishuan originally wanted to make up for last night's exercise, but Han Yushi had foreseen it and avoided it. Now that Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Lan were living with them, how could she let her husband do whatever he wanted in broad daylight? Husband, quickly wash up and come down for breakfast. I've put the blueprints you drew yesterday in the drawer. The key is under the pillow. Don't be as tired as yesterday. Han Yushi finished speaking in a panic and then ran downstairs as if she was escaping. This girl seems to have gained some experience in the revolutionary struggle. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and said shamelessly. Cloud Mountain was filled with warmth, but the situation in Cheng and City was not so good. Your Majesty, the civil and military officials are already waiting outside the Taiji Palace. What do you think about this morning court session? Inside Prince Wei's mansion. Zhao Song, with a pair of panda eyes, asked Li Er carefully. In fact, he was not the only one with panda eyes. The entire Prince Wei's residence, including Li Tai, did not sleep for the entire night. Li Tai was no exception. After a night of pooping and vomiting, he felt a burning pain in his anus. He felt that he would rather die than suffer. Inform the officials that the court will be suspended for today. If there are any important matters, submit the memorials to the auxiliary machine, to the Minister of Affairs. Xianling and Ruhui will deal with it on behalf of us. Li Er rubbed his glabella and said in a low voice. He wanted to ask Zhang Sun Wuji to deal with it on behalf of him, but he suddenly remembered that Zhang Sun Wuji was probably in the same situation as him. They did not sleep for the entire night and might not even come to the morning court session. Thus, he changed his words. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, he called a young eunuch and asked him to pass the imperial decree to the palace. He continued to stand beside Li Er and serve him. "What's the situation inside now?" Li Er sighed and asked softly. "Your Majesty, Prince Wei's body is too weak now. We can't use too much medicine. Last night, a few imperial physicians discussed and came up with a compromise. Prince Wei has already taken it." Prince Wei finally fell asleep when the sky was about to brighten. The number of times he went to the toilet has also decreased. Zhao Song hesitated for a moment and cupped his hands to report. Li Er's heart sank. He was not a 3-year-old child. Zhao Song was obviously reporting the good news and not the bad news. "It's been so long. Has Qingke eaten?" Zhao Song's face instantly turned ugly. Seeing Li Er looking at him with burning eyes, he could only tell the truth. Imperial physician Qin said that whatever Prince Wei eats now, he will vomit or poop. For Prince Wei, food is not only unable to replenish his energy, but it will also worsen his body's weakness. Therefore, it is not suitable for Prince Wei to eat at the moment. Humph. But if a person doesn't eat, how long can he live? Li Er slapped the stone table and said sullenly. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Imperial physician Qin said that for now, we can only use medicine to keep Prince Wei's life. Then, we will think of another way. Zhao Song said carefully. Imperial father, as the two of them spoke, Li Qingxian, Chang'e, and Li Ku walked out of the room. The three of them had red eyes. Only then did Li Er put away the gloominess on his face. He turned around and nodded at his 3 children. "Qingke is asleep." Li Qingxian nodded and replied, "Yes, Imperial father." Li Er looked at Chang'e. The little girl's face was like a pear blossom in the rain. She must have shed a lot of tears earlier. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. It hurt more than being stabbed on the battlefield. "Chang'e, go back to the palace with your mother to rest. Don't worry, Qingke will get better," Li Er said gently. Chang'e wanted to say no, but when she met Li Er's bloodshot eyes, her heart hurt even more. In order not to worry Li Er, she could only nod silently. The moment she turned around, she could not help but ask, "Imperial father, will brother Qingke really be fine?" Ever since Li Tai became Li Zishuan's disciple, his temperament had changed a lot. He doted on his sister even more. Naturally, she respected her brother Li Tai even more. When she suddenly heard the bad news last night, she felt as if the world was falling apart. It was hard for her to accept this reality. When Li Er heard this, he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. He felt indescribably uncomfortable. "Don't worry, Chang'e. Qingke will definitely be fine. Quickly go back and rest." Chang'e nodded firmly. "Yes, brother Qingke will definitely be fine." With that, she turned around and walked into the room. However, she muttered to herself in the air, "If only brother Xiao Xian was here. He will definitely not let anything happen to brother Qingke." Li Zishuan. The 4 people present were all shocked, and they were all dumbfounded. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Zhao Song, quickly go to Yunshan and bring Li Zishuan here. Not long after, Li Er suddenly stood up and ordered Zhao Song. Although he was not sure if Li Zishuan could treat cholera, Li Zishuan had been creating miracles since the moment he entered Chang'an City this year. Someone who could cure Qin Xiong, who was covered in injuries, must have a way to deal with cholera. Moreover, Li Tai's life was hanging by a thread. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to try. Otherwise, he would not have sent people to Taibai Mountain to look for Sun Simiao last night. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 909. His Majesty is not feeling well today, so he will not attend court for a day. If the officials have urgent matters, hand over the memorials to Minister Fong and Minister Du to deal with them. Outside Taiji Palace. The officials who had been waiting for a long time without seeing Li Erzhao and the others enter the palace suddenly received such a decree. They couldn't help but discuss in private. What's going on today? Duke Qi didn't come, Duke Lu didn't come, Duke Yi, Yuqi Jingda, didn't come, and now His Majesty didn't come either. In the first year of Zhongguan, Zhang Sun Wuji was promoted to Minister of Appointments and was awarded the title of Duke Qi. Something big must have happened. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, he has always been diligent and loved the people. There has never been a situation where he didn't attend morning court. What big thing can happen? Besides, even if something happened, it's impossible for so many officials to not come at the same time, right? Fang Xianling saw the commotion below and couldn't help but stand up and say loudly, "Colleagues, if you have something, please hand over the memorials to me. If there is nothing, please return to your offices and do your duties." As the Prime Minister of the Empire, Fang Xianling still had a lot of prestige. As soon as his voice fell, the officials immediately quieted down. Qin Xiong's eyes flashed and he turned to leave without saying a word. He also felt that something was wrong, so he wanted to go to Qing Mansion and Yuqi Mansion to take a look. Damn, you are all a bunch of quacks. You don't give my son food, do you want him to starve to death? Qing Mansion backyard. Qing Yaojin slammed his palm on the stone table in the courtyard and said angrily with his eyes red. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone table exploded from the middle with a bang and scattered on the ground. The imperial physician in front of him said helplessly, "Duke Lu, please calm down. Your son can't eat now. You are harming him by letting people feed him. To tell you the truth, His Highness Prince Wei is also using the same treatment method." Qing Yaojin said angrily, "Nonsense. I only know that if a person doesn't eat, they won't last many days. You bunch of quacks can't save people, but you are still harming people here. Duke Lu, if you insist on letting your son eat, he won't last 3 days. If he doesn't eat, he can last at least 5 more days." The imperial physician said angrily. Anyone who was scolded by Qing Yaojin as a quack and a quack would also be annoyed. "Master, don't say any more. Let's listen to the imperial physician." Madame Qing wiped her tears and pulled her husband who had lost his mind. "Humph. Listen to my ass. Steward, immediately send someone to Cloud Mountain and invite little Xian over." Qing Yaojin flicked his sleeves, turned around and left. Marquis of Yong'an. If Duke of Lu invites the Marquis of Yong'an over, there might still be a chance to turn things around. When the imperial physician heard Qing Yaojin mention Li Zishuan, his eyes lit up as he muttered in his heart. Marquis, bad news, something big has happened. Cloud Mountain Villa. Li Zishuan was having breakfast with his family in the living room when he heard Pang Feiji's wailing outside. "What's the fuss about? Come, have you eaten breakfast? If you haven't, let's sit down and eat together." Li Zishuan looked at Pang Feiji, who was panting at the door, and said angrily. "Marquis, what time is it now? You should stop eating. Something big has happened. Quickly follow me into the city." Pang Feiji waved his hand and complained helplessly. Li Zishuan asked curiously, "What happened? Why are you so anxious?" Pang Feiji saw that Li Zishuan didn't seem to care, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Marquis, I've received news that Prince Wei, Ching Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and Sun Zifan contracted cholera at the same time yesterday. Their lives are hanging by a thread, and they are in imminent danger. Marquis, quickly go and take a look. Cholera. Li Jingma, Mrs. Li, and Han Yushi's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. Li Zishuan was also shocked. He subconsciously thought that Pang Feiji was talking nonsense. The memory of his previous life told him that cholera was only introduced into China at the end of the Qing dynasty. How could such an acute infectious disease appear in this era? However, from the memory of this body, Li Zishuan found that there were already records of cholera in medical books from before. After carefully comparing the memories of the two lives in his mind, Li Zishuan realized that this cholera was not the same cholera. There was a substantial difference between the two. The cholera that modern people talked about usually referred to Hulila, which was an acute diarrheal disease caused by contaminated food or water ingested by Vibrio cholerae. In the TV series, Chuangwendong, the Japanese child Ichiro was saved by Xiao Air, but was thrown out by her father because Ichiro might have gotten Hulila. Scholars believe that the cholera caused by Vibrio cholerae, or Hulila, was introduced into China in 1820, the 25th year of the Qing dynasty. According to Song Rulin in the preface of Lin Sen's Complete Cholera Diseases, he said, in the autumn of Jiqingqingshan, 1820, many people vomited and had diarrhea. The following year, Xinzi became even more severe. It also said, this disease began in Guangdong, and this year in Fujian and Taiwan, the patients were especially severe. In the 7 major cholera epidemics in the world, China was always the most severely affected area. During the 2 epidemics, there were many patients, and many died. During the Qing dynasty, cholera was very contagious. Sometimes, when a coffin was carried to the funeral, he died before the coffin was carried to the place. This was a situation that occurred continuously in Dandong, called Anong at that time, 20 years after the Qing dynasty. However, the cholera mentioned by the ancients did not completely correspond to Hulila. It could be a simple symptom of vomiting and diarrhea, like the acute gastroenteritis that was common in summer and autumn. The so-called cholera was sudden. The so-called cholera was a sudden illness that occurred suddenly. This term existed before the Han dynasty, and was not translated from modern times. As early as in the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor, there were already records of cholera. For example, the Spiritual Pivot 5 Chaos chapter said, when the stomach is in chaos, it is cholera. The Tsuan Chi communication theory said, when the earth is not old enough, the people suffer from cholera. The Tsuan 6 Elements of the Righteous Era said, when the moon is full of cholera, it vomits. The plague that the army suffered in the process of marching was mostly cholera. When cholera occurred, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Before the war even began, most of them were already dead. With regards to cholera, the ancients mainly focused on prevention and treatment as a supplement. In general, there was no special treatment for this kind of Class A infectious disease. During the Taihe period of the Jin dynasty, the monks of Guangji Temple suffered from cholera. A necromancer used monkshood and dried ginger to cure them. After drinking it, they forced out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then died. Therefore, when the medical officials of the Imperial Medical Department faced Li Tai, whose life was hanging by a thread, they were collectively helpless. It was not that they were incompetent, but that the cholera was too strong. Where is the Marquis of Yongmen? His Majesty summons you to return to Chang, and immediately. At this moment, a sharp voice came from outside, waking Li Zishuan from his daze. Chapter 9-10. Just as he finished speaking, the eunuch who came to deliver the edict appeared at the door. Li Zishuan and the rest hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Seeing that there was no way he could continue eating, he said to his father, "Father, you guys continue eating. I'll go back to Chang and to take a look." Li Jingma said worriedly, "Little Xian, that's cholera. Are you confident?" He did not object to his son saving Li Tai, but he was worried that if he could not save him, he would be implicated. After all, the royal family was the most heartless. Li Zishuan understood what his father was worried about. He smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I still have some confidence. Even if he did not have confidence, he should still go to Cheng and to see Li Tai. But coincidentally, he did know an ingenious method to treat cholera. Little Xian, you have to be careful. Madame Li said worriedly. Li Zishuan said, Mother, it's fine. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he prepared to leave with the young eunuch beside him, who was already anxious to the point of smoke coming out of his head. Who knew, at this moment? Marquis Yong and, my master invites you to see my eldest young master, may I trouble you? An old man appeared outside the door. It was the Qing Manor's housekeeper Liang. Li Zishuan recognized him at a glance. Housekeeper Liang was halfway through his sentence when he saw the eunuch beside Li Zishuan. He immediately shut his mouth, not knowing what to do. Obviously, he had guessed that this eunuch was here to ask Li Zishuan to treat Li Tai's illness. How could he ask for it? Was he going to snatch the person in front of everyone? But Qing Chumo was also bedridden. Li Zishuan was his only hope. If he did not invite Li Zishuan back, what would happen to Qing Chumo? Oh, Uncle Liang, you're here. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and understood the purpose of housekeeper Liang's visit. He took the initiative to welcome him and said, How is Chou Nyo? Does the imperial physician have any countermeasures? Head steward Liang said with a distressed expression, Eldest young master had diarrhea for an entire night and his stomach was empty, but he still couldn't resist going to the toilet. The imperial physician didn't allow him to eat, so old master asked me to invite the Marquis of Yong and to the manor to see if there's a way to treat my young master's illness. The little eunuch beside him immediately became anxious and stepped forward to say, Marquis Yong and His Majesty and Her Highness are waiting for you. You should quickly follow us to save King Wei. Housekeeper Liang pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but at this time, he couldn't possibly ask Li Zishuan to go against the order and save Qing Chumo, right? That would be too selfish. Li Zishuan didn't know if Li Tai and Qing Chumo's situation was serious or not. It would be bad if something happened to the other when he went to save one of them. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said decisively, Uncle Liang, send Chumo to King Wei's manor in a moment. I will treat the two of them together. I will explain the situation to His Majesty. The little eunuch wanted to say something, but he was intimidated by Li Zishuan's reputation and didn't say anything in the end. As long as Li Zishuan could go to King Wei's manor as soon as possible. Head steward Liang said gratefully, Thank you, Marquis Yong and I will go back and tell old master now. Li Zishuan quickly added, Oh right, I'll have to trouble Uncle Liang to inform Uncle Yuqi, the Sun family, and the Zhang Sun family to send Yuqi Baolin, Sun Zifan, and Zhang Sun Chong over. Saving one person was the same as saving 5 people. He might as well solve them all at once. Head steward Liang naturally agreed. Li Zishuan followed the little eunuch on horseback to Chang'an City. Your Majesty, the Marquis Yong and is here. In King Wei's manor, just as Li Er and Empress Zhangsun were panicking, a guard ran over and cupped his fists. Li Er's expression brightened. He raised his head and said hurriedly, Let him in. Yes, Your Majesty. After a while, Li Zishuan walked in and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Erdo waved his hand and said, There's no need to be so courteous. Li Zishuan, I'm sure you've heard about the matter. Qin Ke has contracted cholera, and the imperial physicians are all helpless. Although you don't specialize in medicine, you always have some unexpected methods to treat illnesses and save lives. We called you here today to ask if you can treat cholera. Before this, who would have thought that this half-grown youth would become the last hope of a country's ruler? Li Zishuan didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said, May I take a look at King Wei's current condition? Everything will have to wait for me to take a look. Li Er nodded and said, Zhao Song, bring the Marquis Yong and in. In the past, he used to address Li Zishuan as a brat. Now that Li Zishuan had become Li Tai's last hope, Li Er's address of Li Zishuan became more formal. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Li Zishuan followed Zhao Song to the side room to visit Li Tai. As they approached the side room, Li Zishuan could smell the stench rolling in. He quickly held his breath. He glanced at Zhao Song from the corner of his eye and saw that the latter's chest was not rising and falling. He knew that this old man must be holding his breath like him. Entering the side room, it was filled with imperial physicians and servants. These people had been exposed to the stench for an entire night and must have developed immunity. No one was covering their noses and mouths. Of course, there were a few familiar faces among these people, Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin from the Imperial Physicians Department who had helped Li Zishuan previously. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded at them. Then, he looked at Li Tai, who was lying on the bed with a weak breath and had already fainted. He was immediately shocked when he saw him. Previously, during the military training at the academy, Li Tai had grown from a fatty who weighed 200 pounds to a normal man who weighed 120 to 30 pounds. But now, after being sick for a day, he seemed to have become even thinner. This cholera was really ferocious. In just one day, it could torture someone to this extent. If this were to continue for a few more days, Li Tai's life would be gone. Xiao Xian, how is it? Is there any way to save him? Unknowingly, Li Er had walked in. He looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a low voice. To his delight, Li Zishuan actually nodded. Your Majesty, from the feces and vomit, we can conclude that Qin Ke has indeed contracted cholera. This subject has a method that may be able to cure this illness, but whether it will work or not, this subject is not 100% sure. Even if it was not 100%, it should be at least 60 to 70%, right? Li Er was ecstatic. Li Zishuan said that he was not 100% sure, but the imperial physicians were not even 10% sure. It was clear who was better and who was worse. Good, good, good. I believe in you. Whatever you need, just let me know. There are many rare herbs in the palace storehouse. I can give them all to you as long as you can cure Qingxue's illness. Chapter 9:11. Your Majesty, I don't need those top-grade herbs for the time being. Let's wait for the others to come first before treating them together. Prince Wei's mansion, back room. Li Zishuan didn't take advantage of the sudden generosity of Li Er. Besides, his method didn't require any precious herbs. The others? Li Er was puzzled and asked, who else? Li Zishuan quickly explained, Your Majesty, I heard that Chumo, Bao Lin, Sun Zifan, and Zhang Sun Chong were all infected with cholera like Qin Quebec. Treating them is like putting out a fire, so I thought of gathering them together to treat them together. I hope Your Majesty will allow it. This was acting first and reporting later. The matter had already been done, and now it was just a formality to inform Li Er. However, Li Er's mood was much better than before, so he said, no matter. Then let's wait for them to come together. In the end, wasn't Li Zishuan willing to come here first because he was the emperor? But even if he was the emperor, he couldn't keep hogging Li Zishuan and delay the treatment of the others. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a commotion in the front yard of the Prince Wei's mansion. Immediately after, a guard came in and reported, Your Majesty, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Duke Qi, and Sun Shaoqing have brought their respective young masters over. Li Zishuan thought to himself that the speed was fast, while Li Er looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan quickly cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, why don't you place them in this room so that I can treat them at the same time? Li Er then instructed the guard, do as the Marquis of Yong and says. Yes. Not long after, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qing Yao Jin, Yuqi Jingda, and Sun Fujia, the four big shots of the imperial court, ordered the servants to carry their sons in on bamboo couches. It was worth mentioning that not only did they carry the people over, but they also brought the toilets and basins. Because their sons had vomited and had diarrhea several times along the way, they couldn't possibly poop on the bamboo couches, right? But their combination looked like they were moving. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the four big shots settled their sons down, they bowed to Li Er one after another. Li Er waved his hand. No need for formalities. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his hands and said, My son's condition is urgent. I didn't receive Your Majesty's summons and sent him here to seek help. I hope your majesty can forgive me. The other three followed suit and cupped their hands in apology. Li Er said warmly, you are too serious. As a father, I understand your difficulties. Zhang Sun Wuji bowed and said, many thanks, your majesty. Then, he turned to Li Zishuan and cupped his hands, Marquis Yong, and, I'll leave my son in your care. Among the four families, he was the one with the most estranged relationship with Li Zishuan. The sons of the other three families were all Li Zishuan's first students, so their relationship was naturally not ordinary. Li Zishuan hurriedly returned the greeting and said, I will do my best. Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda came over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulders. With their family's relationship with Li Zishuan, there was no need to say anything more. If they said anything more, it would make them seem estranged. Sun Fujia also thanked Li Zishuan with a haggard face. The previously lifeless room finally had some vitality at this moment. The imperial physicians, servants, the four big shots who just arrived, as well as Empress Zhangsun who was persuaded by Li Er to go back and rest, and Li Er himself, all placed their hopes on Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan felt an indescribable pressure. He turned around and said to Li Er, Your Majesty's treatment method is a little special. If Your Majesty raises any strange requests later, I hope Your Majesty, Her Majesty, and uncles will not question it. The final treatment effect will only be revealed at the end. Furthermore, the people here must listen to Your Majesty's instructions. This was giving an early warning. Although everyone felt that Li Zishuan's words were a little strange, no one raised any objections. Li Er also nodded and said, no problem. Use whatever methods you have. From now on, all the guards, imperial physicians, and servants in the entire estate will be under your command. After saying that, he said to Wei Wangfu's senior official Wu, did you hear what we just said? Senior official Wu hurriedly said, Your Majesty. Your Majesty will fully cooperate with the Marquis of Yong'an's treatment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, many thanks for Your Majesty's understanding. Now, this subject will begin to treat Qing Ke and the others. Your Majesty, Your Highness, and uncles, please move to the courtyard. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient. Li Er nodded and brought Empress Zhangsun out. Li Qingxian and Li Ke glanced at Li Zishuan and also followed out. As for Changlo, she had already been persuaded by Li Er and Zhangsun to go back and rest. Xiao Xian, the best thing my family's Chou Niu did in his life was to have a brother like you. Qing Yaojin was the last to leave. Before he left, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and sighed. Li Zishuan glanced at Qing Chimo, who was lying on the bamboo couch, and thought to himself that after a while, Qing Chimo would definitely jump up and say that the thing he regretted the most in his life was having a brother like him, right? Hey, Xiao Xian, you have a way to treat our illness. That's great. Last night, I almost King pooped my intestines out. Now, my butt is still burning with pain. Qing Chimo said intermittently. Among the five of them, he and Yuqi Baolin were in the best condition. After all, the physique of a martial artist was in charge. Li Zishuan didn't waste time talking nonsense with this guy. Instead, he directly instructed the Wei Wangfu's official Wu, this marquis needs something. Can you help me find some? Official Wu hurriedly said, Marquis, just tell me what you need. This one will do his best to help you find it. But Li Zishuan's next sentence had the flavor of not giving up until he was shocked to death. Quickly bring some people to help this marquis find some used toilet paper, and also bring over 4 braziers. Remember, they must be used toilet chips, not new ones. Elder Wu was dumbfounded. His brain couldn't wrap itself around it for a moment. What does treating an illness have to do with toilet chips? At this moment, he really wanted to ask Li Zishuan, are you kidding me? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Zishuan saw the situation and asked. No problem. Marquis Yong'an, please wait a moment. I'll get someone to do it now. Official Wu wiped his sweat and said hurriedly. Academician Qin couldn't help but ask, Marquis Yong'an, Why are you asking people to search for toilet chips? Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course it's to treat illnesses. Academician Qin will understand in a while. Pfft. Shao Xian, you can't be thinking of using toilet chips to treat our illnesses, right? We are brothers. How can you do this? Even if you have to do this, you should at least let us use those unused toilet chips. Cheng Chumo, who was lying on the stretcher, suddenly became agitated and said to Li Zishuan intermittently. Chapter 9:12. High Energy Warning. This chapter is a little strange. Those who are misophobic or are eating, please be careful. Elder Wu, what are you carrying? In the backyard of the Prince of Wei's residence, all the parents were anxiously waiting for Li Zishuan's diagnosis and treatment results. However, they saw Senior Advisor Wu instructing people to carry 5 braziers and a basket of unknown objects into the side room. Out of curiosity, Li Er stopped Elder Wu and asked. Elder Wu's face turned bitter as he answered truthfully, Your Majesty, the objects in the basket are toilet chips. The Duke of Yong and asked me to find them. When Li Er heard this, his face turned ugly. Toilet chips? What does he need toilet chips for? I do not know. The Duke of Yong and did not tell me. Elder Wu was also puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why Li Zishuan wanted him to find these disgusting things out of the blue. You may go. I will ask him later. Li Er had a bad premonition. However, he had already promised Li Zishuan that everyone would be under his command. How could he go back on his word now? Empress Zhongsun looked at the room with doubt in her eyes. The other big shots also looked at each other in dismay. In the room. Marquis, I've brought you the cutlery and brazier you wanted. What else do you need next? After the braziers and toilet chips were moved into the room, Elder Wu cupped his fist and asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan looked and nodded, I do not need them for now. Order people to throw the toilet chips into the braziers and bring the braziers to Qin Ke and Chu Mo's beds. Let the heat dry their bodies. Leave 1 or 2 people to add the toilet chips into the braziers. The rest of you go out first. We will come back in half an hour. This was an indigenous method of treating cholera that Li Zishuan heard from the village doctor in his previous life. It was said that it had cured many people. Cough cough, of course there was no such thing as toilet chips in the modern world. He could only use shit stir as a substitute. He didn't have much confidence in this kind of crude recipe, but at this moment, he wanted to try it out to see how effective it was. Moreover, he still had other tricks up his sleeve. When Elder Wu heard this, he was stunned. He finally understood why Li Zishuan wanted him to find these toilets. But why did it sound so unreliable? Marquis, there's no need to ask. Just do as I say. Li Zishuan didn't wait for Elder Wu to ask and waved his hand domineeringly. In fact, even he himself did not know that this method of using toilet cubes to treat cholera had a great background. The Compendium of Materia Medica had a record in the medical devices department. Toilet preparation, attending physician, dystocia, cholera, and cold body tendons, burning hot air under the bed and spreading it to the upper body. Also, the attending physician is afflicted with evil spirit energy. This item is the smallest, but its power can be recorded, hidden artifact. Don't you think it's unbelievable? Regardless of whether this prescription had a scientific basis or not, there were even more shocking prescriptions in the Compendium of Materia Medica. For example, human urine could treat cold and heat headaches. Pig tying rope was used to treat children's cries of alarm and restless hair. Using the 12th lunar month to burn ashes and drinking a little water. Li Zishuan only remembered that when the old village doctor told him this crude method of using toilet cubes to treat cholera, he secretly laughed in his heart. Those cholera patients must have been cured by the smell of feces, right? Elder Wu saw Li Zishuan's unyielding attitude and could only do as he was told. Cheng Chumo, who was lying on the bamboo bed, really sat up in shock. Who knew where this guy got his strength from? He pointed at Li Zishuan and shouted with his eyes wide open, F***ck. Shao. Xiao Xian, you can't cheat your brother like this. You're not treating us, you're clearly trying to suffocate us to death. Although he had been suffocated by his own feces for an entire night, how could other people's feces be the same as his own? Many times when you go to the latrine to take a dump, you'll think that the latrine next to you is smelly, but you'll usually not think that your own feces are smelly. Li Zishuan said with a smile, seeing that you're so energetic now, it means that this toilet cubes are very useful. Elder Wu, remember to close all the doors and windows in a while and keep them sealed. After saying that, he ignored Qing Chimo's shouting and turned to leave. The imperial physicians also hurriedly fled. Li Tai, who was unconscious, was faintly awakened by Qing Chimo's loud voice. He said in a daze, "Suffocate to death?" What? What suffocate to death? Chu. Chimo, why are you here? Qing Chimo saw that the doors and windows were closed and couldn't help but feel despair. He was too lazy to talk to Li Tai. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his stomach. He hurriedly shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, I want to shit. Hurry. Poo." Inside the room, the smell of fresh feces, burning feces, and vomiting mixed together. The stench was overwhelming. Even the maids and servants of the prince's residence who had been suffocated for an entire night couldn't stand it anymore. These people probably wouldn't be able to eat for a month, right? Vomit. Li Tai's stomach churned and he hurriedly turned to the side and vomited into the basin under the bed. The other people lying on the bamboo bed weren't any better. Each of them was suffocated by the stench emitted from the brazier. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but they were already exhausted from pooping for an entire night. How could they have the strength to do that? They could only lie on the bamboo bed and silently enjoy it. Outside the room, Li Zishuan saw Li Zishuan walk out and asked, "Li Zhanshe, why did you ask Elder Wu to find the toilet cubes for?" Empress Zhangsun, Qing Yao Jin, and the others also looked over. Li Zishuan didn't dare to directly say that he just wanted to test whether or not the local prescription would work. Instead, he seriously spouted nonsense, "Your Majesty, I put these cubes into the fire and burned them. I want to smoke out the damp and evil aura from Qin Ke and the others' bodies. Then I will supplement it with a few prescriptions to nourish and expel the cold to nurse their bodies and prevent them from having diarrhea." When Li Er heard that Li Zishuan used the cubes to treat Li Tai's illness, his face instantly turned green. He subconsciously suspected that Li Zishuan was purposely messing with his son. But Li Zishuan's later words made it seem like he was serious and reasonable, which made him hesitate for a moment. The main reason was that spiritual master Lingshu's reputation was too great. Otherwise, he would have the thought of chopping Li Zishuan into pieces. After pausing for a moment, Li Er said with a black face, "I will believe you for now. If this still can't cure Qin Ke and the others, He didn't finish the second half of the sentence, but the threat was obvious. Empress Zhangsun, Qing Yao Jin, and the others who originally didn't look good could only swallow their doubts when they heard that Li Er had agreed. Li Zishuan didn't care at all because he was very confident in the other prescriptions in his heart. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." Then he turned and ordered, "Elder Wu, please bring me a brush and ink. I will write a few prescriptions and then you send someone to get the herbs." Chapter 9:13. Dr. Wu brought over a brush and ink. The imperial physicians couldn't help but gather around, wanting to see what kind of magical prescription Li Zishuan would come up with. Li Zishuan didn't mind them secretly learning from him. He picked up the brush and began to write. First, use 2 qian of dried ginger and 2 qian of wujuyu. Then, use 10 qian of dried ginger and 5 qian of cooked aconite. Fry it for 3 to 4 quarters of an hour. Then, add an appropriate amount of rice. Fry it in warm water. Lastly, add an appropriate amount of fresh ginger and hearth soil. Fry it in water and filter it to remove the dregs. Take it once in the morning and once in the morning. Within 5 days, you will be cured. This prescription was the other prescription for cholera that the old village doctor in his previous life had told him about. Although it was a bit of a folk prescription, it was undoubtedly more scientific than using toilet cubes to treat cholera. Li Zixuan's previous body had been taught by spiritual master Ling Su. Although he had never received a complete teaching of medicine, he had been weak and sickly since he was young. It could be said that he had become a doctor after being sick for a long time. Although his medical skills weren't at Sun Simia's level, he had a good understanding of the medicinal properties of various Chinese medicines. When Li Zixuan had just transmigrated from the modern world, the fusion between his souls wasn't perfect. Therefore, he didn't have many memories related to medicine at first. However, ever since he had broken through to the realm of martial arts grandmaster, his mental strength had increased exponentially. Gradually, his brain began to have more knowledge about medicine and medicinal herbs. Although it wasn't very systematic or comprehensive, Li Zixuan was still very happy to have an additional skill. When Pang Feiji told him that Li Tai and the others had contracted cholera in the morning, Li Zixuan had been thinking about how to treat cholera. He couldn't help but think of the method that the old village doctor had told him about. Although the old man was just a village doctor in the countryside, he had been practicing medicine for his entire life. His medical skills were extremely high. Moreover, he was proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. Many large hospitals couldn't easily treat an illness, but in his hands, he might be able to cure it with 2 injections and 2 prescriptions. Moreover, it didn't cost much. Therefore, the old village doctor was very respected in the village. In his previous life, the old village doctor lived right next to Li Zixuan's house. Therefore, Li Zixuan had more contact with him. That was why he knew so many prescriptions. On the way there, Li Zixuan used the memory of his predecessor and began to analyze the prescriptions given by the old village doctor. The more he analyzed, the brighter his eyes became, and the more surprised he became. Only people who were well-versed in pharmacology would understand the true beauty of these prescriptions. This was also the reason why he was so confident when he made the promise to Li Er. As for the toilet chips, it was just an experiment he wanted to do on the spur of the moment. It would be best if he could smoke Li Tai and the others well. It didn't matter if the smoke didn't work. He still had other tricks up his sleeve. This prescription. Brilliant, brilliant. After Li Zixuan put down the brush, Imperial Dr. Qin was the first to exclaim. However, some people didn't understand, so they asked, Dr. Qin, how is this prescription so brilliant? It's obviously just some common herbs. Imperial Dr. Qin was embarrassed to say that the last part of the prescription was the stove soil. No matter how he looked at it, it was not reliable. Dr. Qin shook his head and said, it's because it's just some common herbs. That's why the person who came up with this prescription is so brilliant. His medical skills have reached perfection. Everything in his hands can be used as medicine. This Qin is not as good as him. Dr. Qin, why don't you explain it to us? We can learn from it. When the doctors heard Dr. Qin's words, they couldn't help but feel itchy. Dr. Qin stroked his beard and said, this prescription was written by Marquis Yong-an. Presumably, Marquis Yong-an is the most knowledgeable about this prescription. This old man will not show off in front of an expert. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Dr. Qin is too modest. For the same prescription, different doctors have different opinions. Why don't you tell me your opinion first, and then this young one will use my own opinion to compare with yours. For this young one, this is also a kind of improvement. Dr. Qin looked deeply at Li Zixuan. The admiration in his eyes became more and more intense. Talented but not arrogant. If this kind of young man can't have a meteoric rise, then it's really unreasonable. Since Marquis Yong-an insists, then this old man will show his incompetence. Dr. Qin was no longer modest. He thought for a while and said, ginger is very hot. It can warm the meridians and stop bleeding. It can also replenish the yang energy. Although Fructus corydalus is a little poisonous, ginger can suppress its toxicity. Moreover, Fructus corydalus itself can strengthen yang energy and stop diarrhea. It can also expel cold and relieve pain. Marquis Yong-an's first prescription can cure Wei Wang's illness by more than 30%. It can also replenish the lost energy in his body. This is really good. After replenishing the lost energy, the second prescription is even more powerful. It has the intention of following up the victory. Ginger warms the spleen and stomach, cooked monkshood restores yang energy and relieves yang energy, and japonica rice relieves diarrhea and invigorates the spleen. This prescription combined with the first prescription can at least cure Wei Wang's cholera by more than 80%. As for the last prescription, this old man doesn't really understand the use of the hearth soil, so I won't comment on it. All the imperial physicians had a look of sudden realization. They didn't think that these ordinary things would have such a strong effect when put together. It seems like the more expensive something is, the better it is. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and laughed. Dr. Qin's grasp of the medicinal properties of these herbs is really admirable. As for the hearth soil, it is warm and heavy. It warms the stomach and relieves the vomiting. It is mainly used to treat the weak cold in the spleen and stomach, and vomiting caused by the lack of stomach qi. The main purpose of using it here is to strengthen the efficacy of the previous 2 prescriptions and completely cure Wei Wang's cholera. Dr. Qin's words just now were very correct. As long as one is well versed in medicine, anything can be used as medicine. As a doctor, one has the responsibility to treat the illness of the patient with the least cost. Of course, this is also the most important part of a doctor's ability. If one uses expensive herbs like ginseng and deer antler when they encounter an illness, how many people in the world can afford to treat the illness? Qin Ke, Chu Mo, and the others' cholera was caused by the water of Ba River. However, Ba River stretches for hundreds of li recently. Tens of thousands of people have drunk the water of Ba River. Before long, there will definitely be hundreds and thousands of cholera patients. As long as my 3 prescriptions are effective, we can use the least cost to pacify this cholera epidemic. At this moment, Li Er didn't have time to care about his son who was suffocating in the room. His face had already become incomparably solemn. Good, 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 very good. What Li Zhanshe is worried about is very likely to happen. Although I have already instructed the county magistrates of the counties around Chang, and to inform the people not to directly drink the water of Ba River, it is hard to guarantee that there won't be patients who have already drunk the water and contracted cholera. If there is a cheap prescription that can allow ordinary people to treat and cure cholera, it will be a blessing for the people of Tang. Elder Wu, quickly go and get the medicine. Chapter 9:14. Wretch. Stop burning. Stop King burning. Don't you think it stinks? Qingke, you have to control them. Cheng Chumo covered his nose and shouted after he finished pooping in the room. You can't blame him for being unreasonable. The smell in the room was too King strong. He had never been to such a smelly place in his life. CK. Cho Ox, your own poop is already so smelly, and you still have the cheek to criticize others? CK, it stinks. Li Tai was already suffocating from the smell. He covered his nose and mouth with one hand and fanned the air in front of him with the other. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't run, he would have run out of the room long ago. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Tai felt that the blood in his body was about to be smelly. Today's encounter was likely to leave a deep shadow in his heart. I say, you two still have time to quarrel. Yamacho is just outside. Who would dare to disobey Yamacho's orders? I think we should save our energy. Sun Zifen leaned over on the bamboo bed and covered his nose as he spoke to the 2 quarreling men. Yuchi Baolin nodded and agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Yamacho is treating us. Qingke, brother Cho Ox, stop quarreling. Let's just get smelled a little more. Who knows, we might be cured. I'm still young, and I don't want to die. Cheng Chumo was amused by this idiot. Tisk, Baolin. Only you would believe that this is treating us. In my opinion, Yamacho is purposely torturing us. Who uses the toilet to treat people? Yuchi Baolin raised his head and thought for a moment. Then, he retorted, Brother Cho Nyo, you're wrong. Why would the mountain leader torture us for no reason? He must be treating us. We just have to enjoy it. Enjoy? Cheng Chumo's eyes widened even more. He pointed at Yuchi Baolin and said, "Damn, Baolin, I just realized today that you're such a hardcore person. I'll send you a few baskets of used toilet paper later. You can put them under your bed and enjoy them. How about that?" This fellow could only bully an honest man like Li Tai with his words. If he dared to bully Li Tai like that, Li Tai would definitely retaliate in kind. Bah! Brother Chon Yo, the enjoyment I'm talking about is the enjoyment of the treatment process. Once I'm cured, I won't touch these toilet chips anymore. Yuchi Baolin hurriedly said. Have you noticed that the five of us haven't had diarrhea for a long time? Zhang Sun Chong, who had been lying on the side and enduring the stench for a long time, suddenly spoke. It was true. I haven't had diarrhea for half an hour. It seems like Yamacho's method is really effective. Yuchi Baolin replied with an excited expression. Ching Chimo rubbed his stomach and carefully recalled. He realized that it was just as Zhang Sun Chong said. He had been lying on the bed for nearly half an hour. But what he said just now was still ringing in his ears. How could he have the nerve to change his words now? He could only mutter, "Ha. Maybe our stomachs are empty and there's nothing left to poop." Li Tai also felt that his body seemed to have regained some strength, but he wasn't very sure, so he didn't say anything. At this moment, he looked at the servant next to him who was adding toilet paper to the brazier. He then looked at the bamboo basket next to the servant and saw that the toilet paper inside was almost empty. He said, is this all that's left?" The servant had been in Prince Wei's mansion for so long, but perhaps he hadn't been questioned by Li Tai before. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little flattered. He hurriedly said, in reply to your highness, this is all that's left. This lowly one was afraid that you would find it smelly, so I burned it a little faster earlier. Li Tai's eyes turned and glanced at Ching Chimo. Then, he chuckled and said, go and help this prince bring some toilet paper from Ching Chimo's side. Continue to burn it, but don't burn it too quickly. Save it. This prince is not afraid of the stench. Compared to the terrible pain of almost pooping his intestines last night, Li Tai felt that this stench was still bearable. After all, he had to protect his chrysanthemum. The servant was a servant of Prince Wei's mansion. Of course, he had to listen to Li Tai. At this moment, he hurriedly replied, yes, your highness. After saying that, he got up and walked over to Ching Chimo's side. However, Ching Chimo couldn't stand it. This fellow almost jumped up. He pointed at Li Tai and said angrily, F***ck, Ching K, don't go too far. These toilet paper tokens were given to me. What right do you have to ask someone to take them from me? He wasn't stupid. Although he didn't admit it, he knew in his heart that the toilet paper tokens could improve his condition. At this time, how could he give away his portion of the toilet paper tokens? Li Tai said with a smile, Chimo, didn't you just say that it was too smelly and asked people to stop burning the toilet paper tokens? Aren't I helping you? Ching Chimo immediately shouted, get lost. I don't need your help. Hey. What are you doing? Don't touch my toilet paper tokens. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? It was the servant of the Prince Wei's mansion who had helped him add the toilet paper tokens to the servant that Li Tai had ordered just now. Ching Chimo was anxious and wanted to get out of bed to stop it. However, his whole body was weak and his speed was slower by a few beats. He could only watch helplessly as half of his life-saving toilet paper tokens were taken away. Chon Yo, we are brothers in any case. Don't be so stingy. You see, I only let them take more than 30%. You still have a lot left. Li Tai smiled and comforted him. Ching Chimo said indignantly, F***ck, Ching K, what you did was not right. There are so many people in the room and you didn't rob. Why did you have to rob me? Look at Sun Zifen's basket, isn't there still so much left? F***ck, Ching Chimo, shut up. Li Zishuan, who was outside the room instructing the servants to decoct the medicine, naturally did not know that these idiots in the room had begun to act out a shocking show of stealing toilet paper tokens. The servants of the Prince Wei's mansion were very efficient. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zishuan had bought the herbs that he wanted. However, he did not manage to buy the hearth soil. How would the pharmacies of this era sell this stuff? However, this was not a problem for Li Zishuan. He personally brought Wu Zishuan to the kitchen of the Prince Wei's mansion and dug out a piece of yellow soil from the bottom of the hearth. He used a knife to remove the black soil and impurities, then handed it to the kitchen manager to decoct the medicine. Wu Zishuan, I have already explained the decoction method to you. You stay here and keep an eye on it. I will go back to the backyard to check on Qing Ke and the others. Li Zishuan was worried about Li Tai and the others who were being suffocated by feces, so he instructed. Marquis, don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Wu Zishuan nodded and replied. Only then did Li Zishuan turn around and leave, walking towards the rear courtyard. Chapter 9:15. TSK, it seems like this method is quite effective. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given you a prescription. I would have gotten someone to find you 2 baskets of toilet paper. Maybe you'll be fine after smoking it for 2 days. When he arrived at the room in the backyard, he could hear Li Tai and Qing Chimo bickering through the door. Judging from their voices, it didn't seem like they were seriously ill at all. He pushed the door open and said with a smile. Huh? The 2 people who were in the middle of bickering were dumbfounded by Li Zishuan's words. A few moments later, Qing Chimo reacted and angrily said to Li Zishuan, Young master, you're the one who gave the order. F***CK. Xiao Xian, what do you mean? Are you saying that you can cure our illness with medicinal herbs? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to use such disgusting things like toilet paper? Li Tai also looked at Li Zishuan with a face full of anger. The other 3 children didn't have much anger on their faces, but they also cast their gazes on Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, Curing a disease is like putting out a fire. You guys were already half a step into the gates of hell when you got cholera. It's already not easy to keep your lives. Qing Chimo, you still have the time to complain about this and that? I think someone didn't suffer enough last night, right? Qing Chimo subconsciously covered his chrysanthemum. He didn't want to experience that feeling of collapsing again. However, he was still a little angry at Li Zishuan for tricking them. Then why didn't you use a better treatment method? Aren't you torturing us on purpose? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Do you know how to treat illnesses, or do I know how to treat illnesses? How do you know this method isn't good? Originally, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for you to recover from this illness. However, after using this method and supplementing it with the decoction, you will be fully recovered within 5 days. Do you still think this method is not good? Seeing Li Zishuan's reasonable and earnest look, Qing Chimo was suddenly speechless. At this moment, Elder Wu brought a servant over with a bowl of medicine. Marquis, the medicine is ready. Should I give it to His Highness? Elder Wu bowed and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, according to the order, let them take it. This Marquis will come back later to see the results. Yes. Elder Wu waved his hand at the servants, and Qing Chimo and the others were forced to drink the decoction. Although the first 2 decoctions tasted bad, it was still bearable. But the last decoction, poof. Pay. Damn, how could there be dirt in the medicine? Qing Ke, how do the servants in your residence brew the medicine? Qing Chimo, who had just suffered from feces, was suddenly forced to drink a mouthful of dirt. This fellow could not bear it any longer. Li Zishuan frowned and said, If you don't want to die of illness, swallow this medicine. Otherwise, in a few days, I will have to collect your corpse. Seeing that Li Zishuan did not seem to be joking, the patients in the room could not help but tremble. They quickly attacked the decoction. They had just suffered from feces and now they had to eat dirt. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky today. However, they were still considered lucky. In comparison, the other cholera patients in the past 2 days were suffering too much. None of the medical officials dared to accept them when they were sent to the medical hall. Even if there were medical halls that dared to accept them, many people could not afford it. Moreover, even if they could afford it, there was no guarantee that the medical hall would be able to treat them. In just one day, hundreds and thousands of families were suddenly affected. Most people were helpless and could only prepare coffins for their loved ones who had suffered from cholera in advance. Your Majesty, according to the county magistrate of the counties near Chang and City, there are now at least 800 families who have suffered from cholera. They cannot afford to treat the illness, and there are no medical halls among the people who can treat this illness. In the long run, as more and more people are infected with cholera, there is a high possibility that it will lead to a large-scale epidemic. When that time comes, it will be even more difficult to deal with if there is a mass uprising. In the backyard of the Prince of Wei's residence, Li Er had just heard from Elder Wu that Li Tai's condition had improved. He was originally relieved, but Zhao Song came to report something to him. Li Er's expression suddenly became serious. Let's wait and see if the 3 prescriptions that Li Zishuan prescribed are really effective. If they are, we can promote them without restraint and stop the epidemic from spreading. Li Er said softly, then said, let's go, follow me to see how Qin Ke and the rest are doing now. After that, Li Er led the 4 family members of the patients to the back room. Your Majesty. When the servants inside and outside the house saw Li Er come over, they all bowed and saluted. Li Zishuan heard the commotion outside and hurriedly came out to greet him. Li Er waved his hand and gestured for everyone to rise. He then looked at Li Zishuan and asked directly, Li Zhansher, how are the effects of the decoctions? Are Qin Ke and the rest fine now? Li Zishuan smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the effects of the decoctions are still being tested. However, based on the current condition of Qin Ke and Chu Mo, the cholera in their bodies has been reduced by more than half. If they continue to take the decoctions for 3 more days, there is a high chance that they can be completely cured. Li Zishuan was satisfied. Empress Zhangsun, who was beside him, felt relieved when she heard Li Zishuan's assurance. After letting go of her worries, she felt a wave of sleepiness sweep over her, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Thus, she informed Li Er and went back to the palace to rest. Not bad, not bad. Qin Ke, how are you feeling now? Li Er came to Li Tai's bed in a happy mood and asked with concern. In fact, he didn't need to ask this question. Just by looking, he could see that Li Tai's complexion was much better than before. Wasn't this enough to explain the problem? Li Tai propped himself up with his hands and replied to Li Er, replying to Imperial Father, this son is much better now. Yamacho's medicine has helped us stop the diarrhea. At least now we don't have to run to the outhouse every once in a while. Li Er couldn't help but smile. At this time, Li Zishuan said to the court elders who were eagerly looking at their sons, uncles, you can bring your sons home now. When you go back, don't forget to ask Wu Changsher for 5 days' worth of medicinal herbs. Feed them medicine on time every day. If there is any abnormal situation, send someone to inform me. This kid is on call. Qing Yaojin laughed and said, haha. Deal. Little Xian, I'll have to trouble you this time. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, it's my duty. The rest of the patient's family members thanked Li Zishuan one by one and then asked Li Er to leave. After a while, the whole room returned to normal. Only Li Zishuan, Li Er, and Li Tai were left, as well as the servants next to them. Chapter 9:16. Li Zhansher, how long will it take for the medicine to take effect? Li Er asked Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back after ordering all the servants to leave the room. Li Zishuan replied, Your Majesty, according to my estimation, the effect should be seen in the afternoon. By then, the frequency of Qin Ke's defecation will obviously decrease. If we keep taking the medicine in the morning and in the evening, she will definitely recover within 5 days. Are you that confident? Your Majesty, I am confident. If he had only deduced the prescription based on his own understanding of the herbs at the beginning, he might not have been 100% confident. However, now that he saw Li Tai and the rest gradually recover after being fumigated by the toilet, he was even more convinced of the old village doctor's prescription. Li Er nodded imperceptibly and said, "This time, the blue sparrow was suddenly attacked by cholera and almost lost her life. Thanks to your help, the Empress and I are very grateful. Whatever reward you want, just say it." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up but then dimmed. He sighed and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that Qing Kai and Chou Nyo suffered from cholera because they drank the water from the Ba River. Is that true?" Li Zishuan actually did not want the reward that was delivered to his mouth. Li Er could not help being greatly surprised. Hearing Li Zishuan suddenly ask about this, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and said with a nod, "Indeed so. I have already sent people to check on the recent meals in Qing Kai Mansion. There is nothing unusual. Also, I just received news that there are a few hundred more people suffering from cholera outside Chang'an City." Li Zishuan's heart sank and said, "Therefore, I think that now is not the time to discuss the reward. The river is invisible and the pollution of the water source is the most difficult to control. When the time comes, the number of people suffering from cholera will definitely be more than this. The priority now is for the local government to step in and remind the people to pay attention to the hygiene of their drinking water to prevent more people from contracting cholera." Although he did not have the heart of a bodhisattva, he did not want to see too many people suffer. Since ancient times, cholera was an acute infectious disease that was always more important to prevent than to treat. If there was not a set of perfect preventive measures, when the number of cholera patients reached a certain level, it would be impossible to control the disease. Li Er heard this and could not help but look at Li Zishuan in a new light. He secretly thought that this fellow was usually slippery and cunning, but when it came to critical moments, he was able to distinguish the severity. "Not bad, I am very pleased that you can think of this. However, I have already ordered the governor to work together with the county magistrates of every county near Chang'an City to inform the people not to drink the water from the Ba River. When your prescription is effective, I will let the Imperial Medical Department to prepare a batch of herbs and medicine ingredients and give it to the sick people free." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan with a gratified expression. Unexpectedly, Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this solution does not solve the root of the problem. Although there are 8 rivers around Chang'an, namely Wei, Jing, Feng, Zhao, Bai, and Ba, and there are 5 canals in the city, namely the Longzhou Canal, Qingming Canal, Yong'an Canal, Huang Canal, and Chao Canal, it can be said that the water source is abundant. Even without the Ba River, it can still satisfy the water needs of the people in and outside Chang'an City. However, Your Majesty, do not forget that these 8 rivers and the 5 canals are interconnected. As time passes, the water from the other rivers will also cause cholera. If Your Majesty wants to prohibit the people from drinking the river water, just the Ba River alone is far from enough." The Chang'an of this era was not the same as the modern Xi'an. The surrounding areas were rich in water resources. Otherwise, it would not be enough to support this super city with a population of 2 million people. However, there was no running water in this era. The people's drinking water mainly came from the river. Therefore, Li Zishuan felt that Li Er's method was not reliable. The reason why the modern Xi'an had a shortage of water resources and frequent droughts was mainly because of the Sui and Tang dynasties. The population of the Guangzhou area increased greatly, the Lus Plateau was overdeveloped, and the rapid disappearance of forests. Of course, the most important reason was the war at the end of the Tang dynasty. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Er could not help but frown deeply. After thinking for a while, he glanced at Li Zishuan and said, "Looking at your confident appearance, you must have a plan in mind, right? Quickly say it, don't keep me in suspense." Li Zishuan secretly rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, "Am I keeping you in suspense? This is called devising a strategy. Your Majesty, according to what I know, the reason why the murky river's water causes cholera is because there are microscopic life forms in the river that cause cholera. These life forms are very small and cannot be seen with the naked eye. When they enter the human body, they are usually killed by the acid secreted by the human stomach. However, there will always be a portion that survives. The portion that survives will invade the human intestines and multiply in an extremely short period of time, producing highly concentrated toxins that are very lethal. The specific symptoms are like Ching K's continuous vomiting and diarrhea yesterday. Li Zixuan began to instill modern medical theories into Li Er and Li Tai. Li Er could not help but be shocked. Li Tai could not help but tremble a few times. When he thought of the countless tiny creatures giving birth in his intestines, he felt terrified. Li Zixuan continued, "The lives of the people cannot be separated from water. Therefore, Your Majesty's method of prohibiting the people from drinking the river water is not a long-term solution. I feel that rather than this, it is better to encourage the people to boil the water before drinking. This will greatly reduce the possibility of them contracting cholera." Ancient people usually drank cold water. Only when the weather was cold would they boil the water to drink. Li Er asked doubtfully, "If the water is boiled, will it kill the tiny creatures in the water?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Of course. In fact, it is not only these tiny creatures. Other things that can cause illness can also be killed by boiling the water." Li Er nodded lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking to himself that he should instruct the people to boil all the water in the palace in the future. Just now, when Li Zixuan said that the tiny creatures were multiplying in Li Tai's stomach, he was disgusted. He, Li Er, was the emperor. He would not allow these little things to offend his imperial prestige. "As you said, I will instruct the people in a while. Remember to write what you just said in Datong Daily later. It is best to let more people know the pros and cons." Today, Datong Daily had become a force of public opinion that could not be ignored. Many times, the imperial court's decrees had to be publicized through the newspaper. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and promised. Even if old Li did not say so, he would have done so. "That. Yamacho, where did the tiny creatures in the river that caused cholera that you mentioned earlier come from?" At this time, Li Tai, who was half leaning on the bed, asked weakly. Li Zixuan turned his head and looked at the child sympathetically. He said, "According to my guess, it is very likely that the water in Bar River was contaminated by the feces of the patients who had cholera before. That is why there were these tiny creatures. After that, it happened that you guys." Chapter 9:17. Sigh. This child, it's rare for him to be muddle-headed. Isn't it better to be muddle-headed sometimes? Li Zixuan rode Whitey on the streets of Chang'an. In his mind, he was still recalling Li Tai's, "I ate shit" expression. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. This child really didn't know how to pretend to be muddle-headed at critical moments. He insisted on getting to the bottom of the matter, and in the end, he got to the bottom of the matter. What he said just now wasn't to tease Li Tai. The most common cause of cholera infection was from drinking water contaminated with feces. This wasn't something Li Zixuan made up. "Doctor, please save my son. I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life to repay you. I beg you. I'll kowtow to you. My Shaoan is only 4 years old. I beg you." Just as Li Zixuan was swaying and letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard a woman crying and begging on the street. Li Zixuan instantly came back to his senses, and then he urged his horse to go in the direction of the sound. Sigh. You hurry up and get up. I've already told you that your son's illness can't be cured by anyone. You should prepare for his funeral as soon as possible. This was a medical clinic. Li Zixuan looked up and saw that it was called the Hanging Pot Hall. Li Zixuan had heard of it before. It was an extremely famous clinic in Chang'an City. The doctor in charge was the imperial physician of the previous dynasty, and his medical skills were quite good. This woman probably went to many clinics and was rejected, so she came to the Hanging Pot Hall. Facing this last life-saving straw, it was very difficult for her to let go. "No, doctor, my son is only 4 years old. Please do a good deed and save him. My husband and I will be your slave for the rest of our lives. I beg you." The woman was dressed in sackcloth, and her hair was messy. In front of her lay a child with a strong head. The other man knelt on the ground with her and kowtowed to the old man in front of the clinic, saying, "Master, please forgive me. Dr. Lin, your medical skills are so high. I'm sure you have a way to save my son. Although I don't have much money, I still have 20 mu of Yongye farmland. I can give it all to you. As long as you can save my Shaoan. This was truly a huge loss. In this era, to the farmers, the land was their life. It was hard to imagine how the family would live without the land. Even if the child was cured, what could they do? Did that man not understand this? Of course, he understood, but at this time, he couldn't care less. How many times have I told you? Your son is suffering from cholera. Do you know about cholera? This disease can't be cured. The old man was annoyed by the couple's entanglement. He said angrily, then turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. Only then did the crowd realize that the child on the ground was suffering from cholera. One by one, they retreated far away in fear. Seeing the old doctor turn around and leave, the woman cried in despair, "Oh, my poor'un. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you play by the river. I'm the one who should die. I say, you two should carry the child back and prepare for his funeral." This old man encountered cholera several decades ago, and no one could cure it. You two are still young. Have another child in the future. At this time, an old man couldn't bear it and came up to comfort the woman. His words made the woman cry even more sadly. The man was at a loss. He didn't know whether to comfort her or not. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan, who was not far away, sighed softly. No matter which era it was, as long as one person in an ordinary family fell ill, it could directly bring down the entire family. Li Zishuan was hesitant. If he saved the child, it was very likely that hundreds and thousands of cholera patients would come to him for treatment. However, the effectiveness of his prescription was still in the testing stage. If he gave it to so many people rashly and an accident happened, it would be a great sin. Generally speaking, a person's life wouldn't be in immediate danger after contracting cholera. Most people could hold on for 3 to 5 days. By that time, the results of Li Zishuan's prescription would be out. However, the child on the ground was only 4 years old. Looking at his complexion, if he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't even last for 2 days. Save him. Even if there's trouble, Li Zishuan, will take care of it. Li Zishuan gritted his teeth and was about to dismount from his horse to talk to them. In the end, he was still soft-hearted. However, 2 more couples came. Li Zishuan recognized them. They were old Niu and his wife from the Han family village and Mei Jun and his wife from the Plum village. "Where's Miracle Dr. Lin? Miracle Dr. Lin, please save my child. Miracle Dr. Lin, please save my child." Old Niu and his wife were pulling the bullock cart. Brothers De Niu and Er Niu were lying on the bullock cart. As for Mei Jun's wife, Han Xiaoyun, she was carrying a 1-year-old child. Her face was covered in tears and she looked very anxious. Li Zishuan's heart sank. Only then did he realize how troublesome the situation was. Sigh, 2 more families came to seek treatment. This is the 10th family today. How many people have contracted cholera? Who knows? What a sin. Look at the child, he's only a little over a year old. How are his parents taking care of him? That's right. However, it's useless to beg now. Miracle Dr. Lin may be skilled in medicine, but he can't cure cholera. Sigh. It's a pity that this child is still so young. The onlookers pointed at the Niu couple and Mei Jun from afar and whispered. Of course, most of them sympathized with them. Hey! Look, the hanging pot hall closed early. At this moment, someone exclaimed. The hanging pot hall had closed early in the morning. That was rare. Looks like the hanging pot hall is afraid of being harassed by cholera patients. Sigh. Even the hanging pot hall is closed. Are these cholera patients just going to wait for death? Let's go back. Don't get infected. The onlookers watched for a while and dispersed. Li Zishuan picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Mei Jun. Ouch. Who threw that at me? Mei Jun covered his head and turned around. He was shocked. Marquis? Boo-hoo. Mei Jun, what are you looking around for? What are you doing, looking around for? Han Xiaoyun said angrily as she wiped her tears and pinched Mei Jun's waist. Hey, Xiaoyun, let go. Marquis is looking for me. Take care of our Huan heir. I'll be back soon. Mei Jun pulled Han Xiaoyun's hand away and whispered to her. Then, he walked towards Li Zixuan. Marquis. Mei Jun said in a low voice as he came to Li Zixuan. Bring your Huan heir and Uncle Niu to Yunshan to find me. If possible, bring that couple too. I might be able to save your child's life. But don't tell anyone about it. Li Zixuan said in a low voice. Then, he ignored Mei Jun's confused, shocked, and ecstatic expression and left. Chapter 9:18. Marquis, please save my Huan heir. When it was close to noon, Mei Jun, old Niu and his wife, as well as the first couple who knelt on the ground, arrived at the Yunshan residence. Han Xiaoyun was carrying a baby boy. When she saw Li Zixuan, she immediately knelt and kowtowed. Li Zixuan quickly stopped her and said, Enough. If you want to see a doctor, just do it. Why are you kneeling? Come in. He hated it when others knelt before him. So it's Marquis Yongmen. When the couple saw Li Zixuan, they finally understood who Mei Jun had told them could save their child. Earlier, when they were rejected by godly Dr. Lin in front of the Hanging Pot Hall, just as they were feeling hopeless, Mei Jun and his wife suddenly told them that there was someone who could cure cholera. At first, the couple thought that Mei Jun and his wife were swindlers. However, when they saw the dying child in Han Xiaoyun's arms, they decided to come and take a look. What if Mei Jun was telling the truth? Who would have thought that they would actually see Li Zixuan? They were originally from a village near Chang'an City. Not only had they heard of Li Zixuan's deeds, they had even seen him in person. When they thought of Li Zixuan's reputation as the son of an immortal, their hearts were filled with hope and surprise. They hurriedly came forward to bow. Li Zixuan, who was afraid of being knelt, quickly waved his hand and said, All right. I don't like these formalities. Quickly bring the child in. With that, he turned around and entered the main hall. Inside the house, Old Man Li and Madam Li were nowhere to be found. Lan was also missing. As Li Zixuan had arrived at Yunshan before Mei Jun and the rest on horseback, Han Yushi knew why they were here. At this moment, she kindly poured a few cups of water for them. Mei Jun and the rest were too embarrassed to accept it. They all said that they didn't need it. Li Zixuan said, Just accept it. You all must be tired from running around with the child this early in the morning. Sit down and have a cup of water. Only then did everyone accept it. After running all morning, they were indeed thirsty. Li Zixuan took advantage of this time to check the physical condition of the 4 children one by one. Gradually, he frowned. Niu and Niu were still fine. These 2 naughty children were as strong as 2 oxen. Although they had cholera, it had only been less than a day since the onset of the disease. At most, they would collapse from diarrhea. As long as they took 2 doses of medicine, they would definitely be cured. However, the other 2 children were troublesome. Due to his young age, the child named Xiaoan had fainted after a night of diarrhea. Not only that, the child was now running a low fever. This was really troublesome. In this era, there wasn't any special medicine that could reduce fever. If he wanted to use Chinese medicine to reduce fever, he had to think of a good prescription. As for Mei Jun's infant child, how could he possibly withstand the torment of a disease as violent as cholera? At this moment, he could only be described as on the verge of death. His breathing was extremely weak, and if not for Li Zixuan's profound inner qi and extremely sharp perception, he would have thought that the child was already dead. Looking at the anxious expression in the couple's eyes, Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In a few more years, perhaps he would also be a father, right? At that time, if his child also contracted a serious illness that he couldn't treat, he and Han Yushi would probably be as anxious as the Mei Jun couple now, right? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan took 2 steps back. When he shook his head, Han Xiaoyun thought that her child couldn't be saved. She immediately cried out and kept calling, Huan, Huan, As for Mei Jun, the young man's eyes were also sparkling. He looked like he was about to cry but was holding back his tears. Xiaodong's sister, why are you crying? This marquis didn't say that your family's Huan couldn't be saved. Only then did Li Zishuan realize that Han Xiaoyun had misunderstood him, so he spoke up. He shook his head just now because he felt that it was troublesome. After all, he had lived 2 lives and today was his first day as a doctor. But it wasn't that there was no way. There was so much information stored in his mind. If he thought about it carefully, he could still think of a way. What? Marquis, you're saying that my family's Huan can be saved? That's great. That's great. Marquis, if you can save my family's Huan, both of us are willing to be your slaves for the rest of our lives. When Han Xiaoyun heard this, she immediately raised her head and said with a face full of surprise. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, this marquis doesn't need you to be my slaves. Just live a good life in the future. If your family's Huan wants to be cured, it's a little troublesome. I'll tell you later. Uncle Niu, Auntie Niu, your family's de Niu and Air Niu's conditions are relatively mild. I have 3 prescriptions here. Logically speaking, it should be able to cure your 2 children, but I haven't had the time to test it yet. If you're willing to give it a try, I'll get Pang Feiji to get the medicine for you. If you're worried about the risks, I won't force you. After 2 days, when I've tested the effectiveness of this prescription, it won't be too late for you to come and get the medicine. The main problem now was that Li Zishuan's 3 prescriptions had not been tested in clinical trials. Although there were no problems with the prescriptions from a pharmacological and pathological point of view, whether they would be effective or not still needed to be tested. To a certain extent, Li Tai, Qing Chumo, and the others had become test subjects this time. However, this was all tacitly approved by Li Er, Zhang Sun, and Xing Yaojin. After all, these people were experienced and knowledgeable. They knew that there were very few people in the world who could cure cholera. It was already very rare for Li Zishuan to have 70 to 80% confidence in curing cholera. The reason why Li Zishuan's 3 prescriptions had not been promoted was that they were waiting for Li Tai's test results. This was also one of the reasons why he had specially instructed Mei Jun not to spread the news. Marquis, even if I don't trust anyone, how can I not trust you? We're willing to try this prescription. Even if we can't cure it, we won't blame you. Now, in the entire Chang'an city, only you are willing to cure our families de Niu and Air Niu. The moment Li Zishuan finished speaking, Old Niu answered without hesitation. Old Niu's wife, Feng Chunmei, wanted to say something. However, after hearing Old Niu's words, she immediately shut her mouth. This was because she knew that Old Niu was right. Cholera was not only an illness that no one could cure, but also no one was willing to get involved. It was just like what happened in the hanging pot hall this morning. That's good. You guys carry de Niu and Air Niu back first. I'll get someone to send the herbs over to you later. Li Zishuan nodded. Old Niu subconsciously said, Marquis, how can we let you spend money on this? I'll go get the herbs myself later. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Uncle Niu, there's no need to say anything more. You should quickly send de Niu and Air Niu back to rest. So that I can treat the other 2 children. Old Niu also knew that Li Zishuan did not care about this small amount of money at all. Hearing this, he could only bring his wife and 2 children out. As for Li Zishuan's kindness, Old Niu made up his mind to find a way to repay it in the future. Chapter 919. Which village are you from? After the Niu family left, Li Zishuan didn't rush Pang Feiji to Chang'an city to get the medicine because there were still 2 more patients. It wouldn't be too late to get them together. At this moment, he looked at the couple from the outer village and asked. Marquis, we are the villagers of Liujie village. My name is Lu Dazhuang, and this is my wife, Mei Xianglan. Marquis, Liujie village is now your fief. Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but remind Li Zixuan when he saw that he was still calm after the introduction. Oh. Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows. Since he was made a marquis, his fief had expanded a lot. However, he had been busy with the academy and hadn't had the time to check it out. He had asked butler Wang Zhong to do the handover. Therefore, when the burly man mentioned Liujia village, he didn't react immediately. Lu Dazhuang, your child has not only contracted cholera, but also a cold. If you want to treat cholera, you have to bring down his fever first. I can give you a prescription to bring down your child's fever quickly. As for cholera, you heard it just now. It's up to you whether you want your child to continue receiving treatment or not. In just a short while, Li Zixuan had already selected an excellent prescription to reduce fever in his mind. In ancient times, due to the lack of medical technology, it was common to die from minor illnesses like colds and fevers. However, this didn't mean that traditional Chinese medicine couldn't cure colds and fevers. On the contrary, traditional Chinese medicine had many ways to deal with colds and fevers. Generally speaking, they could be divided into 3 categories. First, the method of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was equivalent to the method of ventilating the internal organs and releasing heat in Chinese medicine. That was to use medicine that was bitter and cold to clear bowels to reduce fever. However, this child was still suffering from cholera. He was already vomiting and having diarrhea. If he were to use this method to clear bowels, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? Second, the method of treating heat with cold was also one of the most commonly used methods of reducing fever in traditional Chinese medicine. That was to use medicine that was cold, sweet or bitter, to reduce fever. However, cold medicine could easily damage the spleen and stomach, so it was not suitable for this child's situation. In the end, after much consideration, Li Zixuan chose the third method, which was the method of stopping the boiling. It was equivalent to the method of dispersing fever in traditional Chinese medicine, which was to use Xian San to achieve the goal of reducing fever. The main principle was to reduce the fever through sweating. It just so happened that cholera was a type of cold disease, and sweating could also be used as an auxiliary treatment for cholera. However, sweating profusely was also quite taxing on the human body. This child was still young, so he would definitely not be able to withstand the excessive use of medicine. Therefore, when writing the prescription, it was a test of Li Zixuan's calculation ability. Lu Dazhuang and his wife had just experienced the experience of being rejected by many medical centers in the morning. Old Cow's choice just now gave them a certain amount of confidence. At this moment, they did not hesitate and bowed to Li Zixuan. We believe in Marquis. We beg Marquis to treat our Shaoan. Even if he is not cured, we will only be grateful to Marquis. We will definitely not have any complaints. Okay, since that's the case, you two can wait here for a while. I will get someone to get the medicine for your child in a while. I will also tell you how to decoct this medicine. Since they trusted him so much, Li Zixuan would do this good deed to the end. He was definitely going to save this child. Lu Dazhuang and his wife bowed to Li Zixuan sincerely. Thank you, Marquis. Marquis's great kindness, Dazhuang will remember it for the rest of his life. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said that there was no need to be so courteous. Then, he turned around and looked at the child in Han Xiaoyun's arms. Give the child to me. Let me take a closer look. Li Zixuan looked at Han Xiaoyun and said. Han Xiaoyun naturally agreed. She carefully handed the child to Li Zixuan. Although Li Zixuan had died tragically before he could become a father in his previous life, this did not mean that he did not know how to carry a child. In his previous life, his sister's child had been carried by him many times. He skillfully carried the child over. At the same time, he kept the child's spine and elbows at the same level. This was beneficial for protecting the child's fragile spine. What a fragile little life. Li Zixuan used his hand to press against the child's tender feet. A trace of pure Taoist jinqi began to enter the child's body. It was said that newborn children were the purest, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they had an innate body. However, Li Zixuan used his jinqi to examine the child's abdomen and found that there were a lot of impurities. This must be the cause of cholera. Li Zishuan was in a dilemma. He could try to use his Jinqi to open up this part of the blockage and alleviate the child's condition. However, the child was only a few months old. It could be said that the child's meridians were as fragile as thin paper. Li Zishuan had to be very careful when using his Jinqi to examine the child's body. How could he dare to use his Jinqi to help the child unblock his meridians? However, the child's breathing was so weak that it would be difficult to wake him up with just the power of the medicinal stone. Unless Sun Simiao came personally, there would be a chance. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan could not help but frown deeply. The situation was far more difficult than he had imagined. Mei Jun and Han Xiaoyun saw the expression on Li Zishuan's face. Their hearts sank, but they did not say anything to disturb him. Just as Li Zishuan was about to give up, something strange happened. Li Zishuan suddenly felt a trace of very active and full of vitality in his body. It directly flowed to his arm and then tried to enter the child's body through his palm. Li Zishuan was shocked. He subconsciously thought that the Jinqi in his body was out of control. He hurriedly used the Taishian Sutra to suppress the trace of Jinqi. However, as the saying goes, weak water is shapeless, and this trace of Jinqi also seemed to be shapeless. Li Zishuan tried everything, but he still could not stop it. Then, the trace of Jinqi directly entered the child's body. Li Zishuan's expression changed, thinking that he had accidentally harmed the child. However, the tragedy he had expected did not happen. He saw the child's pale face blush at a speed visible to the naked eye, making him look exceptionally adorable. Wah! 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 What shocked everyone was that the child had woken up at this moment and was crying loudly. Li Zishuan was a little confused, but Mei Jun and his wife were very surprised. They wanted to go forward and hug their child, but they were afraid to disturb Li Zishuan's meditation. They were in a dilemma. Spiritual qi. That was spiritual qi, not Jinqi. There is a spirit in heaven and earth. Things with spirituality are really attracted to each other. In this way, the child's future is destined to be extraordinary. Li Zishuan thought for a while, and seemed to have grasped the truth of the matter. His heart could not help but set off a storm. Chapter 920. Husband, the child is crying. Did you hurt him? Han Yushi came up and looked at the little guy who was crying in Li Zishuan's arms. Her heart immediately melted, and her face actually lit up with a motherly glow. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and felt speechless. He was saving the child's life, okay? Why did his wife say that he was a weird uncle who bullied children? Seeing Mei Jun and his wife looking at the child in his arms with longing, Li Zishuan coaxed the child in his arms and said to Mei Jun and his wife, "The child's body is very weak now. I just used my sex internal true qi to help him recuperate. If you want to cure the cholera in his body, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome than Denyo and Ernyo." Han Xiaoyun had just seen her child wake up. She was full of joy, but when she heard the second half of Li Zishuan's words, the tears in her eyes couldn't stop falling. "Marquis, please save my Huan, Jun and I will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. I beg you." With that, she was about to kneel down. Han Yushi hurriedly pulled her and comforted her. "Sister Xiaoyun, don't be like this. Since husband can wake Huan, up, he must have a way to cure your Huan, Han Xiaoyun and Han Yushi used to be sisters from the same village. They had a very good relationship. In Han Yushi's impression, Han Xiaoyun had always been an extremely strong woman. Now that she knelt down to Li Zishuan, it showed that she cared about the child very much. This kind of motherly love touched Han Yushi very much. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Sister Xiaodong, you don't have to be like this. I didn't say that I won't save the child. How about this, the two of you stay here first. I'll help the child recuperate for 2 days. At the same time, I'll prescribe some mild medicine to relieve his illness. What do the two of you think?" Hearing that Li Zishuan was willing to help with all his strength, Han Xiaoyun immediately stopped crying. However, she hesitated and said, This isn't very good? Marquis, we are already very grateful that you are willing to save our family's Huan, How can we disturb you here? Mei Jun echoed, that's right, that's right. That's not good. Why don't we send Huan here every morning and pick him up at night? This way. Han Yushi advised, Sister Xiaoyun, why don't you stay? We've been good sisters for so many years, so why are you being so polite? It just so happens that we haven't caught up in a long time. I'll sleep with you tonight. Let's have a good chat. When Li Zishuan heard this, his face darkened and he almost vomited blood. In the end, Han Xiaoyun agreed to stay at the Cloud Mountain residence. However, Mei Jun was chased away by her. The reason was that the clothes at home still needed to be collected, and her parents-in-law still needed someone to take care of them. At night, Li Zishuan groomed Huan's body twice before tragically returning to the guest room to sleep. Alas, it's hard to be a good person in this world. It was even harder to be a good man. Wow, Yushi, this bed in your house is so comfortable. You're so happy now. In the bedroom, after Li Zishuan left, Han Xiaoyun gradually let go. This woman lay on the big bed with a latex mattress and springs without any care for her image. Then, she sighed with emotion to Han Yushi. Actually, she wanted to say these words when she entered the residence in the morning. However, at that time, she was worried about her son's condition. How could she have the mood to care about the magnificence of the Li family's residence? Now that she saw that her son's complexion was getting better and he could cry and make a fuss again, she had the mood to gossip with her good sister. No way. Sister Xiaoyun, aren't you doing well too? Mei Jun is willing to endure hardships and is good to you. He's also honest. You guys are very happy too. Han Yushi was coaxing Huan to sleep. The child had just finished pooping. After some tossing and turning, the two of them could go back to their room to rest. These chores should have been done by the servants. However, there weren't many servants in the residence. Secondly, Han Yushi liked this child very much. Naturally, she did it herself. At this moment, after hearing Han Xiaoyun's words, she smiled slightly. Speaking of Han Xiaoyun and Mei Jun, this couple was also famous in the Han and Mei villages. The reason for their fame was naturally that Mei Jun was famous for being afraid of his wife. They were comparable to Fang Xianling and his wife. Him? He's so dull. How can he be as good as you say he is? Han Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and curled her lips. However, although she said this, she couldn't hide the happy smile at the corner of her mouth. Whether he is good or not, Sister Xiaoyun, you know clearly. You don't have to tell me. Han Yushi used her hand to gently touch the little fellow's tender face. Then, she turned her head and smiled at Han Xiaoyun. I don't know if you have accumulated some great merit in your previous life. In this life, you actually found a good husband like the Marquis of Yong'an. Young, rich, powerful, and capable. I don't know how many ladies in Chang'an City are jealous of you. Han Xiaoyun sat up from the bed and rolled her eyes at Han Yushi. A touch of warmth flashed in Han Yushi's eyes. However, she said embarrassedly, Actually, I don't know why my husband likes me. Han Xiaoyun hurriedly said, Okay. I don't want to hear about the love between you two. If I know too much, I will be silenced. At this moment, she suddenly said half-jokingly, Yushi, since you like children so much, why don't you have one with the Marquis of Yong'an? Speaking of which, you two have been married for a long time. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong'an is young and strong. It doesn't seem like. If Li Zishuan, who was lying in the guest room, knew that someone was slandering him for not being good in that aspect, he would definitely vomit 2 mouthfuls of old blood. Ah! Sister Xiaoyun, what are you saying? Han Yushi was extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly freed up a hand and covered Han Xiaoyun's mouth. Han Xiaoyun chuckled and broke free from the devil's claws. After a moment, she said seriously, Yushi, don't blame your sister for talking too much. Women, you only have a few years when you are young. Moreover, the Marquis of Yong'an is young, promising, and handsome. If you don't give the Li family a little marquis as soon as possible, you won't have a good time in the future. Han Yushi's face was slightly pale. She said, But my husband said that it's not good for a woman's body to have a child too early. Tisk Tsk, the Marquis of Yong, and is really considerate of you. When Han Xiaoyun heard this, she clicked her tongue and sighed. Then, she revealed her gossipy nature and said, however, this kind of thing is destined by the heavens. How can he control it? If you two sleep together a few more times, who knows, you might have it one day. Ah, Yushi, don't tell me that you two haven't slept together yet, right? No, you've obviously slept together before. Fortunately, it's still all right. Han Yushi said in her heart, my husband really can control himself. Sigh, I don't know how he calculates sex through his menstruation. Although she thought so in her heart, how could Han Yushi have the nerve to tell Han Xiaoyun such a secret? She changed the topic and said, all right, Sister Xiaoyun, don't talk about this anymore. Tell me about the situation when you gave birth to a child. I heard that it was very painful, right? Giving birth. Of course it was painful. At that time, I was about to faint from the pain. However, when I saw Huan, I felt that all the pain I suffered was worth it. Chapter 921. The epidemic in and around Chang'an City was far more serious than Li Zishuan had expected. On the first day, Li Er had received reports that more than 800 people were infected with cholera. On the second day, the number had risen to more than 2,000. The sudden outbreak of the epidemic had more or less caused panic among the commoners. Previously, the government had sent people to warn the commoners not to drink water from the murky river. Therefore, the commoners understood that cholera was transmitted from the river. Therefore, no one dared to fetch water from the river. No one even walked by the river. Many fishermen were unwilling to go into the river. In order to prevent the spread of panic, a detailed explanation of the source, pathology, and mode of transmission of cholera appeared on the headlines of Datong Daily. The name under the headline was Li Zishuan, which greatly increased the credibility of the news. Now that the Tang Dynasty Dictionary had been implemented for almost half a year, there were more and more literate people. Basically, there were children in every family who could read the newspaper according to the dictionary. Therefore, the news in the Tang Dynasty Daily could be immediately known to ordinary people. When they saw the news that cholera was mainly transmitted through water and was not contagious through mutual contact, many people heaved a sigh of relief. When they saw that boiling water could eliminate the source of cholera, those who were drinking cold water hurriedly spat out the water in their mouths and shouted for their wives to quickly boil some hot water. Boiling water was not a big deal for the villagers. At most, they would need some firewood. However, there were plenty of firewood in the mountains. If they simply chopped some, it would be enough to last them for a few days. No one would take the risk of cholera just to save firewood. This was not a joke. However, what made the commoners most happy was that the imperial court had ordered the imperial physician department to research a cure for cholera. It was currently in the testing stage. They would only need to wait for a few more days to get results. The family members of the cholera victims who were in despair suddenly saw hope. The people's fear of cholera was greatly alleviated with this news. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan finished his breakfast, groomed Han Xiaoyun's son's body, and reminded Han Xiaoyun to remember to feed the little guy medicine on time. After that, he rode out. A day had passed. He had to go and see how Qing Chimo, Li Tai, and the others were doing. He ran from house to house. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to return home before noon. At this time, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, old man's son has been traveling for so long. Why hasn't he reached Chang'an yet? Now, as a half-baked doctor, I have to do it personally. It's so stressful. Although Li Zishuan appeared to be a strategist in front of others, it was all an act. When he was free in the dark, no one knew how many times he had gone over the prescription in his mind. He also flipped through many medical books that he had collected from the Imperial Physician Department because he knew that it was a matter of life and death. The slightest carelessness could lead to a large-scale medical accident. At that time, he would really have done a bad thing with good intentions. Now that Li Zishuan's Taishian Sutra had reached the 8th level, his spiritual power was no longer what it used to be. Once his brain seriously thought about something, a day of thinking was equivalent to a month of thinking without sleep or rest. The more he thought about it, the more confident Li Zishuan was in the 3 prescriptions to treat cholera. But for this kind of thing, it was better to see it with your own eyes. The first stop was to go to the Sun family. Sun Fujia was in the morning court now. Before she left, she must have instructed the gatekeeper. Li Zishuan revealed his identity and was directly welcomed in. When Madame Sun saw Li Zishuan, she was naturally full of grateful words. When he finally saw Sun Zifan lying on the bed, Li Zishuan asked about the child's condition. Marquis Yong, after my was sent back yesterday, I asked someone to give him medicine on time according to your instructions. This medicine of yours is really magical. Last night, only got up twice and pooped, and now his complexion is much better. I didn't expect Marquis Yong to not only be good at learning, martial arts, and medicine at such a young age. It's a pity that I didn't give birth to a girl back then, otherwise. Sun Zifan's mother was a little sociable and a little talkative. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. In the beginning, she was clearly talking about Sun Zifan's condition, but in the end, she actually talked about becoming in-laws with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little impressed by this woman's imagination. He quickly interrupted. Ahem. Auntie, let's talk about Zifan's condition. I'll take his pulse again. Madame Sun came to her senses and quickly said, Oh, right, Marquis Yong, you should take his pulse personally. Only then will you be at ease. Li Zishuan nodded, then picked up Sun Zifan's wrist and began to pretend to take his pulse. Actually, how would he know how to do this? He was only using the pulse as a cover, and taking the opportunity to use his true qi to explore Sun Zifan's body. After a moment, under the eager eyes of Madame Sun and Sun Zifan, Li Zishuan nodded and said, he's recovering well. After taking the medicine for another day, Zifan should not have diarrhea anymore. He should be fully recovered within 3 days. Thank you, Yamacho. Sun Zifan cupped his fists gratefully. Speaking of which, to have such a knowledgeable and talented Yamacho, who was also skilled in martial arts and medicine, was really his good fortune as a student. I've really troubled Marquis Yong, this time. When my master comes back, I'll definitely personally thank you. Madame Sun smiled warmly. Li Zishuan repeatedly said that there was no need, and then ran out of the Sun residence. After that, he went to the Qing residence. Unexpectedly, after Qing Chumo took the medicine yesterday, he was completely recovered today. Li Zishuan used his true qi to repeatedly examine him several times. After confirming that there was no source of illness in this guy's body, he stopped. He could only attribute this to Qing Chumo's super recovery ability. Sometimes, a simple mind and strong body might not have no advantages. Sun Zifan was still lying weakly in bed, but Qing Chumo could already jump out and play. This was a living example. After visiting Qing Chumo, Li Zishuan went to the Yuqi residence and Prince Wei's residence. The results were very satisfactory. Yuqi Baolin's recovery was only a little worse than Qing Chumo's, and Li Tai's situation was similar to Sun Zifan's. The current situation of these 4 people was enough to prove that his prescription could treat cholera. The epidemic was like a fire, and Li Zishuan felt that now was the time to fully implement his treatment method. Thinking of this, he directly rode his horse towards the palace. At this moment, there was a rush of horse hooves behind him. Li Zishuan had always disliked riding horses in Chang'an City, so he was quickly caught up. He could only control Big White and stand by the side of the road. In the blink of an eye, a group of soldiers galloped by on horses. Li Zishuan inadvertently glanced and saw an acquaintance. He immediately shouted excitedly, F***CK, Daoist son, you're finally back. Chapter 922. At this moment, Sun Simiao was riding on a sturdy black horse. As the black horse galloped up and down, Sun Simiao's beard and hair swayed. If it weren't for the fact that he had practiced some Taoist Qigong for the convenience of practicing medicine, his entire body would have been shaken to the point of falling apart. The cavalry was as fast as the wind. It only took a moment for them to pass by Li Zishuan, so Sun Simiao didn't notice Li Zishuan on the side of the road. Besides, he was already dizzy from the bumps along the way. How could he have the time to pay attention to the pedestrians on the side of the road? Li Zishuan waved his hand and fanned away the smoke around his nose. Then he got on the horse and chased in the direction of Sun Simiao's group. In the imperial palace, it was already close to noon. Li Er had just come out of the Sweet Dew Hall and was about to go to the harem to have a meal with Empress Zhongsun. At this time, a guard came to report that Dugu Xian wanted to see him. Li Er's heart moved, and he immediately summoned him. Then he turned back to the Sweet Dew Hall. After a while, he saw Dugu Xian enter the hall with 2 soldiers. Behind them was a white-haired old man, Sun Simiao. Dr. Sun? Without waiting for Dugu Xian and the others to greet him, Li Er came down from above and greeted Sun Simiao. He said excitedly, "Dr. Sun, you are finally back. I was just trying my luck by sending the guards to the Taibai mountain area to look for you. I didn't expect to find you. It's great that you can come back to Chang'an, haha. I don't have to worry about the epidemic in Chang'an now." Sun Simiao shook his head and then cupped his hands to Li Er. He said, "Your Majesty is too kind. This poor Taoist took my disciple to travel around the world and planned to return to Chang'an soon. A few days ago, I happened to be picking herbs in the Taibai mountain. I didn't expect to meet your Majesty's imperial guards. This poor Taoist was shocked to hear that there was a cholera in Chang'an city, so I rushed back without stopping. I hope this poor Taoist is not too late." Cough, cough. Actually, this old Taoist was still dizzy. Who knew how he had come all this way? Sun Simiao had been traveling day and night without rest, and had even lost a few of his horses. Although he practiced energy arts, he had never trained his body, and was only slightly stronger than the average person. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even as strong as the imperial guards around him. Therefore, the entire journey had been a huge test for Sun Simiao's body. At this moment, Dugu Xian finally had the chance to bow and say, "Your Majesty, the imperial guards were on a fast march last night. Yesterday afternoon, they found Priest Sun in the depths of Taibai Mountain. Then, they rushed back with Priest Sun in the middle of the night. During the journey, 20 of the best war horses were killed, and 10 of the war horses were severely damaged. They might not be able to return to the battlefield. Apart from the 5 soldiers who escorted Sun Daozhang's disciple, the remaining 27 of the 32 imperial guards have all returned." Li Er nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care about the war horses that had been damaged. To him, it was completely worth it to be able to exchange for Sun Simiao, this old immortal, to return to Chang'an in time. The imperial guards have performed meritorious service by finding Dr. Sun in time. All 32 of them will be promoted by 1 rank. They will be given 2 days of rest before returning to the barracks to report on their work. Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and said, "I thank your Majesty on behalf of my brothers. You may go and rest." After saying that, Li Er looked at Sun Simiao and said, "Dr. Sun has returned at the right time. Now that the number of cholera patients in Chang'an is increasing rapidly, the imperial court is, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." As Li Er was speaking, a chamberlain walked in and said carefully. Sun Simiao was puzzled. He remembered that when he left Chang'an this year, the title of Marquis of Yong didn't exist. His puzzlement didn't last long. "Summon." Li Er's expression changed, and he quickly gave the order. A moment later, Li Zishuan walked in, travel-worn. When Sun Simiao saw that the person who came was Li Zishuan, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. When he left Chang'an, Li Zishuan was clearly just a county boy. How did he become Marquis in the blink of an eye? When did the Marquis of the Great Tang become so worthless? "Your subject greets your Majesty." "Rise." "Li Zishuan, you came at the right time. I was just discussing the epidemic in Chang'an with Priest Sun." After a round of greetings, Li Er smiled and said, Li Zixuan nodded, then cupped his fists at Sun Simiao and said, "Priest's son, long time no see. I've been thinking about you day and night, and you're finally back. Now, I can finally heave a sigh of relief." Li Zixuan couldn't be more happy that Sun Simiao could return so early. After all, his half-baked medical skills couldn't compare to Sun Simiao's. Now that Sun Simiao was in charge of Cheng and city, the pressure on Li Zixuan's shoulders would undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. "Little Xian, you've already been conferred the title of Marquis after not seeing you for a few months. Congratulations." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. Priest's son, if you're interested in an official career, I believe His Majesty will not let a bright pearl be covered in dust." To be honest, it wasn't that Li Er didn't want to recruit Sun Simiao, but this old Taoist always liked to wander around and was unpredictable. Naturally, he wouldn't accept Li Er's invitation. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Right now, the epidemic in Cheng and city is like a raging fire. We should discuss how to quell the epidemic as soon as possible." Li Er agreed and said, "Yes, Dr. Sun's words are very good. Li Zixuan, quickly tell us about your current progress." Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, I'm here today to tell Your Majesty a piece of good news. This morning, I went to the Sun, Cheng, Yuqi, and Prince Wei's residence. After my diagnosis, Ching Chimo's cholera has been completely cured. Yuqi Baolin has basically recovered. As for Sun Zifan and Qin Ke, due to their weaker physiques, their recovery is slower. However, they only need one more day of medicine to basically recover. This means that the 3 doses of medicine I prescribed can be used to treat cholera. The imperial court can immediately start distributing medicine to the people to treat cholera." Li Er heard this and said in surprise, "Is this true? Qin Ke and the rest are fine?" Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, asked curiously, "Little Xian, can you tell me about the prescription?" To be honest, the ancient books have always lacked records on cholera treatment. I've also been researching cholera treatment methods all this time. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course. My medical skills are not good, so I can ask Priest's son to help me. After all, it's a matter of life and death." Seeing this, Li Er waved his hand and a young eunuch went to fetch a brush and ink. Li Zixuan quickly wrote down the prescription he had written earlier. Sun Simiao took it and began to read it seriously. His mouth was still muttering in a low voice, as if he was mumbling something. He was trying to figure out Li Zixuan's prescription. Chapter 923. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. These 3 prescriptions advanced layer by layer, attacking the source of the disease endlessly. First, it warms the meridians to stop the bleeding, replenishes the yang, strengthens the yang and stops diarrhea, dispels the cold and stops the pain. Finally, it warms the stomach and reduces the nausea. Especially the hearth soil, it's really wonderful. I didn't expect Xiaoshuan's medical skills to be so brilliant, to be able to think of such a wonderful prescription. It seems that even if I don't rush back to Chang'an, the epidemic will be fine. In the sweet dew hall, Sun Simiao exclaimed in surprise after reading Li Zixuan's prescription. Of course, Li Zixuan's prescription wasn't complete. Li Zixuan didn't mention the method of using toilet paper to smoke the patient. If he did, even the divine Dr. Sun Simiao would be stunned. Li Zixuan thought that this prescription was the crystallization of the wisdom of dozens of generations of Chinese doctors. Of course, it was awesome. However, he still had to be humble at this time. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "Priest's son, you flatter me. This prescription was summarized by my master. I don't dare to take credit for it. Do you think there's anything that needs to be changed?" Sun Simiao sighed and said, "Spiritual Master Ling Su is worthy of being an expert. I can't compare to you. Since this prescription has already cured cholera before, it naturally means that there's no problem with the prescription itself. Right now, we should prepare a large amount of medicine to pacify the epidemic as soon as possible. Fortunately, the herbs in this prescription are all common herbs. Even if we prepare a few thousand portions of medicine, it shouldn't be a difficult task for the imperial court. Li Er agreed and said, yes, I'll order the imperial medical department to prepare the medicine quickly. Tomorrow morning, we'll start distributing the medicine to the people in the city. Priest's son, you've been running around and must be tired. Go back to the official residence and have a good rest. If the treatment of the epidemic doesn't go well, I'll need you to take charge of the situation. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Zishuan, but he always felt that Li Zishuan didn't seem to be confident in his medical skills. With Sun Simiao, an experienced doctor, by his side, there was no doubt that it would be safer. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave. Sun Simiao did not force him. He had been traveling day and night, so he was indeed tired. Li Zishuan had achieved his goal in coming to the imperial palace, so he took his leave. The two of them left the palace together. On the way, Li Zishuan told Sun Simiao in detail about the source of the cholera in Chang'an and the infection situation. After listening to him, Sun Simiao said in surprise, Little Xian, your explanation of the cause of cholera is rather novel. According to the ancient books, the cause of cholera is clear qi in the yin and turbid qi in the yang. The yin qi flows in the meridians while the defensive qi flows in the opposite direction. If the stomach was in chaos, it would be cholera. What you're saying is that some small creatures that can't be seen with the naked eye can cause cholera to infect the human body. I've never heard of such a thing before. But if you think about it carefully, what you said might not be unreasonable. A long time ago, this penniless priest knew that it was easy to get sick from drinking raw water, but it was not easy to get sick from drinking boiled water. If there were really all kinds of small insects in the water, then it would be very easy to explain. But if there's a way to see the appearance of these small creatures, then it would be even more convincing. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, what's so difficult about that? Just because they can't be seen with the naked eye doesn't mean that they can't be seen. To be honest, in a while, the Academy will have a tool that can directly see the general appearance of the moon hundreds of thousands of miles away. If such an incredible thing can be realized, then why can't it be possible to observe the small creatures in the water? Sun Simiao had been a doctor for half of his life. Even though he had traveled all over the world and was very knowledgeable, he had never heard of such a bizarre thing. At this moment, the surprise on his face was even stronger. Ordinary people can actually see the appearance of the moon in the sky. Little Xian, are you serious? Li Zishuan nodded and said, of course. When the time comes, you can also go to the academy to see for yourself. Academy? Sun Simiao only just realized that Li Zishuan had mentioned the academy in the previous sentence. He asked curiously, Little Xian, what academy are you talking about? Where is it located? Li Zishuan replied, Daoist son, the academy that I'm talking about is Yanhuang College in Yunshan. Currently, many engineering talents have gathered there. In the future, they will create even more novel things. Yanhuang College? Sun Simiao thought for a while and suddenly realized, oh, I remember now. A month ago, I heard of Yanhuang College in the Sui province area. Moreover, you are the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. I almost forgot about this. Speaking of which, Little Xian, did you set up this academy just to spread the so-called engineering? Li Zishuan shook his head and said, I mainly want to carry forward my master's knowledge and not let it be lost. Sun Simiao said with a gratified face, not bad, not bad. If spiritual master Lingxiu has a disciple like you, he would be very pleased. Li Zishuan secretly muttered in his heart. If spiritual master Lingxiu really has a spirit in heaven, he would definitely send down a bolt of divine thunder and blast this evildoer to death. Oh, by the way, Daoist son, since you are living in the Chang, an official residence, why don't you live in Yunshan? There are mountains and rivers, and the environment is very quiet and secluded. I have prepared a courtyard for you. When you are free, you can go to the academy to take a look. It is also convenient for me to ask you about medical skills. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and began to have evil thoughts. This guy actually started to have ideas about Sun Simiao. Courtyard? No need, no need. I am used to traveling. Even if you give me a courtyard, it will only be a waste. What's more, how can I accept such a valuable thing for no reason? Sun Simiao hurriedly waved his hand. Li Zishuan smiled and persuaded. In the spring of this year, I was attacked by bandits in Zhongnan Mountains and was beaten down a cliff. If it weren't for Daoist Sun's help, I am afraid that I would not be alive to continue standing here. Therefore, Daoist Priest Sun, you absolutely cannot say that you don't deserve a reward without any effort. As for the courtyard, it is a very simple house and is not worth much. Daoist Sun, please don't refuse. No matter how many days you stay, I will always keep the courtyard for you. Keep it, what if you need it in the future? Li Zishuan had already mentioned Sun Simiao's favor to him at Zhongnan Mountains. How could Sun Simiao refuse again? He could only agree and said, well, I will go to the Yunshan courtyard to rest. Li Zishuan was overjoyed. He suddenly thought of Sun Simiao's disciple, Hu Jing, so he asked, that's great. Oh, by the way, Daoist Sun, has Hu Jing's eyes been cured? Did she come back with you this time? Sun Simiao said, it has been cured. Hu Jing's eyes were completely cured 2 months ago. This time, because I was in a hurry, I rode alone. Hu Jing fell behind and was protected by 5 imperial guards. There will be no danger. Chapter 924. After verifying the effectiveness of the prescription and Sun Simiao's return, the epidemic in Chang and city finally had hope of quickly calming down. The next step was for the Imperial Physician Department to prepare the antidote for the people. Chang and city had never experienced a large-scale epidemic in the Tang Empire since its founding more than 10 years ago. Looking at the previous dynasties, once an epidemic broke out in the country, it would usually cause thousands of deaths. It was extremely rare for an antidote to be developed less than 3 days after the outbreak of the epidemic. It was a blessing for the people to be born in this era. The 3 prescriptions that Li Zishuan had provided were all ordinary herbs. Therefore, even if it was more than 2,000 sets of antidotes, it would not be a difficult task for the Imperial Physician Department. Moreover, with the current financial situation of the Imperial Court, even if it was 10 times the amount, they would still be able to support it. However, there was one herb that was not easy to buy, and that was the stove earth. The main reason was that before this, no one had thought that it could be used as medicine. Naturally, no one would collect it and sell it for money. However, it was unrealistic to ask people to collect the stove earth because there was not enough time. Therefore, the antidotes prepared by the Imperial Physician Department's medical officers were lacking the stove earth. Presumably, every household had it. When the antidotes were distributed, they just needed to inform the people in advance. On Li Zishuan's side, when Sun Simiao agreed to stay in the Cloud Mountain courtyard, he immediately gathered people to tidy up the 3rd courtyard, and quickly arranged all the commonly used furniture inside. Sun Simiao took some luggage from the official residence and arrived at Yunshan Villa. First, he stood outside the academy and sighed at the luxury of Yanhuang College. When he saw the temporary residence that Li Zishuan had arranged for him, old Sun suddenly lost his calm. In the morning, Li Zishuan had told him that the villas in Yunshan were very simple and crude houses that weren't worth much. But now, what he saw was a flat cement floor, a 2-story building, and clean and bright glass windows. No matter how he looked at it, it couldn't be considered simple and crude at all. Ahem, Daoist Sun, this courtyard only looks good on the surface. In fact, the materials provided by my workshop and the manpower provided by the academy are really not worth much. When Li Zishuan saw Sun Simiao's expression, he knew what the old Daoist was thinking. Sun Simiao expressionlessly nodded his head. He was too lazy to argue with Li Zishuan. After all, he had been a doctor for so many years that he had long become indifferent to money. To him, wealth and glory were not as important as a medical book or a medicinal herb. Thus, this house was nothing to him. A few servants from the Imperial Physician Bureau brought Sun Simiao's luggage into the courtyard before taking their leave. When Li Zishuan saw that Sun Simiao was willing to stay in Yunshan Villa, he felt a little relieved. At this time, he went up to Sun Simiao and cupped his hands. Ha, Daoist son, I didn't expect that we would become neighbors now. Yesterday, I saved a baby who was infected with cholera. Now, his body is very weak. Although Han Xiaoyun's son was out of danger after Li Zishuan's initial treatment, his body was still very weak. The reason why Li Zishuan could come up with a prescription for cholera with his half-baked medical skills was all due to luck. Now, he did not have a good solution for the child. However, now that Sun Simiao was here, all the problems would naturally be solved. Speaking of the patient, Sun Simiao immediately put on a solemn expression. Oh. There's a baby who was infected with cholera? Quickly bring this poor Daoist to have a look. He knew better than anyone else how much of a threat cholera was to a newborn baby. It was very likely that the baby would die within a few hours. It was much faster than an adult's illness. Li Zishuan nodded and brought Sun Simiao to the first courtyard not far from here. In the courtyard, Han Yushi was coaxing the child. Li Jingma and Madame Li were looking at the child with a kind expression. They were chatting and laughing. It seemed that they were very fond of Han Xiaoyun's son. Mei Jun was also there. This kid was trembling in the corner of the courtyard. He had a feeling that his son was going to be snatched away by old man Li and the others. Lan on the other hand, was staring at the little DD between Huan Er's legs. She was probably wondering why this thing grew on the child's body. Li Zishuan, who had entered the courtyard, saw the little girl's peeping behavior. He could not help but feel speechless. He secretly hoped that this little girl would not grow up to be a fujoshi in the future. After introducing Sun Simiao and explaining the purpose of his visit, everyone in the courtyard, except for Lan and Huan showed a great welcome to Sun Simiao's arrival. After some pleasantries, Sun Simiao took Huan and placed his hand on the latter's wrist. He closed his eyes and carefully checked the child's pulse. The courtyard fell into silence. Only the sound of birds chirping in the nearby forest could be heard. No one disturbed them. After a while, Sun Simiao's eyebrows twitched. He looked very surprised. After a while, he put down Huan Er's arm and handed it over to Han Xiaoyun. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, "This child is truly blessed. To be able to survive the cholera is truly a blessing from the heavens. According to my diagnosis, this child's pulse is obviously very weak, but there is another kind of vitality in his body. The vitality is very strong. I guess it's this vitality that has supported the child until now. Strange. This is the first time I've seen such a strange thing in my life." Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and explained, "Taoist son, you don't know. Before this, Huan only had one breath left. The situation was very critical. If we rashly used medicine in such a situation, the child might not be able to withstand it. I used Taoist genuine qi to carefully nurse the child's body several times. Fortunately, Taoist son, you came back at this time. As for the possibility that there was a second kind of qi in his body other than genuine qi, Li Zishuan himself called this qi spiritual qi. He did not intend to tell anyone. Firstly, he was not completely sure. Secondly, this kind of thing sounded too strange. Genuine qi? Sun Simiao looked puzzled. He glanced at Li Zishuan. Then, as if he had accepted Li Zishuan's explanation, he said, "No wonder. But no matter what, this child has survived a great disaster. He will have good fortune in the future. At present, he is just a little weak. I'll give him a prescription to replenish his vitality. At the same time, Xiao Xian, you can give the child only 20% of your prescription for cholera. With these two approaches, the child will be fine within 5 days." Chapter 925. The next day. Early in the morning, under the escort of Wu Ho, the medical officers of the Imperial Physician Department set up cholera antidote distribution stations on the streets of Chang, and with a relatively large flow of people. Anyone who had cholera in their family could come here to get the antidote for free with a certificate issued by the Fangzheng or the Lizheng. When the news came out, the whole city cheered. The people rushed to spread the news. Those who had family members with cholera quickly went to the Fangzheng or the Lijiang to issue a certificate and then went to the distribution station to get the antidote. The people outside the city knew the news a little later. After the people who came to Chang'an City in the morning heard the news, they had to run back to the village to pass the news to the people who had cholera. Therefore, the first batch of people who received the antidote were mostly people in Chang'an City or people who lived in villages close to Chang'an City. What? There's still a missing ingredient? This medical officer, what is the missing ingredient? Is it expensive? When an old man heard the medical officer from the Imperial Medical Department say that the ingredients were missing, he immediately showed a worried look and quickly asked. The medical officer did not show any impatience or disdain because of the old man's question. He smiled and replied, "It's not expensive, it's not expensive. Every family has it. It's called hearth soil. It's the charred soil at the bottom of the earth stove. Take it down and use a knife to cut off the charred parts and impurities. Put it in the third set of ingredients you just received and fry it together." The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "What? The soil in the earth stove can be used to cure diseases? I didn't hear wrongly, did I?" The medical officer was about to answer, but the people behind him were a little impatient. "Hey, the one in front, if you're done, leave quickly. Don't block the others from getting the medicine." "Yes, yes. We still have to get the medicine after you're done." Suddenly, there was a wave of condemnation. The old man quickly stepped aside and apologized a few times before leaving with doubts. At the same time, at the entrance of the West Market, the most crowded place in Chang'an City, Sun Simiao and his disciple, who had actually set up a stall here to distribute medicinal ingredients to the commoners. Since Sun Simiao didn't like to be restrained and liked to wander around, Li Er let Sun Simiao temporarily take over the position of the head of the Imperial Physician Bureau. He was in charge of more than 300 medical students, medical officers, and doctors in the Imperial Physician Bureau. However, this temporary head of the Imperial Physician Bureau wouldn't have his freedom restricted. As long as Sun Simiao could come to Chang'an a few times every year, Li Er would be satisfied. "Auntie, have you been prone to relapse recently? Are you short of breath, sweating easily, and catching colds easily?" "Ah, yes, yes, yes. Young lady, you are too amazing. Auntie's recent problems were all pointed out by you. Then can I still be cured?" "Auntie, it's just a minor illness. Don't worry, I'll give you a prescription. You'll be fine after you take 3 doses. Don't be too tired." Thank you, miss. I only brought 50 coins with me when I went out. Miss, do you think you can wait here for me to go back and get some money?" "Auntie, my master and I don't charge any consultation fees. You just need to take the prescription to the pharmacy to buy the medicine." Sun Simiao and his disciple were not only here to distribute the cholera medicine, but also to provide free consultation for some people. In fact, it was mainly Hu Meng who was doing the consultation. Sun Simiao was distributing the medicine while listening to Hu Meng's diagnosis. In fact, he didn't know how many times he had done this kind of free consultation with Hu Meng during their travels. It was also a test and training for Hu Meng. Practicing medicine, practicing medicine. If you only stopped at medical books, you would never become an outstanding doctor. During the reign of Sui Kai Huang, Sun Simiao lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain. He concentrated on studying medical books while he went around to diagnose the diseases of the people. This seclusion lasted for more than 40 years. It was because of his 40 years of medical experience that he finally became a medical grandmaster. Therefore, Sun Simiao understood the importance of medical experience better than anyone else. Since Hu Meng was bent on learning medicine, Sun Simiao had been teaching him medical theory while practicing medicine to help Hu Meng lay the foundation. Of course, the results were also very obvious. After traveling for more than half a year, Hu Meng had cured at least hundreds of patients. In some places, many people called her the little fairy doctor. How can this be? How can you treat a patient for free? The woman who came to see the doctor suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sun Simiao turned his head at this time and said, "Madam, today is a free consultation. Of course, we can't take any money. You'd better take the prescription and go get the medicine. There are still patients waiting to see the doctor behind you." Cough, cough. "Thank you, Dr. Sunday." "Thank you, miss." The woman quickly said goodbye. The next patient was a middle-aged man. Looking at his clothes, he didn't seem to be from a poor family. Unexpectedly, he also came to participate in the free consultation. "Dr. Sun, this old man heard that you are holding a free consultation here and rushed over. Can you take a look at this Meng?" The man didn't directly extend his wrist to Hu Meng. Instead, he respectfully asked Sun Simiao. What is the meaning of this?" The patients in the line behind began to talk. "He doesn't believe in that little girl's medical skills." "Hey, actually, I don't believe it either. *T, don't look down on people. Although this girl is young, her medical skills are excellent. It is said that when Dr. Sun traveled to Liang province, there was a plague in a village. This girl didn't sleep for 3 days and cured all the people in the village who were infected with the plague. The local people call her the little fairy doctor." Hiss. "She's so amazing." "Of course. This time, I came specially to find the little fairy doctor to treat my illness. Some people are really blind." After hearing the middle-aged man's request, Sun Simiao, who was dispensing medicine, turned his head to look at the man. Then, he turned his head back to dispense medicine and said, "Your illness can be cured by my disciple, don't worry." This old man still has to busy himself with dispensing medicine. But, no buts. If you don't believe this old man's words, why bother looking for this old man? The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he was instantly refuted by Sun Simiao. He had no choice but to sit in front of Hu Meng obediently and extend his arm. Hu Meng wasn't annoyed by being looked down upon. She smiled sweetly and said, "Uncle, don't worry. Even if it's an illness that I can't treat, my master will definitely help." As she spoke, Hu Meng's 2 fingers were already on the middle-aged man's wrist. Chapter 926. "Uncle, your face is a little pale. Are you afraid of the cold recently? Your limbs are not warm, and you are often in low spirits?" After a while, Hu moved her finger away, looked up at the middle-aged man, and asked. Yes." The man answered in a muffled voice. Hu continued, "In addition to these, have your waist and knees been weak recently? Frequent urination and excessive urination at night?" The man nodded again. When the patients in the queue saw this, they couldn't help but admire Hu's medical skills even more. At this moment, Hu said, "Uncle, you have a deficiency of yang, and it's a deficiency of yang in the kidney. I will give you a prescription to replenish your yang qi. You have to pay attention to not be too tired recently." "Deficiency of yang in the kidney? Haha. So this brother has a deficiency of the kidney." The patients in the queue were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help but laugh. A big man was actually recognized by a little girl as having a deficiency of the kidney. This was indeed very embarrassing. The middle-aged man was laughed at until his face turned red. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Hu's expression was calm. There was no ridicule or any other messy expression on her face. She was like a master who had seen through the world of mortals. In just a few breaths of time, Hu had actually finished writing the prescription. She glanced indifferently at the patients who were laughing behind her. With just one glance, it was as if there was some kind of magic power, and the mocking laughter gradually stopped. Master said that there is no need to be afraid of treatment. Mortals eat grains and miscellaneous grains, and there is no one who doesn't get sick for a lifetime. Everyone, please don't ridicule me for no reason. Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself." Hu said meaningfully. Then, she said to the middle-aged man in front of her, "Uncle, this prescription was developed by my master. It is specially used to treat deficiency of yang in the kidney. Please keep it well." The middle-aged man felt both embarrassed and ashamed. He hurriedly said a few words of thanks and left. Next. Today was Tuesday. Yanhuang College officially started classes today. Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin went to the college. Although Li Tai and Sun Zifan had recovered, they were still weak and needed to rest at home. In addition to the few of them, there were a total of more than 30 students in Yanhuang College who were infected with cholera. Li Zishuan sent people to the students' homes one by one to understand the situation. After confirming that no students had died of cholera, he was relieved. Today, Chang and City was distributing medicinal herbs. After breakfast, he rode a horse to Chang and City and happened to be at the entrance of the West Market. Li Zishuan had seen how Hu treated the patients just now. Now, whether it was her temperament or appearance, it was as if she was a completely different person. She used to be a blind farmer girl, but now, she had become the little fairy doctor, who was respected by everyone and had an extraordinary temperament. She had changed a lot. Old Hu has suffered for half his life. Now, the bitterness is finally over and the sweetness is coming. One of his sons entered the college, and the other daughter is studying medicine under Sun Simiao. Both of them have a bright future, and their merits are immeasurable. Li Zishuan was sincerely happy for Old Hu's family. Then, he quietly left and walked to the other places where the medicinal herbs were distributed. He wanted to see the effect of the medicine in the other places. Datong Daily reported that the Imperial Physician Department was distributing the cholera antidote for free today. However, for the people who lived close to Chang and City, they had already heard the news before they saw the newspaper. Therefore, the newspaper was mainly for the villagers who lived far away from Chang and City to spread the news. As for the 6 villages that belonged to Li Zishuan, such as Hanja Village, Plum Village, and Liujia Village, Li Zishuan would send enough medicinal herbs to all the families with cholera patients. The total amount of money was not much, so he treated it as a benefit to the villagers. Therefore, none of the people who came to Chang and City to collect medicine today were from Li Zishuan's fiefdom. Li Zishuan rode Whitey around almost half of Chang and City. Seeing that there were patients' family members lining up in an orderly manner in front of all the medicine distribution points, Li Zishuan felt slightly relieved. As long as all the people who contracted cholera received the medicine, this sudden outbreak of the epidemic would soon be quelled if there were no accidents. As far as he knew, there had not been a single case of death in this epidemic. It could be said that the epidemic was quelled at the cost of 0 casualties. It was truly a one-of-a-kind thing. At noon, Li Zishuan went to Shishirkou again. He invited Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Hu Jingjing's personality hadn't changed. She was still quiet and calm. Sitting with this kind of girl, no matter what kind of mood you were in a moment ago, whether it was excitement or sadness, you would immediately calm down. During the meal, Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao and his disciple about the things that had happened to them during their travels. The epidemic, the free clinic, and all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. There were also some diseases that Li Zishuan had never heard of before. The experience was so rich that it could be written into a book. Young master, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep the whole night when I received a letter from my brother saying that he had been admitted to Yanhuang College. In the beginning, the two of us were blind and stuttering. If it wasn't for young master's help, would probably still be playing cockfighting in the courtyard. I actually proposed a toast to young master. Young master, you have a kind heart. Good people will be rewarded. Halfway through the wine, Hu Jingjing held the wine glass and stood up to thank Li Zishuan sincerely. Although Li Zishuan was now Marquis, Hu Jingjing was still used to calling Li Zishuan young master as usual. After saying that, she raised her head, revealing her white neck, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The little girl's cheeks immediately blushed. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. Okay, don't drink anymore. The one who saved you and your brother was Sun Daozhang, not a lazy person like me. Your brother was admitted to Yanhuang College by his own ability. I didn't take care of him. Hu Jingjing opened her mouth and said, Young master and master have done us a great favor. We will never forget it for the rest of our lives. Li Zishuan said, since you have made some progress in your medical skills, as long as you continue to spread your kindness, it will be the best reward for me and Sun Daozhang. Sun Simiao nodded and said, "That's right. As people who practice medicine, we should save the dying and heal the injured. We should save the common people from suffering." Hu Jingjing nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I will." After lunch, Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing continued to distribute medicine and provide free medical treatment. On this day, the Imperial Medical Department distributed more than 2,500 portions of medicine for cholera treatment. On the second day, more than 1,800 portions of medicine were distributed. On the third day, more than 950 portions were distributed. On the fourth day, 370 portions were distributed. On the fifth day, 130 portions were distributed. On the sixth day, there were only a few people receiving medicine. At this point, the sudden cholera epidemic had finally subsided. At this time, Li Zixuan suddenly received a piece of good news. Yanhuang College's astronomical telescope was completed. Chapter 927. Ink Girl, I heard that you've made a telescope. Back in the Yanhuang Academy, Li Zixuan was in Yan Xiaoning's office when he saw the couple he hadn't seen for a long time. In the morning, Mo Lingwei sent someone to inform him that the telescope had been completed. Li Zixuan immediately rushed over when he heard the news. Recently, he had been busy quelling the cholera and rarely asked about the matters of the college. He didn't expect Mo Lingwei to create such a big news all by herself. It was really shocking. Li Zixuan had expected that Mo Lingwei would make a telescope, but it was beyond Li Zixuan's expectations that she could make it so quickly. After all, although the principle of the telescope was simple, it wasn't simple to make it. Yes. Yamacho, little Ningzi, and I have already made the telescope yesterday. We even tried it last night. We can see the moon very clearly from here. Mo Lingwei said excitedly when she saw Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He said mischievously, "Yo. Last night? You two have started to stay out all night to look at the stars and the moon together? TSK, Xiaoning, not bad. You're quite capable. Your progress. Haha. Yamacho, you. It's not what you think it is." Mo Lingwei, who had always been fierce, blushed at this moment. Yan Xiaoning was also embarrassed by Li Zixuan's words. He pretended to be angry and said, "Humph. Little Xian, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with this barbaric girl." Yen. Xiao. Ning. Who are you calling barbaric? The bashful look on Mo Lingwei's face immediately disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy look. Along with her deafening roar, a storm suddenly came. As long as Yan Xiaoning didn't know what was good for him, there would probably be an even more violent storm. Hey. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Why are you like this? You're a lady who keeps shouting and fighting. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Yan Xiaoning had obviously suffered from Mo Lingwei's attacks before. He seemed to be prepared. He used Li Zixuan's body to dodge Mo Lingwei's attack and said sarcastically while dodging. Mo Lingwei's lungs were about to explode. She pointed at Yan Xiaoning and said angrily, "What does it have to do with you whether I can get married or not? Even if I can't get married, I won't marry a bastard like you. Don't run. Stand if you dare." Yan Xiaoning made a disgusted face and spat, "Humph. Even if you don't marry me, I don't want to marry you. Don't flatter yourself. I, Yan Xiaoning, would rather be alone for the rest of my life than marry a barbaric woman like you." Ah. Yan. Xiao. Ning. I'm going to kill you. Mo Lingwei was really angry this time. She took a big step forward and appeared in front of Yan Xiaoning. She wanted to catch this bastard. Who knew that Yan Xiaoning was so cunning? He used Li Zixuan's body to play around with Mo Lingwei. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart for this pair of adulterous couple to show off in front of him. Forget about showing off your love, but you still King ran over to show off your love in front of him. That was unbearable. Li Zixuan didn't say anything. He grabbed Yan Xiaoning and threw him in front of Mo Lingwei like he was throwing trash. Their eyes met, and what followed was a pig-like scream. Li Zishuan didn't have time to care about this. He shook his head, turned around, and walked towards the atrium next to Guanghua Tower. Even if Mo Lingwei didn't say anything, Li Zishuan knew where the binoculars were placed. He opened the metal door and entered the open-air atrium. Li Zishuan saw a long cylindrical object supported by a tall metal frame. It stood on the roof of the building like a sharp sword piercing the blue sky. Hey! It does look like it. I wonder how far this thing can see. Li Zishuan glanced at the binoculars and mumbled to himself. He then approached the binoculars. When he got closer, Li Zishuan took a closer look. He realized that Mo Lingwei's binoculars were a typical Kepler telescope. She used two lenticular lenses as the objective lens and the eyepiece respectively. The two lenses were combined to magnify distant objects. The structure of the Kepler telescope was relatively simple, and it wasn't particularly troublesome to make. Even so, Mo Lingwei was already very impressive. After all, the industrial level of this era was very high. This girl didn't even know how many lenses she had to grind to make the two most suitable ones. Hey, Yamacho, give it a try. Using this thing to see the moon in the sky is much clearer than using the naked eye. Mo Lingwei didn't know when this adulterous couple had followed them again. Mo Lingwei walked cheerfully to Li Zishuan and shouted. Before she made the binoculars, Li Zishuan had promised her some conditions. Now, of course, she was hoping that Li Zishuan would quickly inspect the project so that he could fulfill his promise. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and rolled his eyes. He said, "Ink girl, it's almost noon. Where do you want me to find the moon? I'll come back at night after the moon rises. Astronomical binoculars can't be used for anything other than viewing during the day." What? You want to use an astronomical binoculars to look at the sun? If you have the guts, then give it a try. I guarantee that you'll be blinded by the brightness. The problem now was that Mo Lingwei's telescope was relatively large. It was fixed in the atrium of Guanghua building, and the lens was pointing directly at the blue sky. Even if Li Zishuan wanted to use this thing to view the sun, it would be very inconvenient. Mo Lingwei also understood that Li Zishuan was telling the truth. She laughed awkwardly and said, Yamacho is right. Then, Yamacho, remember to come over tonight to try this telescope. Li Zishuan nodded and said, of course. Mo Lingwei said again, Yamacho, don't forget what you promised Lingwei when the time comes. Li Zishuan asked subconsciously, huh? What? Mo Lingwei's expression changed instantly. The speed at which she changed her expression was as fast as when she was with Yan Xiaoning. Li Zishuan didn't want to provoke this girl. He instantly recalled something and said, oh. I remember now. Ink girl, don't worry. As long as this telescope doesn't have any major flaws, I'll definitely do what I promised you. When Mo Lingwei heard this, she immediately smiled and said, hee, thank you, Yamacho. One moment it was thundering, the next it was raining, and the next it was cloudless. This girl was really incorrigible. Li Zishuan didn't want to get involved in trouble, so he quickly left the atrium. At the same time, he thought to himself, I hope Yan Xiaoning can get rid of this demon as soon as possible. Chapter 928. At night. After dinner, Li Zishuan went out and walked towards Yanhuang College. Lan, his little tail, naturally followed him. Speaking of which, during the time that Han Xiaoyan's son, Mei Jihuan, was in the Li family, Lan had found a new playmate. It wasn't easy to have someone younger than her in the family, and this girl naturally acted as the big sister. Many times, the way she pretended to be an adult always made others laugh. However, as early as the day before yesterday, Mei Jihuan's illness had already recovered, so the mother and son naturally went home. When the little guy left in the end, he was still a little reluctant and insisted on letting Li Zishuan carry him. Speaking of which, it was strange. In the Li family, this child was not close to Father Li, Madam Li, or Han Yushi. Instead, He was very close to Li Zixuan, who was often not at home. This made Madame Li laugh and scold this child for being a little heartless. The siblings walked on the small path of Yunshan. Although night had fallen, the paths of Yunshan were all cement and could be considered smooth, so they wouldn't trip because of the bumpy road. It was now late autumn, and the cool night wind blew on their bodies, making them feel a chill to their bones. "You little girl, when we went out, I told you to wear more clothes, but you didn't. Now you know that it's cold." Li Zixuan saw that Lan Er's legs were still trembling as she walked, so he reprimanded her unhappily. Although he said this, he still took off the cloak on his back and wrapped it around the little girl's body. That's right, it was too long. Lan was rather short, and at most, she could only reach Li Zixuan's waist. If such a long cloak was draped over the little girl's shoulders, half of it would drag on the ground. She might even step on the hem and trip herself. Thus, the cute Lan Er was wrapped up like a dumpling. "Ah! Stinky brother, this is so ugly. Take it off quickly." Lan was just about to say, "Brother is so nice," when she was wrapped up like this by Li Zixuan. How could she, who always liked to be beautiful, stand this, and immediately protested. "Ugly your head. Let's see if you can still say it's ugly when you get sick from the cold." Li Zixuan knocked his sister's forehead in annoyance and dragged her toward the academy. Brother. Can we really see the scenery on the moon later? Perhaps. Let's see if your brother Xiaoning and sister Wire can do it." "Awesome? Brother, what do you mean by awesome?" It's literally what it means." "Humph, smelly brother, you're lying to me again. You definitely didn't mean it literally." "Ugh. Awesome means to be energetic. Oh. Then I hope that brother Xiaoning and sister Wire will do their best. Otherwise, Lan would have made a wasted trip." "Oh right, big brother, is there a fairy Chang-yi on the moon?" "Ha. Lan you'll know soon enough." The siblings chatted casually and soon arrived at Yanhuang College. The two of them went straight upstairs to the atrium. Back then, Li Zixuan designed an atrium between the 4th and 6th floors of the Guanghua building. There was a semicircular glass dome at the top for lighting. Now, it could be used to place astronomical telescopes for astronomical observation. After entering the atrium, Li Zixuan realized that they were not the only ones here tonight. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Qing Chumo, and dozens of other students were all here. Yamacho. When the students saw Li Zixuan, they all greeted him with even more respect than before. Some of the lower-class citizens might not know that the cholera was quickly suppressed because of Li Zixuan's contribution of the prescription, but as Yanhuang College students, how could they not know? After all, quite a number of them were very well informed. One person spread the news to 10, and 10 to 100. Therefore, they basically all knew that Li Zixuan was the savior of the plague. Especially those who had just recovered from the cholera, they looked at Li Zixuan with eyes full of gratitude. Others were apprenticed to a master to learn, but not only did they learn, but they also saved lives at critical moments. If word got out, who knew how many people would be envious? Have you all eaten?" Li Zixuan nodded and said pleasantly. Now that the weather was cold, the students did not have to go for military training. Naturally, they did not have to rush to the bathhouse every day after school, so they still had some time to go out at night before going to bed. It was not that Li Zixuan did not think of introducing an evening self-study system in the academy, but the light at night was too poor. In this era, there were no electric lights, oil lamps, or candles. For a large classroom with 40 students, it was tantamount to the light of fireflies. If he forced an evening self-study system, it would only damage the students' eyes. In a few years, 8 out of 10 students would have similar eyes, and that would not be good. "Yes, we have." As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, the students all responded at once. At this time, Mo Lingwei walked over from the binoculars and said excitedly, "Yamacho, quickly come and see if this binoculars are okay?" Just now, the students were clamoring to see it, but I didn't let them see it. She was mainly afraid that the students would carelessly ruin the work she had put in for more than a month. Li Zixuan was both angry and amused. He nodded and walked to the binoculars. He bent down slightly and put his eyes on the binoculars. In this era, there was no plastic, and the binoculars were made of iron. It was very cold to the touch. The direction and angle of the binoculars seemed to have been adjusted in advance by Mo Lingwei. Li Zixuan basically did not need to make any adjustments. From the binoculars, he could see a big shining sphere. On the sphere, there were some bumpy grooves and winding mountain ranges. Li Zixuan went to the Capital Planetarium when he was studying at the Capital University in his previous life. He remembered that he had a student ID and the ticket was only about 10 yuan. There was a public observatory in the planetarium. There was a 400mm optical catadioptric telescope inside. It could be used to observe the moon, planets, nebulae, star clusters, and sunspots during the day. Li Zixuan went there at night. That was the first time he saw the moon clearly with his own eyes. The shock it gave him was far from what he could see on the television screen. Now, Mo Lingwei's binoculars were naturally not as clear as the super-large telescope Li Zixuan used in the planetarium in his previous life. However, this was the Tang dynasty. It was already amazing to have a telescope that could see the moon's outline. Not bad, not bad. Although there are a few flaws, they do not obscure the jade. It is worth encouraging. Ink Girl, congratulations on making the first astronomical telescope in the Tang dynasty. Tomorrow, I will help you persuade Mr. Mo to let you stay at Yanhuang College. Li Zixuan looked at it for a while, then walked down and said to Mo Lingwei, who was beside him with a face full of anticipation. Chapter 929. Cough cough, the title is necessary for the plot, not to start a fight. Female compatriots, please don't misunderstand. Wow. That's great, thank you, Yamacho. In the courtyard of Guanghua Building, Mo Lingwei jumped up excitedly after hearing Li Zixuan's words. Although she was the daughter of the Mo family and a female overlord, she was still a woman. Under normal circumstances, she could only stay at home and wait for her father to find a suitable husband for her to marry. Then, she could have children and take care of her husband and children. However, Mo Lingwei didn't want to walk down this old path. She liked to be active and didn't like to be locked up at home every day. Yanhuang College was a good place for her to do that. Therefore, when Li Zixuan promised to help persuade her father if she could build the telescope, Mo Lingwei's heart instantly became active. For more than a month, she dragged Yan Xiaoning along and worked tirelessly. Wasn't it all for the sake of successfully entering Yanhuang College as soon as possible? What about me? I should have a share of the credit if this telescope can be built, right? Yan Xiaoning, who was at the side, said softly. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up. She pointed at Yan Xiaoning excitedly and said to Li Zixuan, yes, 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 Yamacho, little Ning also helped a lot when we built the telescope. His skills are not bad, why don't you accept him into the school too? His position doesn't need to be too high. Just a special associate professor will do. Pfft. Yan Xiaoning almost vomited blood when he heard that. That wasn't what he wanted to say. If the she-devil Mo Lingwei wasn't in the school, he wouldn't mind taking up a position there. Other things aside, he had a deep understanding of architecture. It was good to teach students. However, Mo Lingwei entering Yanhuang College was almost a foregone conclusion. Why would he still want to stay here? Wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Also, what did she mean by, his position doesn't need to be too high, just a special associate professor will do? Mo Lingwei was appointed as a special professor, but why was he, Yan Xiaoning, only an associate professor? This girl must be deliberately angering him. No. I don't agree. I don't want this credit anymore. Little Xian, I'm not feeling well. I'll head home first. Yan Xiaoning hurriedly waved his hand and said a few words. Then, he fled, as if he was fleeing. Hey, hey, hey. Little Ningzi, stop right there. Mo Lingwei hastily called out, but Yan Xiaoning's figure was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. Humph, I'm so angry. Don't let me catch you, or I'll teach you a lesson. The last sentence was said in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself. Li Zishuan was speechless. Ink girl, what have you done to Xiaoning in the past month? Why is he so afraid of you? This girl rarely acted rashly in front of Li Zishuan. When she heard Li Zishuan's question, her little face instantly turned red. After hesitating for a while, she said embarrassedly, I didn't do anything. Yamacho, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Haha. Li Zishuan shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with this crazy girl. He turned around and carried Lan. He teased the little girl to look at the moon for a while. After Lan realized that there was no fairy Chang-yi on the moon, she lost interest and said that she wanted to go home. When the students saw that Li Zishuan and his sister had left, they immediately swarmed over and fought to see the moon. I came first, I want to see it first. Bullsh *t. I was the one who came first. I came first. I came first. Seeing that the fight between the students was getting more and more intense, Mo Lingwei, who was next to them, immediately shouted, "Stop." The word "stop" came out of her mouth, and it was deafening. Guanghua Building shook 3 times with it. A few students closer to her felt that their eardrums were about to burst. Li Zishuan and Lan, who had just walked down the stairs, also heard Mo Lingwei shout. The little girl was puzzled. Brother, what's wrong with Sister Wei, Li Zishuan touched his nose. I don't know. Maybe she's going through menopause? Let's not care about her. Let's go home quickly. The menopausal Mo Lingwei looked at the chaotic students in front of her with a straight face. She pretended to be strict and reprimanded. What are you squeezing for? All of you line up properly. If you don't line up, you're not allowed to use the telescope. After saying that, she stood in front of the telescope like an old hen protecting her chicks, separating the students from the telescope. Swoosh. The students immediately lined up. No one turned a deaf ear to Mo Lingwei's words. After all, Mo Lingwei's father was the discipline leader of the physics department. After returning to the villa, Li Zishuan suddenly saw that the lights were still on in Yunshan's second villa not far from the south. He had an idea and let Lan go in first while he walked towards the second villa. The owner of Yunshan's second villa was Yan Xiaoning. When Yanhuang College was built, Li Zishuan found Yan Xiaoning to be the commander-in-chief. As a reward, he gave the second villa to Yan Xiaoning. And this guy was still up so late after escaping from Guanghua Building. What was he doing? In the past, I had countless friends, but only you were in the depths of my heart. I searched for you thousands of places in the mountains, but when I looked back, you were in the depths of the donkey shed. Eating grass, leaning against a tree, with a towel wrapped around your head. Donkey, oh donkey, you're still the most worrisome. Li Zishuan had just approached the second villa when he heard Yan Xiaoning reciting a poem. Oh, it wasn't a poem, nor was it a poem, there were no popular poems in the Tang dynasty. It sounded like he was just randomly reciting. But the content. Li Zishuan almost burst out laughing after hearing it. This guy was actually talking to his donkey. Ahem, good line. Good line. I didn't expect you to have such literary talent, Xiaoning. I'm impressed. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and interrupted Yan Xiaoning's affectionate confession and flattery. Yan Xiaoning paused, turned around, and said, Little Xian, you're here. Yeah. What's wrong? Xiaoning, are you still angry at Ink Girl? It can't be, right? You're a man. Why are you getting angry at a weak girl? Weak girl? Yan Xiaoning immediately exploded. Have you ever seen a weak girl as fierce as her? Look, the injuries on my arms and waist were all caused by her. Little Xian, let me tell you, don't ever trust women. Women are all drama queens, liars, and pigs. I'm a good example. At the end, Yan Xiaoning almost cried. Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. Thinking about Mo Lingwei's hesitant reaction, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what kind of education did that crazy girl Mo Lingwei receive? She actually destroyed a 7-foot-tall man like Yan Xiaoning to this extent. Women are indeed terrifying when they become unruly. Chapter 930. Xiaoning, did Ink Girl hit you? Li Zixuan glanced at the bruises on Yan Xiaoning's arms and waist and asked. He had thought that the two of them were just quarrelsome lovers who would occasionally quarrel with each other. He didn't expect that domestic violence would be involved. This problem was a bit serious. Yan Xiaoning said angrily, isn't it? Xiao Xian, don't be fooled by her harmless appearance. She's very vicious. I don't want to stay with her in Yanhuang College forever. Li Zixuan wondered, don't you know how to fight back when she hits you? Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and looked at Li Zixuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think I don't want to? But this woman knows martial arts. I'm no match for her. Li Zixuan suddenly understood. When he first saw Mo Lingwei, he saw that her lower body was extremely stable when she walked. He guessed that this girl might know martial arts. When Mo Lingwei showed her strength at the peak of the Grand Master realm, Li Zixuan was even more convinced that Mo Lingwei knew martial arts. He just didn't expect that this girl would use her martial arts for domestic violence. Yan Xiaoning was really miserable. Ink Girl was fine. Why did she hit you? Li Zixuan thought about it and asked curiously. Yan Xiaoning spread his hands and said helplessly, how would I know? That's why I told you that this woman is the most difficult to understand. This girl is a heartless and unreasonable woman. Li Zixuan still felt that something was wrong, so he asked again, ahem, Xiaoning, tell me the details of the few times she's attacked you recently. I can help you with the details. It was rare for Yan Xiaoning to find someone he could confide in. He planned to complain about Mo Lingwei's atrocities. After seriously recalling for a while, he began to slowly tell Li Zixuan the story. One day, Mo Lingwei was tired from grinding the lenses and said, hey, little Ningzi, let's rest for a while. Let's talk for a while. Yan Xiaoning, say what? Mo Lingwei, with a shy face, just, tell me your impression of me. Yan Xiaoning, deep in thought, his eyes lit up after a while, do you know? I used to have 2 hearts, one kind and one evil. But ever since I met you, I only have kindness left. Mo Lingwei, a little happy, but also a little shy, then why? Yan Xiaoning, with his hands on his hips and laughing loudly, because I'm so disgusting. Mo Lingwei? That day, Yan Xiaoning's waist was twisted in 7 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his butt was kicked 4 times. Another day. Mo Lingwei, little Ningzi, do you think what you did was right? Yan Xiaoning, pitiful, no, I apologize. I apologize for what I did wrong. I have a stubbornness in my bones. I couldn't hold it back just now. I'm very sorry. Mo Lingwei, she raised her chin like a winner, then tell me, why are you apologizing? What did you do wrong? Yan Xiaoning, with his head lowered, enduring the humiliation, sorry, I was stubborn. Mo Lingwei, furious, go to hell. Even if you buy me Beauty Shop's pomegranate jiao, I won't forgive you. Note, Beauty Shop is the biggest rouge shop in Chang'an, and pomegranate jiao is the most expensive rouge in Beauty Shop. Yan Xiaoning, waving hands, all right. Then I won't buy it, I won't buy it. Don't be angry. Mo Lingwei? That day, Yan Xiaoning's waist was twisted in 3 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his right foot was stepped on twice. He walked with a limp and only recovered after 5 days. Another day. Yan Xiaoning, haha. I finished grinding a lens and clapping my hands happily. Let's go to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. Mo Lingwei, face full of joy, okay, okay. Then she touched her purse. Mo Lingwei, but I didn't bring any money today. Yan Xiaoning, face full of joy, are you stupid? It's okay if you don't have money, I'll go alone. Mo Lingwei, angry, little Ningzi. That day, Yan Xiaoning's head was hit in 3 places, his arms were twisted in 5 places, and his abdomen was punched. Another day, night, Yan Xiaoning's office. Mo Lingwei, who was assembling the binoculars and suddenly shivered, "Ah. It's so cold." Yan Xiaoning, haha. I'm not cold. I told you to wear more clothes. Mo Lingwei, glaring at Yan Xiaoning with endless killing intent in her eyes. Yan Xiaoning, don't stare at me, I didn't mean it that way, I. After stuttering for a while, Yan Xiaoning took off his cloak. Mo Lingwei thought that this blockhead was finally enlightened. Who knew? Yan Xiaoning threw his cloak on the table and said, "Haha. Are you happy now? I'll be cold with you." Mo Lingwei didn't say anything. She picked up the iron rod in her hand and, that night, Yan Xiaoning's legs were bruised in no less than 5 places, and his butt was bruised in more than 10 places. After listening to Yan Xiaoning's story, Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't react at all. He sympathized with Yan Xiaoning before, but now, Yan Xiaoning lost control of his emotions after talking about so many sad past. His eyes were red, and he said with grief and indignation, "Little Xian, help me be the judge. Isn't this kind of woman asking for a beating?" He was being unreasonable and making trouble out of nothing. "When I have the chance, I'll teach this girl a lesson. Otherwise, she'll never know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Li Zixuan opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. What should he say about these 2 people? It was impossible to generalize and say which side was right and which side was wrong. It could only be said that this was the inevitable result of an iron-willed straight man meeting a violent woman. Both of them were King amazing. "Little Xian, you're good at martial arts. Why don't you help me beat that girl up?" Seeing that Li Zixuan didn't say anything, Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and suggested again. Li Zixuan's old face turned black. Not to mention that he didn't hit women. If he really hit her and Yan Xiaoning got together with Mo Lingwei in the future, wouldn't he turn around and fight with him? Besides, she was the daughter of the Mo family's master. How could he beat her up just because he wanted to? Okay. Don't say any more. What kind of stupid thing is this? Li Zixuan waved his hand with a headache and said, "Xiaoning, in fact, you deserve all the beatings you've received. You should reflect on it yourself." After saying that, he left without looking back. Yan Xiaoning shouted behind him, Hey. Little Xian, what do you mean? What do you mean I deserve it? F***ck. To think that I treated you as a brother. Chapter 931. The next day. Li Zixuan got up early and prepared to go to the morning court. Old Li had sent someone to inform him yesterday. After breakfast, Li Zixuan went out with 2 guards before dawn. They rushed all the way to Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang'an City. At this time, the city gate was not open yet, but there was a long line of people outside the gate. Most of them were peddlers and civilians. Li Zixuan, a high-ranking official in his court uniform, stood out in the crowd. Many people subconsciously made way for him, not wanting to provoke Li Zixuan, an important member of the imperial court. But there were also people with sharp eyes who recognized Li Zixuan's appearance under the dim sky. Marquis? A middle-aged man in his 30s tiptoed close to Li Zixuan and called out tentatively. Li Zixuan's night vision was good. He looked carefully and recognized the person who called him. It was Lu Dazhuang, who had taken the child to Yunshan to see a doctor. Lu Dazhuang? It's you? Are you going to the city to sell eggs? Li Zixuan sat on the horse and greeted Lu Dazhuang with a smile. He said so because he saw Lu Dazhuang carrying a basket of eggs on his back. Lu Dazhuang scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Hee, eggs are becoming more expensive recently, so I collected all the eggs at home and sold them together. So I can buy some meat for my Shaoan to eat. Speaking of this, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, "Oh, the last time my family's Shaoan got cholera, it was all thanks to Marquis's help. Marquis's great kindness to our Lu family is like a new life." I, Lu Dazhuang, am willing to repay Marquis's kindness with the rest of my life. Saying this, he knelt down in front of Li Zishuan and kowtowed 3 times. All of this happened in an instant. Li Zishuan, who was on horseback, couldn't react in time. By the time he jumped off the horse, Lu Dazhuang had already finished kowtowing 3 times. When he bent down halfway, a few eggs rolled out of the bamboo basket. Get up, get up. I told you before, you don't need to repay anything. Go home, farm, and live a good life. That's the greatest repayment to me. Li Zishuan hurriedly helped Lu Dazhuang up and scolded him with a stern face. They made such a big commotion, kneeling and kowtowing, how could others not notice? Marquis? This is Marquis Yonghan. It's really Marquis. Why does it sound like this person is implying that the Marquis of Yong and was the one who resolved the chaos? Shouldn't it be the Imperial Medical Department? You don't know about this, right? I heard that the reason why the Imperial Court was able to quell the cholera so quickly was mainly because Marquis Yong and contributed 3 prescriptions. Otherwise, too many people would have died. There's actually such a thing? How come I don't know about this? Nonsense. It's normal that you don't know. That's because Marquis keeps a low profile and doesn't like people to spread the news. If you ask around, you'll find out that the people who contracted cholera drank the exact same medicine as Lu Dazhuang's son. Second brother Yu is right. I've also heard about this. And it's said that when the Imperial Medical Department distributed the medicine, none of the 6 villages under Marquis Yong An's rule went to collect the medicine. This is because Marquis Yong and gave the sick villagers free medicine in advance. Hiss. That means our Afu's savior is Marquis Yong An. After a round of discussion, more and more people found out the truth. Dozens of commoners started to surround Li Zishuan. Pang Feiji's right hand was on the hilt of his sword, as if he was facing a great enemy. He was afraid that an assassin would suddenly rush out from the crowd. Thank you, Marquis, for saving our Xiao Yu. Marquis, you're our savior. Please accept a bow from this old man. Marquis, please accept a bow from us. The assassin that Pang Feiji was guarding against did not appear. The dozens of commoners all bowed towards Li Zishuan in unison. When the rest saw this, they all followed suit. Although they didn't contract cholera before, it was inevitable that some of their relatives would contract it. When they heard that Li Zishuan was the savior of this cholera epidemic, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the people in front of him who were bowing to him in unison, Li Zishuan felt a little touched. He didn't want to make the cholera prescription public, but it was still noticed by some attentive people. What a bunch of simple, hard-working people. Rise, all of you. The cholera epidemic wasn't caused by me alone. If it wasn't for His Majesty's love for the people and his constant concern for them, even if I had the antidote, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to prepare the antidote in such a short time and hand it to every cholera patient. So if you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said loudly to the crowd. The cholera epidemic this time had infected more than 3,000 people, and these 3,000 people had close relatives that numbered in the tens of thousands. Li Zishuan felt a little pressured to be thanked by so many people, and also a little. In short, if his reputation was too high, he was worried that people would use this to make an issue out of it and badmouth him in front of Li Er. His Majesty is wise. Marquis is wise. His Majesty is wise. Marquis is wise. The commoners shouted. Rumble. At this moment, the city gate was pushed open from the inside, and 2 city gate officers came out. Under Li Zishuan's persuasion, the commoners lined up again and began to undergo the security check. Yes, that's right, the city gate officers of this era were basically the same as the security guards of modern train stations and subway stations, but they didn't have high-tech equipment. After entering the city, Li Zishuan urged Dabai to run a little faster. The 3 of them rode straight to the imperial city, and soon they saw the tall and majestic imperial palace. Li Zishuan left Dabai in Pang Feiji's care, and entered the imperial palace alone. After chatting with the officials of the imperial court for a while, a servant came out to inform everyone to enter the Taiji Palace for the morning court session. After listening to Old Li, Fang Xianling, Wei Zheng, and the others discuss national affairs for a long time, it was finally Li Zishuan's turn to take the stage. He heard Li Er say in a deep voice, "Although the cholera epidemic has been quelled, we should still reward him according to his contributions. I'm sure all of you know that the epidemic situation was very critical. If it weren't for the Marquis of Yong and providing the prescription in time, the entire Chang and city would have experienced a large-scale outbreak of cholera. If that happened, the imperial court would have suffered a great loss. Now that the cholera epidemic has been completely quelled, and not a single commoner has died from the disease, it's a miracle. I intend to reward the Marquis of Yong, and generously. How do you think I should reward him?" As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the imperial court instantly fell silent. The officials looked at each other. Reward? How else could they reward him? A 15-year-old marquis with a third-rank official position, how else could they reward him? If they rewarded him more, wouldn't they be invincible? Chapter 932. As for how to reward Li Zishuan had also thought about it for a long time. However, he realized that Li Zishuan was neither short of money nor status. As for his position, this fellow was naturally lazy, and he was even in charge of an academy now. If he was given another position, Li Zishuan would probably quit immediately. That was why he brought this matter to the imperial court. He wanted to see if the ministers had any ideas. However, Li Zishuan was a new noble who had just risen in the imperial court this year. The speed at which he rose was already unprecedented. How could the officials still think of a suitable reward? After waiting for a long time and seeing no one speak, Qing Yaojin could not stand it anymore. Old Qing took a step forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Your Majesty, it's not right for me to judge whether the Marquis of Yong and contributed to the cholera this time. However, if he didn't take action, my family's Chon Nyo might have died because of the cholera. Therefore, no matter how your Majesty rewards the Marquis of Yong, and I am willing to take out 100 households of land and give it to him as a token of gratitude." Boom! The moment Qing Yaojin's words came out, all the officials in the imperial court raised their eyebrows. In this era, not only did it mean an iron rice bowl, it also symbolized the glory of the family. This was especially true for people like Qing Yaojin who had been promoted to a duke. Normally, if people of their status had made military contributions, Li Er would not give them a promotion. Instead, he would give them an increase in their food. Therefore, to them, living in a fief was a military merit, and living in a fief was glory. Qing Yaojin's repayment to Li Zishuan could not be said to be not generous. Of course, old Cheng's move was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. He was forcing the other officials in the imperial court and also forcing Li Er at the same time. Li Zishuan saved my son, and I have already shown my sincerity. Do you still have the nerve to be indifferent? Moreover, Li Zishuan also saved your son. As the ruler of a country, don't you boast about being fair in rewards and punishments? If you don't show some sincerity now, how can you show that you are fair in rewards and punishments? As expected, Li Er's expression changed slightly, and he revealed a contemplative look. Qing Yaojin stood up. How could Yuqi Jingda not have the nerve to come out? Without any hesitation, he stood beside Qing Yaojin and cupped his fists towards Li Er. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and also saved this old official's son. This old official is also willing to take out 100 households of land as thanks. Your Majesty, please allow it. The court gradually fell into silence. The ministers witnessed the most absurd scene in history. Two Grand Dukes actually took the initiative to transfer a portion of their territory to another person. How strange. When Sun Fujia and Zhang Sun Wuji saw this, they were about to walk out as well. However, Li Zishuan was one step ahead of them. He cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuqi for your kind intentions. However, this nephew cannot accept this gift. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin are both my nephew's students. When my students are in trouble, as their teachers, I should help them. On a personal level, Chumo and Baolin are my nephew's good friends. How can I stand by and do nothing when they are seriously ill? Even if their illness can only be cured by the 1,000-year snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, I will still step onto the heavenly mountain and find it for them. Now that their illness is cured, how can I accept such a generous gift from my two uncles? Then wouldn't I, Li Zishuan, become a vile person who seeks to repay kindness? Haha. Good. Good lad. I, old Cheng, did not misjudge you. You have enough loyalty. It's a pity that you were born 30 years later. Otherwise, I, old Cheng, would definitely become sworn brothers with you. Li Zishuan had just finished speaking when Qing Yaojin's large palm landed on Li Zishuan's body. Following that, this old fellow's heroic laughter resounded throughout the entire Taiji Palace. The ministers in the palace were all speechless. They secretly thought that this old fellow was really shameless. Zhang Sun Wuji rolled his eyes. After a moment, he stepped forward and said, Marquis Yong, and is righteous. However, you have saved my son. No matter what, this old man has to express my gratitude. If you have any requests, this old man will try his best to satisfy them. Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He secretly thought that this old fox was really crafty and petty. What did he mean by, if I have any requests, I will try my best to satisfy them? He had already boasted earlier. If he were to demand an exorbitant price from Zhang Sun Wuji, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Lord Zhang Sun is too courteous. Your son is also my student. Saving him is something that this junior ought to do. Li Zishuan cupped his hands towards Zhang Sun Wuji, and then said in an indifferent tone. Seeing that his ministers were going back and forth, Li Zishuan also couldn't sit still. Oh, no, it should be that his face was a little embarrassed. After all, Li Zishuan had also saved his son. Cough, cough. All right. Li Zishuan's contribution to the rapid pacification of the cholera could not go unnoticed. This was a matter of the nation, not a matter of a few beloved officials. Naturally, the imperial court should reward him. Li Zishuan, tell me, what reward do you want? Li Er, who couldn't maintain his face, coughed lightly and said in a deep voice. Only then did Qing Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and the others calm down and looked towards Li Zishuan. Bestowing a reward was a form of knowledge. Wasn't wanting a reward also a form of knowledge? Furthermore, the knowledge to bestow a reward was undoubtedly even more profound and difficult to grasp. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Actually, when he received Li Er's notice to attend the morning court session yesterday, he had already guessed what would happen. Thus, he had already thought about what reward he should ask Li Er for. At this moment, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, quelling the cholera was not the work of this subject alone. Furthermore, this subject is a marquis of the Great Tang Empire. Doing something for the Great Tang Empire is also this subject's duty. This subject does not dare to ask for a reward. One should be humble when needed. After all, if one was humble, this reward wouldn't run away. Li Zishuan loved to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Er said unhappily, if I want to give you a reward, you should accept it. When did you become so overcautious? Speak quickly. Li Zishuan didn't continue to pretend to be humble. Everything had to be done in moderation. He bowed and said, thunderbolts and rain are the grace of the emperor. Logically speaking, this subject should accept whatever your Majesty gives me. Hearing this, Li Er frowned. He really wanted to kick this glib-tongued brat. However, he heard Li Zishuan continue, however, this subject has something to ask of your Majesty. I would like to take the opportunity to say it today. I hope your Majesty will allow it. This brat had finally returned to his original appearance. Li Er said seriously, speak. Li Zishuan said, this subject wishes to set up a medical school in Yanhuang College. At that time, this subject will train medical students together with the Imperial Medical Department. When the time is ripe, this subject intends to open medical schools all over the Great Tang Empire to relieve the suffering of thousands of people. This subject will let the people of the Great Tang Empire be able to treat illnesses and afford medicine. I hope your Majesty will allow it. Silence. After Li Zixuan finished speaking, the court immediately fell into silence. No one, including Qing Yaojin, expected Li Zixuan to make such a strange request. Wasn't he wasting the opportunity? Chapter 933. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Li Er heard Li Zixuan's words, he muttered in his heart. He thought to himself, why did this brat suddenly change his personality? He didn't even want to take the advantage that was sent to his mouth. Is this the only request? Li Er waited for a long time and didn't see Li Zixuan continue speaking. He asked uncertainly. Your Majesty, I only have this one request. I hope that your Majesty will grant it. Li Zixuan said lightly. Shao Xian, you. Qing Yaojin anxiously glared at the side. He wanted to say something but was pulled back by Qin Xiong. Li Er looked deeply at Li Zixuan and then nodded. He said in a deep voice, okay, I grant it. Among the officials in the palace, some let out a sigh of relief, while others sighed. Thank you, Your Majesty. No matter how others looked at him, Li Zixuan still had a calm and at ease look on his face. He had the demeanor of an expert who didn't care about material gains and didn't care about personal losses. Who knew that before Li Er finished speaking, Li Er changed the topic and said, I have always adhered to the principle that meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. Li Zixuan, whether it is saving the 3,000 people from the cholera or establishing the medical school in the future, they are all acts of meritorious deeds for the country. They should be rewarded. Marquis Yong and Li Zixuan, come forward and listen to the decree. Li Zixuan secretly thought that old Li still had a conscience. His move of retreating in order to advance was not in vain. Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, Li Zixuan walked to the front under the stunned gazes of the officials. He solemnly bowed and cupped his fists, saying, This subject obeys the decree. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he scanned the officials in the palace. He then said, Marquis Yong, and has meritorious deeds for quelling the cholera. With the strength of one person, you saved thousands of people from life and death. At the crucial moment, you didn't claim the credit and didn't become arrogant. You are still able to worry about the country. You are truly a role model for all officials. I have decided to grant you 400 households and 100,000 gold. I will also bestow upon your mother the title of Lady Yi and your wife the title of a Korean third-rank noble lady. Your father, Li Jingma, is a secondary 7th-rank winged cavalry officer. Are you satisfied? Previously, Qing Yaojin had jumped out and said that he wanted to give 100 households worth of land to Li Zixuan. This gave Li Er a little inspiration. Since he could not raise Li Zixuan's title and position, and Li Zixuan did not lack money, he might as well increase his land and land. At the same time, he could also reward his family members with some empty positions. If everything was calculated, the reward would be very generous. In addition to the 600 households that were given to Li Zixuan when he was conferred the title of Marquis Yong, and Li Zixuan now had a total of 1,000 households. What kind of concept was 1,000 households? One must know that the Duke of Lu Country, Qing Yaojin, only had 700 households. The Duke of Yi Country, Qin Xiong, also had 700 households. The Duke of Wei Country, Li Jing, only had 400 households. Li Zixuan's current land was almost catching up to the Prince of Hejin County, Li Shaogong. According to the records, Li Shaogong had 1,200 households. Li Zixuan was only a small marquis, but his land had already reached a shocking 1,000 households. It was truly inconceivable. Furthermore, 1,000 households land meant that Li Zixuan was now in charge of the life and death of 400 to 500 people. This subject thanks your Majesty for your great kindness. Li Zixuan was also shocked by Li Er's sudden generosity. He had to admit that old Li's all-round, multi-layered reward plan made him very satisfied. Your Majesty is brilliant. Qing Yaojin was overjoyed. He quickly followed behind Li Zixuan and sang praises. Zhang Sun Wuji hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty is brilliant. The Marquis of Yong and cared for the people and even quelled the cholera single-handedly. None of the ancient sages could do this. Your Majesty's generous reward is definitely worthy of the Marquis of Yong'an's name. No matter what, Li Zishuan had saved his son, Zhang Sun Chong. If he, Zhang Sun Wuji, didn't do anything, it wouldn't make sense. Furthermore, the rewards that Li Er gave were all within the rules. It wasn't too out of line. He had no reason to make things difficult for Li Zishuan on this matter. Instead, he might as well fulfill his wish. Since Zhang Sun Wuji had already agreed, who else in the imperial court would dare to come out and cause trouble for such a small matter? Strictly speaking, Li Er didn't give Li Zishuan a promotion. This was the most important thing. Most people could accept this result. Li Er nodded and said, "Yes, Li Zishuan, I heard that Yanhuang College has made an astronomical telescope. Through this mirror, one can observe the sun, moon, and stars in the sky." Is this true? Once he said that, everyone was shocked. The officials couldn't help but look at each other. They were shocked and speechless. What kind of mirror could observe the sun, moon, and stars in the sky? Why does this sound so much like nonsense? It had to be said that even though these people were high-ranking officials in the imperial court, they weren't as knowledgeable as most of the students in Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan was already prepared. It should be said that from the moment Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei finished making the telescope, he had already expected that Li Er would know about this news soon. Furthermore, he had never thought of exchanging a national treasure like the telescope for money. He would definitely hand it over to the country. At this moment, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and answered, "Your Majesty, the Academy has indeed made an item that can see the moon and stars from hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's called the astronomical telescope. Many teachers and students of the Academy have tried this mirror." Hearing Li Zishuan's confirmation, the officials couldn't stay calm anymore. The quiet and orderly imperial court suddenly exploded like a drop of water in a pot of oil. What? Yanhuang College actually has a magical item that can see the sun, moon, and stars clearly? This can't be, right? I wonder what it's like on the moon. Other than these officials who were just here to watch the show, the eyes of many military bigwigs lit up. Pharmacist, since this astronomical telescope can see the sun, moon, and stars clearly from hundreds of thousands of miles away, can it also see enemies from tens or even hundreds of miles away? It can predict the enemy's moves. This is what it means to predict the enemy's moves first. This magical item must not fall into the enemy's hands. That's right. We must fight for this item. This is a national treasure, not a toy. Seeing that the officials were all discussing in private, Li Er coughed lightly and said, "I heard that the astronomical telescope is more effective at night. Is this true?" "Hey, old Li's information is quite complete." Li Zishuan muttered to himself, and then replied, "That's true. Your Majesty, the light in the day is too strong. If you use the telescope to look at the sky, it's very easy to hurt your eyes, so the effect is better at night." Li Er nodded, then made a decision that stunned everyone. "Tonight at 5 p.m., all officials of the third rank and above shall follow me to the Cloud Mountain to see the moon." The officials were stunned, but after they recovered from their shock, they all hurriedly cupped their hands and said yes. "Your Majesty." Those officials of the third rank and below opened their mouths and had a bitter look on their faces. In fact, they also wanted to go and see it. Unfortunately, they didn't have that fate. Chapter 934. After the morning court session, Li Zishuan finally revealed a proud smile on his face. This morning court session was not in vain. Now, this young master has truly become a big landlord. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Now, he had 1,000 households. In this era, there were at least 5 people in a household and they owned about 100 mu of land. 1,000 households meant 100,000 mu of land. Although the yield of grain was very low in this era, 100 mu of land is only 300 dan, about 30,000 caddies. It could not cover the total amount of land. 100,000 mu of land could produce millions of caddies of grain every year. Even if he only collected 10% of the tax, he would still have millions of caddies of grain. This landlord could really just sit at home and wait for death. It could be said that with Li Zixuan's family business, even if his descendants did not achieve anything in their lives, it would be very difficult for them to squander the family business. Marquis, is there good news? Pang Feiji saw that Li Zixuan was very excited and came up to him with a smile. Li Zixuan mounted his horse and said with a smile, great news. Let's go. Let's go back. The academy also needs to prepare. Tonight, His Majesty and the civil and military officials will go to the academy. What? His Majesty is going to the academy at night? Pang Feiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since the world was peaceful, the emperor had never left the city at night. It was not because of the curfew. Why would an emperor care about that? The main reason was that it was not safe to leave the city at night. After all, there were no street lights in this era. Everywhere outside the city was dark and it was easy for assassins to hide. Pang Feiji did not have time to think because Li Zixuan had already rushed out. He quickly mounted his horse and led his men to chase after Li Zixuan. Yin Mountain. After Li Zixuan returned home, he was not in a hurry to tell his family about the reward that Li Er had given him. This was because he knew that in the afternoon, the imperial edict from the palace would be sent down. When that time came, they would naturally know. Sure enough, someone from the palace came in the afternoon. The person who came to deliver the decree was Zhao Song, Li Zixuan's old acquaintance. The two exchanged some pleasantries. Zhao Song saw that Li Zixuan's family members were all present, so he cleared his throat and took out an imperial edict from one of his followers behind him, reading it aloud. The Emperor of the Great Tang has decreed that we rule the world through literature and subdue chaos through force. Moreover, military commanders and generals were the pillars of the imperial court, the backbone of the country. They were capable of both civil and military affairs, and their contributions to the imperial court could diminish their achievements and not be rewarded with favor. Li Zixuan, the Marquis of Yong'an, has quelled the cholera, and has rendered great service. He has single-handedly saved the lives of tens of thousands of people in Chang'an, saving the lives of millions of people from the ravages of cholera. Therefore, he will be granted 400 households and 100,000 gold coins. By the Emperor. Li Zixuan said, this subject, Li Zixuan, accepts the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Han Yushi heard the good news, they were all stunned. This was really good news from the heavens. When Li Jingma came to his senses, he was about to send a servant to fetch the money when Zhao Song took out another imperial edict from the servant behind him. He paused, looked at Madame Li, and said, the Marquis of Yong'an's mother, Madame Yi, accepts the decree. Madame Li's eyes widened. She could not react for a long time. She tugged at Li Jingma and pointed at herself in disbelief. Old master, is eunuch Xiao talking about me? Li Jingma hurriedly urged, go quickly. Who else could it be if not you? Madame Li was convinced that she did not hear wrongly. She straightened her clothes and stepped forward. This old one, Yi Yuzhu, accepts the decree. Zhao Song continued reading. The Emperor of the Great Tang has decreed that the Marquis of Yong'an's mother, Madame Yi, is virtuous and prudent, diligent and gentle and pure, gentle by nature, and good at educating her son. She will be conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady, by the Emperor. Madame Li was a little confused. A third-rank noble lady, this status was comparable to the wives of important officials in the imperial court. Even a provincial governor would not dare to look down on her. Such a prominent status was bestowed from the heavens just like that. Madam, accept the edict quickly. Li Jingma was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He urged softly from behind. In fact, he was a little jealous at this moment. His status in the family was low. Now that his wife was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady, wouldn't his status be even lower in the future? Madame Li hurriedly said, this old one accepts the edict. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Zhao Song was not angry because he had to wait a little longer. He handed the imperial edict to Madame Li with a smile and said a few pleasing words. Then, he took out the third imperial edict and said, the Marquis of Yong'an's wife, Han, accepts the decree. Han Yushi's heart trembled, and her little heart thumped. She walked forward and bowed. This concubine, Han Yushi, accepts the decree. Zhao Song saw that although Han Yushi's eyes were a little nervous and flustered, her actions were still natural and unrestrained. He could not help but nod and say, "The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that the Marquis of Yong'an's wife, Han, is gentle and virtuous, graceful and elegant, dignified and virtuous. She is conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady, Your Majesty." Han Yushi's heart was immediately filled with great surprise. She bowed and said, "Han Yushi accepts the decree. Thank you for your grace." Li Jingma's face was full of shock. Fortunately, his hand was not on his chin, otherwise, he would have pulled off his beard. Although the title of a noble lady was only a symbol of honor and did not have any real power, two third-rank noble ladies in one family had almost never appeared in the 10 years since the establishment of the dynasty. Even in the previous dynasty, very few people could receive such an honor. It was no wonder that he was so surprised. However, apart from being surprised, Old Man Li could not help but feel a little disappointed. His wife was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady because of her son, and his daughter-in-law was also conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady because of her husband. As the father, why did he have nothing? Could it be that he did not contribute to the birth of Li Zishuan, this son? Just as Old Man Li was feeling sour, Zhao Song spoke again. Li Jingma accepts the decree. Li Jingma immediately came back to his senses, and a smile finally appeared on his old face. "I, Li Jingma, accept the decree." Zhao Song recited. The Tang Empire's emperor decrees that a family that accumulates good deeds will have more to celebrate. Those who have not done good deeds will not be affected. How can I be stingy with my praise? Your son, Li Zishuan, has a righteous character and good conduct. He is adept in literature and martial arts. You have taught your son well. I hereby grant you the title of a 7th-rank winged cavalry officer, Your Majesty. 7th rank? Li Jingma was not a novice. He still had some common sense. Even though this winged cavalry captain didn't seem to be of the same rank as a third-grade noble lady, this was a genuine military merit. Normally, only those soldiers with military merits would be able to obtain it. Therefore, Old Man Li was grinning from ear to ear. Li Jingma accepts the decree and thanks for your grace. No matter what, he would never have thought that he would have the opportunity to become an official at such an age. The wonders of life were truly indescribable. Moreover, the 4 imperial decrees had arrived at Yunshan today. It could be considered as 4 consecutive blessings. Chapter 935. For imperial edicts to reward the same family was a rare sight in the Tang Empire. The fact that Li Zishuan was favored by the emperor made people look at him in a different light. But were these rewards really a lot? Not at all. Although there were 4 imperial edicts as rewards, the real benefits were only 400 households and 100,000 gold coins. The rest were nothing more than empty titles. Compared to Li Zishuan's contributions, these rewards were really not much. Think about it, if Li Zishuan did not help, even if Sun Simiao could rush back in time, it was unlikely that he would be able to produce the antidote immediately. With the epidemic spreading like wildfire, the delay in producing the antidote would increase the number of people infected with cholera. When the number of people could not be controlled, the Tang Empire's capital, Chang'an, would be in great danger. Therefore, the rewards given by Li Heir were not much at all. Haha. Good. Good. Today is really a day of great joy. Ha 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 ha. After Zhao Song left, Li Jingma laughed heartily. It was rare that Madame Li did not dampen old Li's enthusiasm. She looked at her son lovingly and said, Xian is getting more and more favored by the emperor. Thanks to you, Xian offering the antidote for cholera, not only did you save the people, but you also earned a title for your father. Your father will be happy for a while. Old Li was immediately unhappy. Ha! Madam, weren't you unwilling to let Xian help the king of Wei treat cholera? Madame Li said unhappily, I was afraid that our son would accidentally contract cholera too. So you're not afraid now? You're just a 7th-rank winged cavalry captain. How dare you talk back to a 3rd-rank honorary lady? You're offending your superiors. Hey! Madam, this is not how things are supposed to be. Seeing their parents quarreling, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi couldn't help but look at each other and smile. This was life. Brother, why are you all rewarded but not Lan? Lan is your sister, I also contributed. The little cutie tugged at Li Zixuan's arm and looked up at him. Overjoyed, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li discussed and decided to return to the Li mansion in Chang'an for a while. According to Li Jingma's father, such a joyous occasion should be celebrated with the servants in the mansion. Although it was comfortable to live in Yunshan, it was not as lively as Chang'an. Before leaving, Madame Li specially called Li Zixuan to the side and said, Xian, you and Yushi have been married for quite some time now. It's time for you to have a child. Mother and your father are going back to Chang'an to stay, and will bring Lan back as well. You and Yushi must hurry up. Mother is waiting to hold a grandson. Li Zixuan was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood why the old couple had suddenly clamored to return to Chang'an. It turned out that they wanted to create a couple's world for him and Han Yushi. Mother, we are still young. What's the hurry? Mrs. Li Zixuan couldn't help but slap Li Zixuan's arm. What's wrong with being young? Look at Mei Jun and Han Xiaoyun, aren't they the same as you? Look at how adorable his Huan is. You and Yushi should hurry up. Li Zixuan didn't want to disappoint his mother, so he didn't say much. He just vaguely agreed. Around 3 in the afternoon, Li Jingma and Madame Li brought Lan, who also missed Chang'an. They dressed lightly and rode down Yunshan in a carriage, rushing towards Chang'an. Li Zixuan asked Pang Feiji to bring a team of personal guards to follow behind them. He entrusted them to stay in Chang'an and protect his parents. As for himself, Li Zixuan felt that he didn't need protection at all. The academy had 3 great grandmasters guarding it, so it was very safe. After watching his parents leave, Li Zixuan didn't have time to spend some alone time with his wife. He was called over by Mo Zhong to Yanhuang College. Li Gang heard that Li Zixuan was going to bring the civil and military officials to the academy to admire the moon with binoculars tonight. He wanted Li Zixuan to return to the academy in advance to take charge of the situation and make arrangements in advance to prevent any accidents. The old teacher had already treated the academy as his home. The students of the academy were his children. If something happened to Li Zixuan in the academy, the entire academy wouldn't have an easy time. Therefore, the old teacher was especially attentive. At 5:45 p.m., the sky gradually darkened. A full moon appeared in the sky, but it didn't look very bright. The civil and military officials who were admiring the moon led by Li Zixuan ascended Yunshan and arrived at the gate of the academy. They saw that there were big lanterns hanging on both sides of the road leading out of the academy. They were hung up every 5 steps, making the entire academy as bright as day even at night. Li Zixuan brought the leadership of the academy to the school gate to welcome them personally. I'm just here to try the binoculars. You're so good, making such a big fuss. I wonder how much money you've spent. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zixuan pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded him jokingly as he walked. Li Zixuan cursed in his heart, but he said, Your Majesty and the officials of the imperial court came to the academy to admire the moon. Of course, the academy should prepare in advance. Otherwise, if Your Majesty and everyone accidentally knocked or bumped into each other in this pitch-black darkness, wouldn't it be my fault? Haha. You're getting more and more glib-tongued. Li Zixuan said unhappily. After exchanging a few more words, they arrived at the courtyard of Guanghua Building. A huge binoculars came into view. Li Zixuan looked at it with interest. He touched and knocked on it for a long time before asking, How do I use this? Li Zixuan explained, Your Majesty only needs to put your eyes in front of the cylinder. Then, you'll see a whole new world. The angle of the binoculars had been adjusted in advance. There was no need for Li Zixuan to do anything. He just needed to look. Li Zixuan nodded. Under the gazes of the officials, he bent his knees slightly and put his eyes in front of the binoculars. Suddenly, Li Zishuan opened his mouth in shock. He saw a bumpy sphere in the binoculars. When the attentive officials saw this, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even before Li Zishuan ascended the throne, he didn't show his emotions on his face, let alone now that he was the emperor. He didn't show his emotions on his face. But now, Li Zishuan looked so surprised that people couldn't help but think. What kind of scenery could surprise Li Zishuan, the emperor of a country? The more they thought about it, the more eager they were to use the binoculars. But here came the problem. Li Zishuan had been in front of the binoculars for almost 15 minutes, but he still didn't have any intention of leaving. What could the officials do? Could they go up and kick Li Zishuan away? So, they could only wait at the side for Li Zishuan to finish using it. Chapter 936. TSK, I didn't expect the moon to be like this. There's no moon lord, no jade rabbit, and no trees. It looks like there's only barren mountains and dry rocks. The moon lord refers to Chang'e, and the moon star refers to the moon in the ancient language. The Book of Changes states that Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang, and yin and yang give birth to the four symbols. Yin and yang refers to yin and yang, and the four symbols refers to Taiyang, Taiyin, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang. After the Qin and Han dynasties, they gradually referred to the eastern god Azure Dragon, the western god White Tiger, the southern god Vermilion Bird, and the northern god Black Tortoise. Yanhuang College, Guanghua Building, Atrium. Li Er looked at it for a long time and finally couldn't help but sigh. However, he still didn't have any intention of moving. It seemed like he hadn't seen enough. The ministers all sighed in their hearts. Encountering such a boss who liked to eat alone, they, as little brothers, felt very helpless. Li Zishuan, can you point this telescope somewhere else? I want to see the Milky Way. Well, the origin of the word Milky Way is unknown, but there was the word Milky Way before the Sui dynasty. There were earlier names like Milky Way, and so on. Li Er reluctantly moved his eyes away from the telescope and said to Li Zishuan. All the officials were cursing in their hearts. Li Er was really pushing his luck. They hadn't even seen the moon yet, but old Li wanted to see the Milky Way. He was pushing his luck. Most of the ministers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, there were always one or two brave ones. Your Majesty, why don't you let me see what the moon looks like? I've lived for most of my life and have seen everything, but I've never seen what the moon looks like. Qing Yao Jin couldn't help but mutter. Old Li didn't take it to heart. He laughed and said, Jijia, there's no hurry. The night is long, and there's still a long time. Besides, it'll be late at night and the moon will rise. You'll see it more clearly, right? Everyone was speechless, thinking that Li Er was really a shameless old scoundrel. Seeing Li Zishuan looking at him again, Li Zishuan had no choice but to bow and say, Your Majesty, this telescope is just a prototype. There are still many imperfections, so it is not enough to see the celestial bodies outside the moon. If you want to see other celestial bodies in the Milky Way, you have to wait for the Academy to make a greater technological breakthrough in the future. To be honest, this telescope was still very crude, and its image was not very clear. It could barely be used to see the moon, but as for other celestial bodies, forget about it. Li Er shook his head and said with a smile, It's fine. I just want to see what's the difference between using this telescope and using the naked eye. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could only nod in agreement. He looked up at the night sky. Fortunately, the weather was very good tonight. He could clearly see a band of light in the night sky. That was the Milky Way. Li Zishuan stepped forward and pointed the telescope at a random location in the Milky Way, then said, Okay, Your Majesty. Li Er nodded. Under the covetous gazes of the officials behind him, he once again put his eyes in front of the telescope's eyepiece. What he saw made Li Er feel as if he was in a sea of stars, surrounded by boundless stars. Further away, there were dreamy and magnificent nebulae and star clusters, giving people a strong visual impact. In the vast dark space, everything seemed so small. Emptiness, vastness, loneliness, shock, and all kinds of complicated emotions poured into Lee Air's heart in an instant, making him, the supreme ruler of the human world, a little confused at this moment. Seeing that Lee Air was silent for a long time, the officials couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what Lee Air had seen that made him silent for so long. Qing Yaojin was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If the person squatting in front of the telescope was not Lee Air, but someone else, old Qing would probably go forward and kick him away, and take his place to enjoy himself. In fact, Li Zixuan quite understood Lee Air at this moment. In his previous life, when he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he had been severely shocked. Some movies were not worth going to the cinema to watch. The big screen also exposed the shortcomings. Some movies were born for the big screen. When he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he was deeply shocked by the visual effects on the screen. Even after walking out of the cinema for a long time, his heart was still in a state of accelerated heartbeat, and he did not calm down for a long time. It was also because of this that he had specially gone to the capital's planetarium in order to feel the vastness of space and the brilliance of the interstellar. Those who had seen the star chart in space, regardless of whether they were men or women, could not resist its charm. At that time, his dream was really the sea of stars. If a technology company wanted to recruit volunteers for interstellar travel, he really might have given it a try. However, this was just his unrealistic dream at that time. Later, his dream became a house, a car, and money, and he completely became a layman. As a modern person, he was so shocked when he saw space. How could Lee Air, an ancient person, be indifferent when he saw space for the first time? After about 15 minutes, perhaps he felt that his legs were a little tired from standing, Lee Air finally came back from space. His face was full of absent-mindedness. He walked to the side and stood beside Li Zixuan, giving up the position of the telescope. Qing Yaojin could not wait any longer. This old guy was afraid that someone would beat him to it. He rushed to the front of the telescope and shouted, "Xiao Xian, quick! Quickly point this guy to the position of the moon. I, old Qing, want to see if there are any fairies on it." Hearing this guy start talking nonsense, everyone could not help but laugh. Li Zixuan had no choice but to step forward and point the telescope at the position of the moon. Old Qing smacked his lips and began his journey to the moon. Li Zixuan returned to his original position. Seeing that Lee Air was still in a daze, he said, "Your Majesty, what do you think after seeing this Milky Way?" Lee Air murmured, "Vast, vast. I feel that I am so tiny in the midst of all the stars in the heavens. Previously, you said that the ground under our feet was a sphere. At that time, I didn't believe it. Tonight, I completely believe it. In the past, I was still complacent about conquering this land, but compared to the universe, this land is probably as small as a speck of dust." After a pause, Lee Air looked at Li Zixuan with a burning gaze and said faintly, "Marquis Yong, is it possible for Yanhuang College to let me go to the sky to take a look in my lifetime?" Li Zixuan was speechless. He never thought that old Li's feelings after seeing space were to actually want to go to the sky. Could it be that Lee Air wanted to conquer the sea of stars in the future? Wasn't that too ridiculous? Chapter 937. Your Majesty, when engineering is developed to the extreme, it is indeed possible to achieve interstellar flight. However, there is still a long way to go. It could take decades, or even centuries. Li Zixuan was speechless for a while. He looked into Lee Air's burning eyes and replied. In his previous life, the United States of America, which had been established for more than 100 years, relied on its advanced and complete industrial system to launch the Apollo program, which started in May 1961 and ended in December 1972. They achieved the first moon landing in history. The entire Apollo program lasted for about 11 years and cost more than $25 billion. It accounted for about 0.57% of the United States GDP and about 20% of the United States total scientific and technological research and development funds. At the peak of the project, there were more than 20,000 companies, more than 200 universities, and more than 80 research institutions that participated in the project. The total number of people involved was more than 300,000. It could be said that the United States of America had mobilized the entire country to complete the first moon landing project. Even a powerful country like the United States of America had done so. For a feudal dynasty like the Tang dynasty, which did not even have a complete industrial system, to complete space travel was tantamount to a fantasy. Not to mention a few decades, even 100 or 200 years would be difficult. A few decades? A few hundred years? Li Er's eyes suddenly dimmed. He muttered, "How I wish to live for a few hundred more years." Li Zishuan thought to himself. If Li Er had heard Han Lei's borrow another 500 years from the heavens, would he also sing a song to his heart's content? Feng Jidai, who was standing behind Li Er, could not help but feel shocked when he heard the conversation between Li Er and Li Zishuan. According to his official position, Feng Jidai was actually not qualified to stand here tonight. However, as the vice minister of the guard, he had the responsibility of accompanying the emperor. Moreover, for some reason, Li Er seemed to be afraid that he would forget and specially sent someone to inform him to accompany the emperor at Yanhuang College tonight. Hence, he came. Although he had not used the binoculars before, from Li Er's expression and words, he could roughly imagine what Li Er was describing. After hearing Li Zishuan's reply, he could not help but feel a huge wave of emotions surging in his heart. This was because Li Zishuan did not give Li Er a direct negative answer. Instead, he said that it would take decades or centuries. This was a mission that seemed impossible to ordinary people, but Li Zishuan had turned it into a goal that could be achieved. This had completely overturned Feng Jidai's understanding of the world. During his stay in Chang'an, he had collected a lot of information about Li Zishuan. The more he read, the more surprised he became. He was even more confused about Li Zishuan. Tonight was the first time he came to Yanhuang College. The majestic college was like an immortal palace standing on the top of a mountain. However, Li Zishuan, a mortal younger than him, seemed to have the ability to surpass immortals. He could talk about interstellar flight, which completely broke his understanding. Feng Jidai felt that Li Zishuan's ability was even more terrifying than the so-called martial arts of the Grandmaster realm. He could win in terms of individual bravery, but what could he use to fight against this kind of power that he couldn't understand? If he made an enemy of such a person, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, Feng Jidai was deeply grateful for his original decision. Li Zishuan was very difficult to defeat, and with the help of someone like Li Zishuan, Feng Jidai felt that if the Feng family had the slightest disloyalty, they would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, he also rejoiced for his father's wise decision. Earlier on, some of the tribes under the Feng family had tried to persuade Feng Ang to establish himself as the king, but Feng Ang had refused. Now it seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. At this time, Qing Yao Jin had already come down from the platform where the telescope was placed. The other ministers went up to look at the moon according to their ranks and qualifications. Old Qing kept muttering things like, "There are no fairies," and "no energy." He looked very disappointed. At this moment, Li Er had already recovered a little. He whispered to Li Zishuan earnestly, "Develop Yanhuang College well. Although I won't have the chance to go up and see it in my lifetime, I hope that one day, my descendants can jump out of this land and go to other places to see it." Li Zishuan inexplicably felt a toothache. Old Li said it so lightly, but he didn't want to dampen Li Er's enthusiasm, so he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the vast starry sky he had seen earlier. That scene would probably stay in his mind for a long time, and he wouldn't be able to forget it. Before Pangu died, he turned into the sun and moon. His left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. The mountain and sea scripture, Western scripture of the Great Wilderness, also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Changxi, gave birth to 2 moons. At this time, there were rabbits and toads in the moon. But from what I see, this moon seems to be barren. Sure enough, everything in this world is seen with your own eyes. In ancient legends, the sun and moon were transformed from the eyes of Pangu. The mountain and sea scripture also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Changxi, gave birth to 12 moons. Emperor Jun was a mythical figure in the Shang dynasty. After looking at the moon with a telescope, Old Fong couldn't help but sigh. Hey! I say, Old Fong, if there are no fairies on the moon, then there are no fairies. You are complaining so much here. Aren't you afraid that sister-in-law will? Hee hee. Qing Yaojin couldn't help but make fun of Fong Xianling after listening to him for a long time. Everyone roared with laughter. Few people didn't know that Fong Xianling was afraid of his wife. You! Qing Jijia, if you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I won't go to your house and tell sister-in-law what you muttered before? Fong Xuanling's face turned red, and he pointed at Qing Yaojin angrily. As the saying goes, don't expose a person's shortcomings. Qing Yaojin was too immoral. While these people were making fun of each other, there was never a shortage of people around the telescope. The courtiers who had never used it came up one by one to try it. After about 2 hours, almost all the courtiers had tried the telescope. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walked out of the crowd. He had a jade-like complexion and a graceful demeanor. It was Li Chunfeng. He was only a minor official in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Logically speaking, he wasn't qualified to be here tonight. He heard from the Imperial Historian Bureau that Li Er was going to bring courtiers above the 3rd rank to the Cloud Mountain to use Li Zishuan's newly made telescope to observe the moon. He was curious, so he asked Li Er personally for a spot. When Li Chunfeng met Li Er for the first time this year, he left a deep impression on Li Er with his knowledge of the calendar. When Li Er heard that Li Chunfeng wanted to go to the academy to observe the moon, he thought about it and agreed. At this moment, seeing that this man in a Taoist robe also wanted to use the telescope, Li Zishuan was curious. He couldn't help but ask, "May I know who you are?" Li Chunfeng smiled and bowed. "I am Huang Guanzi." Greetings, Marquis Yong En. Chapter 938. Huang Guanzi. Li Zishuan found the name familiar. It didn't take him long to remember. When the results of the entrance exam of Yanhuang College were announced, Li Zishuan had investigated the families of the top students. Li Zishuan was ranked 2nd among the freshmen. Li Chuanfeng's information was on Li Zishuan's desk. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew a thing or two about Li Chunfeng. Li Chuanfeng's Taoist name was Huang Guanzi. In the first year of Zhengguan, he made 18 comments on the Wuyin Yuan calendar written by Fu Renjun, a Taoist priest. Li Er appreciated his talent and accepted 7 of his comments. Li Chunfeng was appointed to serve in the Bureau of Imperial History. Right now, Li Chunfeng was just a young man who had just made a name for himself in the imperial court. Few people would pay attention to him. However, Li Zishuan, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew what Li Chuanfeng's name meant. For this reason, he even asked someone to look into Yuan Tiangang's information. He didn't give up until he found out that Yuan Tiangang wasn't in the imperial court. In fact, Yuan Tiangang only entered the imperial court in the 5th year of Zhengguan. "Oh, it's Taoist Li, sorry for the disrespect." Li Zishuan bowed to Li Chunfeng and said politely. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan seriously. This made Li Zishuan uncomfortable. He felt that Li Chuanfeng's eyes had a penetrating power that could see through everything. Under this kind of gaze, no secrets could be hidden. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly used the Taishan Sutra to maximize his mental strength and stay alert. Li Chuanfeng's face suddenly turned pale. Sorry. I was surprised by Marquis' appearance just now. I couldn't help but look at you a little longer. I hope Marquis won't blame me." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's fine. You and I are both Taoists, so how can we blame each other? This Marquis has heard that Taoist priest is quite accomplished in calendar, astronomy, and mathematics. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely ask for your advice. I hope Taoist priest won't hold back." Li Chunfeng cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, you flatter me." Marquis has been taught by a famous sect since he was a child. How can my insignificant skills be compared to Marquis'? I'm here today to use Yanhuang College's binoculars to verify some of my past conjectures. I hope that Marquis can help me confirm some conjectures. It was probably related to the calendar, right? Li Zishuan thought to himself. At the same time, he promised, just use it, Taoist priest. In the future, the door of the academy will always be open for you. If you want to use this telescope, you can come anytime. Li Chuanfeng's face lit up and he said, Marquis, are you serious? Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. If I'm not wrong, you probably want to use the telescope to calculate the calendar, right? Since ancient times, the calendar has been very important to the people's agriculture. If this telescope can help you, then it's Yanhuang College's and my good fortune, isn't it? Li Chuanfeng's face turned serious and he bowed sincerely. Marquis, you are a righteous man. This humble Taoist is very impressed. The people of the world will definitely remember your kindness, Marquis. Li Zishuan was right. His main purpose for coming today was to see if Yanhuang College's telescope could help him improve the accuracy of his calendar deduction. Simply put, the so-called calendar was based on the natural law of the changes in the sky to measure the longer time intervals, judge the changes in the climate, and predict the arrival of the seasons. The calendar based on the cycle of the moon's phases, the synodic month, was called the lunar calendar. The calendar based on the cycle of the Earth's rotation around the sun, the solar year, was called the solar calendar. China's ancient calendar used the solar year as the unit of year and the synodic month as the unit of month. It was a combination of the solar and lunar calendars. When the rulers of the dynasties ascended to the throne, they would usually organize officials to revise the calendar. This was because the people's annual spring plowing, autumn harvest, and other agricultural activities were all based on the calendar. The importance of the calendar to the country could be seen from this. Many people who knew about China's lunar calendar would sigh in their hearts. How could the 24 solar terms in the lunar calendar, which had existed for thousands of years, be so accurate in predicting agricultural activities? At the beginning of spring, people would start to cultivate the land to raise seedlings. The rain would weed the wheat, the insects would fertilize the wheat would grow at the spring equinox, and so on. Every mid-autumn festival, the moon would never be round. The creator of the calendar and the discoverer of the laws of the calendar for thousands of years was truly admirable. Compared to it, the modern Gregorian calendar was so weak. In fact, China's lunar calendar used the 24 solar terms to determine the year, the leap month, the leap year, and the lunar moon to determine the month. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Thus, it was very accurate in predicting the farming season. Thus, China's lunar calendar was based on the solar calendar. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Its cycle was the same as the Earth's revolution. Observed from the Earth, the moment when the sun passed the spring equinox in the ecliptic was the beginning of a new year and the end of an old one. The ancient dynasties set up the imperial astronomer to observe and correct the equinox every year to ensure that the spring equinox was accurate and the farming season was accurate. Li Zishuan felt that giving the telescope to Li Chunfeng was like giving a sword to a hero. This way, Li Chunfeng might be able to perfect the calendar even more. This was something that would benefit the country and the people. Furthermore, if Li Chunfeng discovered the 8 planets of the solar system through the telescope and came up with a heliocentric theory or solar system theory, wouldn't that be a contribution to the Tang dynasty's astronomy? You Marquis Yong'an. I don't know what tricks you used to make Dr. Sun move to Yunshan, but now you want to use the telescope to poach my man? The two of them were chatting happily, as if they regretted not having met earlier. Li Er walked over from the side and said angrily. He had always been a good judge of character. Li Er had high hopes for Li Chunfeng. I am afraid. I, Li Chunfeng, will always be loyal to your majesty and the Tang dynasty. Perhaps Li Er was joking, but Li Chunfeng had not known Li Er for a long time, so he did not know much about Li Er's personality. As the saying went, being in the king's company was akin to being in the company of a tiger, so he did not dare to treat Li Er's words as a joke. Li Zishuan wasn't afraid at all. He could tell that old Li was joking. He cupped his hands and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, I would like to borrow the Academy's technology to help Li Shilang perfect the calendar. We are both working for Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty, and the people. How can you say that we are poaching him?" Although Li Zishuan did have this idea, he couldn't say it out loud. Chapter 939. In fact, Li Zishuan wasn't the only person he wanted to poach. He wanted to poach a few other people as well. Previously, he had mentioned in the imperial court that he wanted to establish a medical school in Yanhuang College. This wasn't something he said on the spur of the moment. He truly wanted to contribute to the development of Tang dynasty's medical science, not only for others, but also for himself. As the saying went, how could people not get sick after eating grains? He had a strong internal energy, so he wasn't worried about getting sick. However, what about his family? What if they got an incurable disease? What could he do with his half-baked medical skills? Sun Simiao had great medical skills, but how could he be in Cheng'an every day? Therefore, Li Zishuan had to push the development of Tang dynasty's medical science on the right track, even if it was for the sake of his family's health and longevity. The cholera incident had given him a huge warning. Just think about it. If he didn't happen to know a few prescriptions for cholera, Cheng'an might have been hit by a large-scale cholera outbreak. As the saying went, when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain unbroken. When that time came, how would their family be able to stay in one corner of the country? The only way was to develop medical science and establish a medical school. However, establishing a medical school required a large number of medical-related talents. That was why Li Zishuan had made a request to Li Er in the imperial court. He wanted the Imperial Physician Bureau to help Yanhuang College train medical students. Of course, it was not a bad idea to poach a few imperial physicians with excellent medical skills and noble medical ethics into the Yanhuang Academy during the process of nurturing them. The moon viewing event lasted until around 9 in the morning. When they were about to leave Yanhuang College, a group of military officials asked Li Zishuan if the telescope could be used in the military. After Li Zishuan gave a positive answer, the military officials requested Li Er to ban the telescope manufacturing technology in Yanhuang College and put it on the list of prohibited weapons. Only Tang dynasty's fourth-rank generals and above had the right to own it. Reality had proven that none of these bigwigs who had been able to make it to their current positions in the imperial court were fools. Even without Li Zishuan's reminder, they could imagine just how great of a threat it would be to their side if the telescope were to fall into the enemy's hands. Li Er naturally understood this as well. He didn't think too much about it and agreed to Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and Niu Jinda's request. However, before leaving, Li Er asked Li Zishuan in front of all the officials, "You're now an adult. Do you have a courtesy name? According to the weekly system, a man will be crowned at the age of 20. However, in order to take control of the country as soon as possible, the emperor and the dukes will do it earlier. Legend has it that King Wen of Zhou crowned at the age of 12 and King Qing crowned at the age of 15. Later generations changed according to the time and place. Among the people, it was held from the age of 15 to 20. Li Zishuan was about to reach the age of 15, so he could be considered an adult. Li Zishuan naturally replied that he didn't have one. Li Er smiled and said, "You're multi-talented and you're proficient in both literature and martial arts." Zhuge Liang once said in the Book of Commandments that a gentleman should cultivate his body with quietness and cultivate virtue with frugality. Without living a simple life, there is no way to show one's aspiration. Without being tranquil, there is no way to reach far. I hope that you can look at the big picture and have lofty aspirations. You'll be ambitious. In ancient times, people not only had names, but also had names and even nicknames. For example, Zhuge Liang had a name called Kongming and was called Crouching Dragon. Another example was Bai Zhi. His name was Bai Zhi and his courtesy name was Letian. He also had a nickname, Fragrant Mountain Hermit. Therefore, the names of the ancient people should be divided into 3 types: name, courtesy name, and nickname. The name was the official name for oneself, the courtesy name was the continuation of this name, and the nickname represented one's ambition. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Fang Xianling clapped his hands and laughed, "Wonderful! Wonderful! In the Zhuan, Zipai once said that a gentleman knows the big picture and knows the big picture. A villain knows the small picture and knows the small picture. One knows the big picture and the other knows the big picture. Marquis Yong and is so lucky. Li Zishuan thought about it carefully for a long time and felt that Li Er's words were not bad. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the words. I will remember Your Majesty's admonition today." Li Er, who liked to trick people, finally didn't trick him this time around. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. The rest of the officials looked at Li Zishuan with envy. This was the first time Li Er bestowed words to a court official. They never thought that this great honor would fall on Li Zishuan, who had just entered the court for less than a year. It really made them feel a little jealous. Li Zishuan, who had a big heart and nerves, was naturally not afraid of the envy and jealousy of others. After Li Er and the ministers left, he returned to the courtyard and spent a rare two-person world with Han Yushi, although there was still Xiao He and Xiao Shi in the courtyard, but these two girls had heard the word bed too many times, so Li Zishuan no longer treated these two girls as outsiders. They shamelessly fooled around until 1:00 in the morning before going to sleep. Li Zishuan slept comfortably until the sun was high in the sky the next day before he woke up. Li Zishuan stretched his body and ate the breakfast that Xiao Shi had prepared. He then went to the academy. There were still many things to do there. First of all, he had promised Mo Lingwei that he would persuade her father, Mo Lingwei. However, there were a lot of things to do yesterday. He had to attend court, receive the imperial edict, and receive Li Er and the other big shots who came to the academy to look at the telescope. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not have time to do this. However, since he had promised Mo Lingwei, he had to get it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, when that girl went crazy, not many people could control her. Back then, Mo Lingwei said that the principle of the telescope was proposed by Li Zishuan. She did not want the credit for inventing the telescope. She only wanted a little effort to make Li Zishuan persuade her father to let her stay in the academy. However, from the looks of it now, this credit was undoubtedly more worth it for her. This was because Li Zishuan realized that it was very difficult for his current noble rank and official position to be promoted. Unless he made a very significant military contribution, such as the war that destroyed the country, Li Er would not let him be promoted. This could be seen from the reward given to him for the cholera incident. Therefore, it was better to use the credit of inventing the telescope to exchange for some substantial rewards for Mo Lingwei. This would force old man Mo to agree to let Mo Lingwei continue to stay in the academy. Hurry up and go back. I thought you were just fooling around in Yanhuang College. I didn't expect you to want to stay in the academy for a long time. You're simply fooling around. Sure enough, just as he approached Mo Huai's office, he heard old man Mo's angry roar from inside. Li Zishuan shook his head and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 940. Father. Why can't I study at Yanhuang College? Don't you just dislike your daughter for being a girl? But back then, Grandmaster Li Ying not only became a general as a girl, but she also became the head of the Mo family. Why can't I come to the academy to study? Li Ying, the 42nd generation head of the Mo family, was also the first female head of the Mo family. She fought with the Northern Wei many times and once fought with the Erzhu family and defeated them. She commanded the cavalry and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern dynasty. As soon as Li Zishuan entered, he heard Mo Lingwei arguing with Mo Huai. Mo Huai slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard! How can the present be compared to the past?" At that time, the 5 barbarians were in chaos and the world was in turmoil. The Mo family was facing internal and external troubles, so Grandmaster Li Ying stepped forward. But now that the world is peaceful, the Mo family has no internal and external troubles. Why do you need a girl to show her face in public? Yamacho. Mo Huai only realized that Li Zishuan had pushed open the door and entered at the end of his sentence. Awkwardness immediately appeared on his old face. After all, this was a family scandal. Li Zishuan smiled and walked to a spot not far from Mo Huai. Then, he said, Haha, I was looking for Mr. Mo for some matters, but I accidentally came in without permission. I hope Mr. Mo won't blame me. Mo Huai waved his hands awkwardly and said, It's fine, it's fine. It's my daughter who is naughty and has embarrassed herself in front of Yamacho. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Mr. Mo, you're wrong. Also, Mr. Mo said something wrong just now. Mo Huai asked, Oh? May I ask what Yamacho is referring to? Li Zishuan glanced at Mo Lingwei and gave her a look that said, Leave it to me. Then, he said to Mo Huai, Mr. Mo just said that now that the world is at peace, the Mo family no longer has any internal or external troubles. Why would they need Ink Girl to show her face in public alone? In the past, Confucius, Li Zishuan said Confucius, not Confucius, in order to avoid provoking Mo Huai. After all, in the eyes of the followers of the school of Mo, there was only one saint, and that was Mozi, said, only women and villains are difficult to raise. Later on, the Western Han Confucian Grandmaster Dong Zhongshu was given an important position by Emperor Wu of Han due to his 3 strategies for heaven and man. Emperor Wu then adopted Dong Zhongshu's theory of heaven and man interaction, the 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles, and officially proposed, abolish the 100 schools of thought and respect Confucianism. The result of this was that men were superior to women, and women were inferior to each other. Originally, I thought that the concept of men being superior to women would only exist in Confucianism. Who would have thought that it would also exist in Moism? But Mr. Mo, don't forget that when the Mo family's divine ancestor was recruiting followers of the school of Mo and promoting Moism, did he mention anything about men being superior to women and women not being allowed to show their faces in public? Confucianism has changed a lot since then. I don't want, and I believe that Mr. Mo and the Mo family's divine ancestor don't want Moism to follow in the footsteps of Confucianism, right? Women's rights. Although Li Zishuan wasn't a woman, he also felt that the excessive concept of men being superior to women was very detrimental to the development of society. Perhaps he could use the Mo family and Mo Lingwei to set an example for women's rights in this era. Moreover, if he let go of women's rights appropriately, it would also help to liberate society's productivity. Good. 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 Yamacho, what you said is too good. Every word that Li Zishuan said was in Mo Lingwei's heart. She also wanted to say these words, but she felt that they weren't as imposing as Li Zishuan's. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei excitedly clapped and cheered. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. To be able to say such words, it was obvious how much respect Li Zishuan usually had for Han Yushi. What an enviable couple. Mo Lingwei was happy to hear this, but Li Zishuan's words were like a heavy hammer that smashed fiercely into Mo Huai's chest. His expression changed drastically, and his brows were tightly knitted. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to his chin and landed on the ground with a plop. After a long time, Mo Huai spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Thank you, Yamacho, for your reminder. Mo's legacy has indeed deviated from its original path. Yamacho's words today are like a warning bell. I will definitely keep them in mind at all times. Actually, Mo Huai's feelings for Li Zishuan were very complicated. Cough cough, don't misunderstand. These feelings weren't ordinary feelings. When he first met Li Zishuan, he looked down on this young brat and was slapped in the face on the spot. However, the way Li Zishuan slapped his face made him realize that Li Zishuan had too many similarities with the Mo family's divine ancestor. He couldn't help but treat Li Zishuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Although Li Zishuan had explained that he wasn't, Mo Huai still subconsciously treated Li Zishuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. It was precisely because of this that he was willing to bring the few remaining members of the Mo family to Yanhuang College. He felt that this might be a better way to continue Mo's legacy. Li Zishuan's words just now made Mo Huai feel that the Mo family's divine ancestor was beating him to his face. That was why his expression changed drastically and he broke out in cold sweat. Li Zishuan saw this and hurriedly said, Mr. Mo, you're too kind. That was just my opinion. If you feel that it's wrong, please don't take it to heart. Mo Huai said with shame, no, no, no. Yamacho is right. This old man brought the Mo family's disciples into the world for several months. I didn't expect that they would be tainted with the vulgarity of the world. I really shouldn't have. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, didn't you say that you wanted to talk to this old man about something? Li Zishuan finally revealed his fox tail at this moment and said, ahem, Mr. Mo, I'm sure you've seen the telescope upstairs. His Majesty is very satisfied with it. And this telescope was mainly completed by your daughter. I see that your daughter is very talented in this area, so I want to invite her to the academy as a specially appointed professor. What do you think? Mo Huai frowned. Li Zishuan saw this and hurriedly said, don't worry, Ink Girl will only be responsible for research after coming to the academy. She won't be responsible for teaching students. What do you think? Unexpectedly, Mo Zhong waved his hand and said, Yamacho, you're mistaken. This old man isn't worried about that. This old man thinks that the identity of a professor in the academy is very noble. How can this girl be qualified with her little cleverness? Li Zishuan laughed and said, Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about that. Ink Girl's knowledge and ability are obvious to everyone. As the saying goes, a hero doesn't care about his background. A person's ambition doesn't depend on his age. The academy needs to promote talent. Ink Girl is completely worthy of the title of a specially appointed professor. Mo Huai couldn't help but feel happy when he heard Li Zishuan praise his daughter. After all, she was still his biological daughter. In that case, this old man has no objections. Mo Huai glanced at his daughter and nodded. Wow. Dad. You finally agreed. That's great. You're so open-minded. Mo Lingwei, who had gone through a lot and finally got what she wanted, immediately flattered him without hesitation, causing Mo Huai to roll his eyes. Chapter 941. Hee hee. Yamacho, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have to stay at home and do needlework every day. Mo Lingwei followed Li Zishuan out of Mo Huai's office. The girl caught up to Li Zishuan and smiled sweetly. Li Zishuan shook his head with a smile and said, There's no need to thank me. This is what I promised you. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Ah. Yamacho, your businesslike manner makes you very boring. Mo Lingwei complained. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. If I don't do business with you, do you want me to say some witty words to make you laugh and flirt with you? I can't bully my friend's wife. I won't do such a wicked thing. Ink Girl, I know why you want to stay in the academy so much. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to make Xiaoning stay in the academy too. Li Zishuan changed the topic and said with a faint smile. Mo Lingwei's cheeks flushed red. She hurriedly said, Yamacho. Yamacho, what are you talking about? What does it have to do with me whether Xiaoning is in the academy or not? Li Zishuan saw that the girl was not saying what she meant and deliberately teased, oh. Since that's the case, then forget it. Xiaoning doesn't seem to be willing to continue staying in the academy anyway. Don't. Mo Lingwei immediately panicked and shouted subconsciously. Then, she saw Li Zishuan's teasing face and knew that she had been fooled. She said angrily, Humph. Yamacho, you're playing with me again. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. But Ink Girl, seeing that the two of you are progressing so slowly, there's something I have to say in my heart. Mo Lingwei asked curiously, What is it? Li Zishuan looked at the girl seriously and said in a deep voice, Since you love him, then teach him well. Time waits for no one, and neither does love. Faced with such straightforward words, Mo Lingwei couldn't help blushing no matter how shrewish she was. However, the meaning of Li Zishuan's words aroused her curiosity and anticipation, making her unable to care about her embarrassment. Train? Yamacho, what is training? Seeing that Mo Lingwei had taken the bait, Li Zishuan's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He said, Well, for example, you have a dog and you play with it all day long. You comb and bathe the dog carefully. When the dog makes a fuss, you play with it. When the dog lies down and doesn't speak, it looks at you. You look at the dog and stroke its head. Everything is going well, but the only thing that makes you feel awkward is that the dog doesn't go to the designated place to pee. It always pees here and there, leaving behind either a wet mark or a small pile of dog poop. Tell me, what should you do? Mo Lingwei stared at him and said with a disgusted expression, if it were me, I would beat it until it doesn't dare to pee anywhere. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, this is the problem I want to talk to you about today. Sometimes, violence, oh no, force, sometimes blindly using force can't solve the problem. Take this dog for example. If you blindly beat it, it might not do as you wish. I have another method here. You can see if it's better. You can first lead the dog to the designated place to pee 5 or 6 times a day for a week. After a week, you can start doing something. When you find the dog peeing at the designated place, you should try to gently hug its neck and stroke its head. Let it know that it will be praised by its owner if it pees here. When you find the dog peeing somewhere else, you should severely reprimand it on the spot. Poke its nose and scold it. After a period of time, the dog will obediently go to the designated place to pee. Mo Lingwei frowned and thought seriously for a while. She said, it seems that Yamacho's method is better. Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. In fact, this process is training. Training is a reward and punishment. The purpose of training is also very direct. It is to make the other party obedient. Obedient is the so-called obedience. Dogs need to be trained, but some people also need to be trained. If you blindly use force on Yan Xiaoning, it will only make him more afraid of you. In this way, the distance between you and him will naturally increase. I believe that you don't want to see this result, right? Mo Lingwei's little face was a bit pale. She was probably frightened by Li Zishuan's analysis. At this moment, the girl nodded pitifully and said, yes, yes. Although Yan Xiaoning is usually quite hateful, I know that he has a good heart. Yamacho, did you just say that you want me to train him like a dog? Li Zishuan was sweating profusely. He resisted the urge to vomit blood and said, cough cough, that was just an example. Mo Lingwei blinked and said, I know. I mean like training a dog. You have to clearly punish and reward Yan Xiaoning. This way, he won't be afraid of me in the future. Li Zishuan said in his heart. That's what you mean, but can't you put it in a nicer way? Logically speaking, he was already regretting telling Mo Lingwei these things. He didn't know if it was good or bad for Yan Xiaoning. He waved his hand and turned around. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. If you feel that this relationship is worth cherishing, then manage it well. You can't always let your emotions affect your decisions. When you encounter problems, you have to think for the other party. Things like relationships are not simple at all. I'll leave first. Think about it carefully. Oh. Mo Lingwei replied sullenly. She was a little curious as to why Li Zishuan knew so much about relationships. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly chased after him. Hey, Yamacho, I'm now a professor of the academy. Can you give me a courtyard in Yunshan? Li Zishuan's face darkened. Not only did he have to be a relationship consultant for this girl for free, he also had to give her a house. What the F***ck is going on here? According to the rules of the academy, it's like this. Li Zishuan's face tightened as he said sullenly. Mo Lingwei was instantly amused, haha. Then Yamacho, can you give me the third courtyard? Li Zishuan was a little curious as to why this girl wanted the third courtyard, but he couldn't give it to her. He shook his head and said, no, Sun Daozhang just moved into the third courtyard. You'd better choose another courtyard. Mo Lingwei's face was filled with disappointment. Suddenly, she raised her head and said with bright eyes, Yamacho, can you arrange for me to live in the fourth courtyard, and then move little Ning from the second courtyard to the fifth courtyard? Li Zishuan was suddenly enlightened, and then immediately retreated. He was completely defeated by this girl who dared to love and hate. Chapter 942. In the end, Li Zishuan didn't agree with the girl's nonsense and slipped away. At this time, he came to the third courtyard, Sun Simiao's temporary residence. The old Taoist was drying herbs in the front yard. Hu Jingyao was also there to help. The little girl was wearing a white dress and had a reserved temperament. Coupled with her smile, she looked a little ethereal and was becoming more and more like the fairy doctor. "Young master. You're here." Hu Jingyao saw Li Zishuan at the entrance of the courtyard and greeted him with a smile. Sun Simiao heard and turned around with a smile. "Xiao Xian, you're here?" "Oh, no, now that you have a courtesy name, I should call you Ziyuan." "Haha." Li Zishuan smiled. Actually, he hadn't gotten used to the name Ziyuan yet. If someone else were to call him Ziyuan next to him, he probably wouldn't know who they were calling out to. Taoist son, Ziyuan is me, Xiao Xian is also me. You can call me whatever you like, I don't mind at all. Hey, are you guys drying medicinal herbs? Li Zishuan greeted Sun Simiao, then looked at the medicinal herbs in the courtyard and asked. Sun Simiao nodded. Yes. A few days ago, I and Xiao Xian picked some herbs on the west side of Yunshan. Since the weather is good these 2 days, let's take them out and dry them. Li Zishuan asked curiously, there are herbs on Yunshan? Sun Simiao handed the bamboo sieve to Hu Jingyao and smiled at Li Zishuan. Heaven and earth have spirits and nurture all things. Every blade of grass and tree can be used as medicine. Yunshan has abundant rain and water, and the west side of the mountain is uninhabited. Of course, there will be many mature herbs. Li Zishuan thought about it. Indeed, very few people went to the west side of Yunshan. According to Second Master Lu, the terrain there was dangerous and there were often some ferocious beasts. At the end of the Sui dynasty, many farmers risked hunting in the mountains in order to get food. There were often casualties when they went to the west side of Yunshan. Thinking of this, he said worriedly, Taoist son, the west side of Yunshan has dangerous terrain and there are often some ferocious beasts. In my opinion, you shouldn't go there to pick herbs in the future. Besides, there aren't any rare herbs there, so why would you take the risk? Sun Simiao waved his hand and chuckled, haha, it's fine, it's fine. Over the years that I've been traveling the world, I've also picked herbs from various places. Qinling Mountains, Taibai Mountains, Zhongnan Mountains, Mount Shu, and Wudong Mountains. Which of these places is not more dangerous than Cloud Mountain? This poor Taoist has a way to avoid wild beasts, little Xian, you don't have to worry. To be honest, Sun Simiao was still not used to calling Li Zishuan by his courtesy name. Li Zishuan was helpless. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had a bright idea and said, Priest's son, since there are medicinal herbs in this Cloud Mountain, why don't we mobilize the people and let everyone go into the mountain to gather the herbs together? First, it will be safer with more people. Second, the herbs that the villagers gather can be sold to us. For them, it can be considered a considerable income. Third, priest's son, your medical skills are superb. There are countless patients waiting for you to treat, yet you often go out to gather herbs. This is simply a waste of talent and will delay the treatment of many patients. At this moment, Hu Jing looked up and said to Sun Simiao, Master, what the young master said is very reasonable. Previously, Aunt Han's son had an intestinal abscess, appendicitis, and came here to look for you, but you went to gather herbs alone. If you hadn't taught me how to treat this disease, Aunt Han's son might have died. Sun Simiao frowned and looked troubled. He thought for a moment and sighed, how can this poor Taoist not know that what you said is reasonable, little Xian? Many times, saving a life is far more important than gathering a basket of herbs. But if this poor Taoist doesn't go to gather herbs, then I can only go to the pharmacy in Cheng and to buy herbs. The prices of all kinds of herbs there are generally very high. This poor Taoist's entire fortune is not enough to treat the people's illness for 3 days. Li Zishuan understood when he heard this. It turned out that Old Sun not only did not charge a consultation fee but also did not charge for the herbs when he treated the people. Even if he did charge, it was probably just a token charge, right? How could this be? Lisa Schwann, who had experienced all kinds of unreasonable charges in the modern era, felt that where could he find such a good doctor like Old Sun? If there really was, even 1,000 of them wouldn't be too much. That, Daoist Sun, I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. Lisa Schwann changed the topic and cupped his hands toward Sun Simiao. It's about the medical school, right? Sun Simiao smiled. Although he was not in the imperial court, he still knew some news about the imperial physician department. Lisa Schwann nodded and said, "That's right. Since Daoist Sun already knows the news, then I'll just say it. It has been more than 200 years since the imperial physician department was first established during the northern and southern dynasties. Although the current size of the imperial physician department in Great Tang is much larger than before, how many students are there in total? Only about 300 people, right? But the Great Tang has more than 360 states and counties. These 300 students of the imperial physician department are like a cup of water to the entire Great Tang. Furthermore, the imperial physician department only serves the important officials in the imperial palace and the imperial court. If the common people want to see a doctor, they can only seek help from the private medical centers. The inheritance of medical skills among the common people is mostly passed down through the family. How can the common people's medical skills improve if they keep it to themselves? Daoist Sun, although your medical skills are superb, you're still just one person. Once there are more patients, you won't be able to do anything else. My original intention of establishing the medical school is to cultivate thousands of medical experts like you. Then, I'll set up joint hospitals in the various states of the Great Tang, also known as joint medical centers. In this way, not only will the problem of the inheritance of medical skills be solved, but it will also allow the common people to be treated. Daoist Sun, won't your wish come true? Sun Simiao originally thought that Lisa Schwann only wanted to imitate the talent cultivation method of the imperial physician department, cultivate a group of medical students, and then set up a medical center. However, he never expected that Lisa Schwann would have such a huge plan behind it. He couldn't help but be shocked. If he really followed this plan, perhaps all the common people would really be able to be treated. Sun Simiao started his medical career at a young age and painstakingly studied medical skills for more than 40 years. Didn't he travel to hundreds of states and counties all for this dream? Little Xian, are you serious about what you said? You have to know that opening medical centers in all the states and counties of the Great Tang will cost tens of millions. Don't tell me you want to earn back this money from the patients' fees? That won't do. Sun Simiao was excited at first, but then he thought of a realistic problem and quickly shook his head. Lisa Schwann said seriously, Daoist Sun, do you think I'm that kind of person? You have a kind heart. Although I'm not as good as you, I'm not evil. Hearing his witty words, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lisa Schwann glanced at the little girl and said, Daoist Sun, don't worry. I'll find a way to get the money for the establishment of the joint hospital. The purpose of this joint hospital is definitely not to make money. When the time comes, the consultation fees will definitely be cheaper than ordinary medical centers. Sun Simiao saw that Lisa Schwann was speaking so confidently. Moreover, based on his understanding of Lisa Schwann, he really wasn't a greedy person, so he was relieved. That's good. Little Xian, if you really want to set up this joint hospital, I'll definitely give you a hand. You don't have to worry about the medical center. Since His Majesty has agreed, the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department will definitely help you set up the medical center. I'm afraid there won't be enough time to enroll students this year. Wait until next spring to enroll students. At that time, if I'm free, I can also help teach the students. Lisa Schwann said happily, Thank you, Daoist Sun.